life's rugged road, I know there's help to bear the load, to understand my situation. And if I stumble or I fall, there's someone there to hear my call, help to work through the frustration. Oh, with BCA, we will find a way to better equity and equality. With a helping hand, we will understand that we're empowered to be who we want to be. We're heading for new horizons. It's up to you and me to shine a guiding light and lead the way. United by our cause, we have the power to pursue what we believe. We'll achieve the realization of our dreams. We strive for excellence to serve. The blind community deserves a voice to advocate and listen. Together our voice will grow strong. If we divide, then we go wrong. Come and join us on our mission. Oh, at BCA, we can find a way to better equity and equality. With a helping hand, we can understand that we're empowered to be who we want to be. We're heading for new horizons. It's up to you and me to shine a guiding light and lead the way. United by our cause, we have the power to pursue what we believe. We'll achieve the realization of our dreams. It's up to you and me to shine a guiding light and lead the way. United by our cause, we have the power to pursue what we believe. We'll achieve the realization of our dreams. We'll achieve the realization of our dreams. Of our dreams.
Good morning, everyone. Stephen Jolly here for Blind Citizens Australia at our 50th anniversary convention here in Glen, Waverley, Melbourne, Australia. And with me for the final day of proceedings, Lee Kumatat. Welcome, Lee.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Stephen.
It's great to be chatting with you. How was the dinner last night from where you were?
It was so much fun. I think my ears are still ringing when you get 150 blind people in a room all talking at great length to one another. It gets loud, but it was amazing. I thought that the people who ran it did a brilliant job, Katie and Dan, and I had a great time. And I won a raffle prize, Stephen.
Oh,
so
congratulations.
Excited. Thank you.
Yes, and at lunchtime today, we plan to bring you some of the proceedings from last night, the highlights, the presentation of awards, the Women's Aspiration Award, the 2 certificates of appreciation, and the David Blythe Award. And it'll be good to let you hear what people said as they received those awards. So today we've got proceedings starting in just under 25 minutes' time. Our MC today will be BCA Vice President Helen Ferris, And we'll stay with you right through until 5 o'clock this evening, Melbourne time, Eastern Australian time. So it's a little after 9:30 now, coming up towards 20 minutes to 10. So you can adjust your clocks wherever you are for that. Lee, you have a guest, a good old friend of ours.
I do, a good friend of yours and mine. To my left is Marianne Diamond. Good morning, Marianne.
Good morning, Lee. Good morning, Stephen and
Morning,
everyone.
Marianne.
How did you pull up this morning?
Pretty good. I was quite diligent in not staying up too late last night, which is good for me. So I'm fine.
Yeah, great night last night, and lots to talk about today. Marianne, tell us a little about what you're doing these days, and we'll look a little about what you've been doing in the past too, because you've made quite an impression on particularly matters for the blindness community around the world.
An indelible one, I would say.
Oh, well, I feel a bit embarrassed
Well, that's good.
with those
That's a
comments.
good start.
So humble.
So these days, I do what I choose, I would put it in a summary. I sit on a couple of boards, which take up quite a lot of my time, including the NDIA board, of course. I have 4 grandchildren, and so I tell people now that I read this line that I thought describes me well. I'm not retired, I'm under new management, speak to the grandchildren. So that's a summary of what I do these days.
So you were president of the World Blind Union from 2008 until 2012, and there was a lot happening around that time.
It was a busy time, Stephen. The CRPD had just been a couple of years earlier adopted. We were busy around the world getting it ratified.
You better tell us what's the...
A Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, sorry. So working at the international level with a lot of organisations in different countries to help them have that convention ratified in their countries. We also, in the World Blind Union, one of the major projects that I put my focus on was the negotiations and then adoption of the Marrakesh Treaty, and that is to facilitate access to information for people who are blind, visually impaired or otherwise print disabled. So that was a very interesting program for me, you know, working very closely with the World Intellectual Property Organisation, a UN agency. But in June 2013, it was adopted by 186 countries. So that was pretty exciting times.
And the main idea was so that people could read books across borders, essentially.
That's right, Lee. Copyright law is national law, so there was always a problem of sharing across borders. And so, for example, we used to use, say, a Harry Potter book might be put into accessible format in the language of English in UK, Canada, US, Australia. And how crazy is that when we might have had 5 different books put into accessible format and shared? So, so this was allowing books to be shared across borders for people who are blind or vision impaired. So that was a huge achievement. And today we know that the Accessible Book Consortium, which is like the global library or catalogue of who's got what, there is 1 million books that now can be moved across borders.
Wow.
So that's pretty exciting. And I think as of December last year, 1.1 million books had been shared through that ABC. So that's, you know, it's good progress, but still a way to go.
Yeah. I mean, the impact on education alone for blind people would be huge.
That's right. And the other one is language. The Accessible Book Consortium holds 1 million titles now, but in 80 different languages. So, you know, anyone who wants to study language or just move from one country to another or get materials, they can now more easily. But, you know, we still talk about around 90% of published works every year are not accessible. So we're a long way from achieving the total goal.
Where do you see that going? Is that an achievable goal at some point, do you think?
Whether we're 100% there, I'm not sure, but I think we have to continue and be vigilant to keep the progress moving, because it would be easy to say we've done it, tick it off, it's finished. A lot of resources have been developed, both from the World Intellectual Property Organisation, World Blind Union and others, to actually assist countries in producing accessible materials, distributing them and so on. So I think we just have to keep it moving. To get, we might never get there, but I think the more we keep trying, we'll get more and more books that we can all access.
I mean, the will of the sector is definitely there. What do you think in terms of the international will of intellectual property and governments, etc.? Is that there as well?
Well, I think if it wasn't there, we wouldn't have got the treaty adopted. I think important to note that the World Intellectual Property Organisation has primarily focused on protecting the rights of rights holders. So that's been their role, you know, so that no one steals or makes copies of things, you know, illegally, so to speak. So when we came along to them and said, well, we want a treaty that actually recognises that, but also the rights of people, the human rights of blind people to access information. That was a really different approach to what they did. And it took a long time and hard work to bring governments. And I'd have to say some of the most difficult governments were the United States and the European Union. And the European Union is particularly difficult because they've got to get 27 countries to agree on anything before anything can happen. So that was hard work.
I can imagine.
We want to take you back to 2000, the year 2000, and the General Assembly of the World Blind Union in Melbourne.
Yes, I remember well, Stephen.
That's where I met you, Marianne.
Oh, wow. So I think I'd start by saying one of the most successful things we did and at Blind Citizens Australia for that event, I mean, there was lots of wonderful things about the event, but we were able to secure some money from a trust to bring a number of young blind women together to come to the Women's Forum. We had an International Women's Forum prior to the General Assembly, and Lee was one of them.
I was.
And Geordie Howe was another. And so I think it was a great success because a lot of these women young women we brought together to come to this event have continued on and still are active members of BCA. So that was, for me, a really big success. And the General Assembly, of course, was in the Melbourne Town Hall. For many Australians, attended the General Assembly, made friends with people from all around the world and maintained those relationships, which I think is another great success. But that was my real active involvement in WBU, first as the organiser of the Women's Forum, and then as the Executive Officer of Blind Citizens Australia, kind of all the problems that came with the Assembly. But after that, I was appointed the chair of the World Blind Union Women's Committee. So that became the beginning of my international involvement in a big way.
We're speaking with Marianne Diamond, former president of the World Blind Union and a very active Australian involved in international blindness matters and Australian blindness matters over many decades now, Marianne. You're so young, though.
I wish, Stephen.
Stephen and I were chatting earlier about the World Blind Union General Assembly because it has been mentioned here at convention as a highlight, more than a highlight. And we were saying that on the landscape of disability in Australia, it would be hard to imagine that there was the gathering of disabled people as large as that before then. And I remember being a young person, and yes, I was one of the women, and I watched you organise it, and people like Karen Knight and Fiona Woods. But one of my lasting memories is walking up Burke Street in Melbourne,
Yes.
and feeling like we owned the city. And I get goosebumps when I think about it now because it was absolutely extraordinary. And, you know, you've talked about being close to it, but kind of if we kind of step back, how big do you think that was in kind of the development of, in a way, BCA and its relationship with the WBU and things that came from that?
With all those cane tips clattering on the stairs of the Melbourne Town Hall.
That's right.
It was extraordinary.
I think BCA and Australia, as it was said yesterday by a few people, has punched higher than, greater than its weight in the international space. I mean, we were very fortunate to have David Blythe as the president of WBU in the 90s, and someone who was loved and admired worldwide. and people used to say to me when I got involved in WBU that David could talk to the Prime Minister of a country and the poorest person sitting on the floor in a tin shed in Africa and equally engage them. He had that kind of natural ability, which was very powerful. This was a big event for Australia, a huge commitment from Australia to host it too. And I think when you say about walking down Bourke Street, I do remember that was not as easy to organise as you could imagine. We had to get a lot. So what, for people listening, we had the Women's Forum, and at the end we wanted to have a big celebration party in the Treasury Gardens in Melbourne. And how do we get everyone from the Town Hall to the Treasury Gardens? And I thought, well, the easiest way is get them to walk there, because it's not that far. And otherwise it would be a nightmare to bus everyone a short distance. But we had to get permission from Melbourne City Council, from police and everything. But people loved it. It was great fun. And people really enjoyed your experience, Lee, that ability of, we are here and we are telling people who we are. But the General Assembly overall was a great success. Lots of great things, lots of great people we met. And as I said earlier, people made friends and kept them for life. And I've been to a number of General Assemblies now, and the one we had in Australia has often been identified as one of the better ones. We had a very good volunteer program that we put in place. The blindness agencies here in Australia were all working together to make this happen. And so many volunteers came from those organisations, and that was terrific.
I think I was there for the whole 10 days. Was it over 10 days or something?
Yeah, by the time you add all the events. Yeah.
I don't think I slept for 10 days. It was just so exciting.
That's great to hear that you have those good memories.
I really do, yeah.
And what will you walk away from this weekend with in your mind, Marianne?
I think for me it's reflecting back on what's happened over 50 years, that some of our really big leaders are still here, some are not, which is unfortunate, but that they can actually tell us what things were like at the beginning, and we can look back now. And there's so many things been mentioned already, but there's also so many other things that BCA has been influential in changing along the way. We may not have got everything right. We may not have got everything to where we want it, but we've made huge progress, and it wouldn't have happened without an organisation like this.
You're very active with NDIA now, which runs the NDIS scheme for people with disabilities. You're a member of the board. How do you see it going over the next few years?
I think NDIS is one of the greatest social reforms we've ever had in this country, and probably ever will. We often refer to it as similar to the introduction of Medicare. And I heard Tony Nicholson, who used to be the CEO of Brotherhood of St Lawrence, talking once, and he said we've got to think about the introduction of NDIS similar to that of Medicare. We forget that Medicare was a very bumpy, difficult road when it was introduced. It was stopped at one stage and then brought back in, initially called Medibank. So I think that the NDIA is a bit similar. It started now 12 years ago, and it came in very quickly. Government was so keen to get it in. They probably brought it in before some of the checks and balances were really put in place. So it's been a little bit of a bumpy ride. I think that there's a lot of work in the space of integrity, and that's helping. But I think it still has some way to go to settle. But I think for lots of people it's been life-changing. If you are a good self-advocate, it's been extremely good for you. I think for some of the people who don't have a voice, and here I'm talking about severely intellectual disability generally, it's been a little more difficult for them and their families.
Thank you for that, and thanks for your time this morning. It's been terrific speaking with you. Marianne Diamond AO, and Marianne has been with us all weekend, and many conventions to follow, Marianne.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks,
Lee.
Marianne.
Thank you.
And we're broadcasting to you from the 50th anniversary convention of Blind Citizens Australia, taking place here in Glen, Waverley in Melbourne, Australia. Lee, our next guest should be with us very soon. I believe Angela's coming in to...
She's on her way, It's interesting, isn't it? We were just talking about the NDIA in the first session. Stephen is sort of related to the NDIA, well, quite related to the NDIS.
Yes, that's true. And it will be away from the big picture of what it'll be like for Australia to the micro, how it actually works for any of us as individuals who are members of or who are participants in the NDIS scheme.
I'm a very new participant, so I'm still working it out. And, you know, coming home back to Australia, having lived overseas for 15 years, it's incredible how the landscape of support has changed as a result of it. So, yeah, I think we're very lucky. I really do.
And we might talk to you later this morning about that missing 15 years, perhaps in the morning tea break.
Great gap.
Wasn't really. You were all over the place. It was terrific hearing your voice from time to time. But,
thank you.
We'll talk about that later. Angela, set to go?
Good morning.
Hi,
Good morning.
Angela.
Welcome. Angela Zeski, who's looking after the stream platform, of the Zoom platform that we're using. What's your good morning message to people tuned in on the Zoom? Angela?
Yes, well, we've got an action-packed program again today for day 3 and the final day of an excellent weekend. So a few little housekeeping for Zoom. Captioning is available. To access that, if you need it, click your profile picture and then select settings. Under the accessibility tab, there's a closed captioning option, and then you can click the checkbox to enable always show captions, and that should help you out there. We will do a roll call for everyone in the room as part of the housekeeping, and then for Zoom attendees, we will read out the participant list directly after morning tea today. And so please, if you can, rename yourself if you're not already, so then we can identify you for the roll call.
You don't want all these iPhones?
No, that's not particularly helpful for a roll call, is it? And just a reminder, you will be muted on arrival to the Zoom room, so please remain on mute unless you are prompted to unmute after raising your hand, and for those dedicated question times after the panel sessions. To mute on a Windows computer, select the mute icon in the bottom left hand of your screen or press Alt-A. To mute on a Mac, it's Command-Shift-A. And to mute on a phone, select the mute icon in the bottom left of your screen or press *6. Please raise your hand, your virtual hand, if you would like to contribute to the conversation at the appropriate time. To raise your hand on a Windows computer, use the keyboard command Alt-Y, or to raise your hand on a Mac, it's Command-Shift-Y, or to raise your hand on a phone, *9. If you do have any technical or other questions throughout the day, you can text 0436 446 780, and I'll repeat that so you can write that down. 0436 446 780. Or if it's easier, you can email bca@bca.org.au. And we look forward to welcoming you at 10 o'clock for Sunday's BCA 50th birthday convention.
And that email again, a very easy one.
Yep, bca@bca.org.au. And I'll read the text number one more time as well, just in case. 0436 446 780.
I managed to write that down as you were saying it, so so we'll be able to mention it again as well.
Perfect.
Good on you, Angela. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you.
Happy Zooming.
Yes.
Angela Zeski there, who's looking after the Zoom platform, and we're available not only on the Zoom but online, and you can find the link from the BCA website, bca.org.au. So we're there via YouTube. And we're broadcasting on Vision Australia's digital Iris service. So good morning to all of you on all those platforms. Isn't it fantastic, Lee, that we can talk to people all these different ways?
I know.
They have the option to go Zooming or online or
just put the radio
on
on.
the digital radio.
Yeah, have your Sunday breakfast. Do your washing up, listening to us. It's great.
And digital radio, we waited for that for many years, but it's been in a while now.
Has it? See, I haven't followed what's happened with digital radio, having lived over in England where it is ubiquitous over there. Somebody asked me about that the other day. So where are we with that?
2009 is
Okay.
when digital radio started in the capital cities, and it hasn't gone much further than the main cities, and that's a technology issue, but that's probably a discussion for another time.
Do we have any accessible radios?
They're pretty good.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
There are. There's different ways of establishing what station you're listening to or tuning to a particular station. I always think they don't provide enough memories though for each band. Only 5. I think it should be more like 25. But that's another issue.
I listen on my phone mostly, but I do miss having a radio. So maybe it'll be something I invest in at some point. But yeah, I listen on my phone a lot.
Now, you might just, in the next few minutes before we start at 10 a.m, which is very soon, take us through what we can anticipate through the rest of the day.
Only if you help me, okay? All right.
All right, I'll do my best.
Okay, so the first session is around the use of support workers, which is happening a lot, being provided by the NDIS and has been very helpful for a lot of people. Emma Benniston, I think, is the chair of that first session. And we'll be talking about the many ways we use support workers at home, learning institutions, and working in the community. So that will be a really interesting one. On the panel is Dan Stubbs, BCA member, Lauren Henley, BCA member. Oh my goodness, okay, we've got some heavy hitters there, Stephen.
Certainly have.
And Steve Ransley Richardson as well, one of the stream team. We've released him into the main room. He can do his best there.
They had to come and beg to borrow him.
They did, exactly. And what's happening after morning tea, which is up next after that session finishes?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the AI session just before lunch. Because AI has really taken us all by storm. I remember when I first heard about it on ABC Radio, a current affairs program, PM, back in November 2022, I think I got that right. And then it was in our computers, and you can do lots of really useful things. You can find out things that you think you should know and a bit embarrassed to ask somebody else and get it explained very succinctly in half the time sometimes.
You can. I find I'm a bit of an AI skeptic, so I probably really need to listen into this session because I just think we need to be very careful of it, and I'm not an adopter. What troubles me is when it's working in the background and I don't even know.
And it's there in so many different forms. It's doing some of those troubling things like watching you and seeing what advertisements would be most effective to send to you, but it can also answer questions around technology or other products in the home, all sorts of things, and it's certainly good for that. So that's on in the last session before lunch today. The life hacks session just before that from 11:30, that could be quite
I think
interesting.
So. What would be your best life hack? Putting you on the spot, Stephen.
Yeah, there's nothing, sort of jaw-dropping that I do. It's just little things that I think sometimes you don't even realise you do smart things,
No, that's exactly right. I think you can't go past an elastic band. Think of all the uses we put with elastic bands. How we use, I use them to, identify things and make, shampoo from conditioner.
Yep.
But the thing is, right, you still have to remember which one you put the elastic band on. So it's not the ideal.
Let's make our way to our seats.
We're
and we'll
just
get
about...
started in the next minute or so, I think.
Helen Freris is going to be MC for the day,
Let's find our way.
and I can hear her
Yep,
helping everyone get organised.
she's corralling.
Yep. Helen is Vice
it.
President of
We
Blind
can do
Citizens
this.
Australia,
Yep.
and she's
Let's
been
gather again.
a good soldier for many years.
Yes, she's amazing. I'm on a panel
Morning.
later this afternoon with Helen and Fiona Woods, both
Hello.
stalwart BCA members and
Hello,
contributors.
iPhone
So I'm
here.
very honoured to be part of that panel for sure.
I think we might drop in now. With me has been
Oh.
Luke Hemmertet. I'm Stephen Jolly, and we'll be back a little
I
later.
think we're here. We're ready to go. Fantastic. Yes, hello, voiceover. Hi. Okay. All right, as hush descends, this is exciting. We're starting again for day 2 of BCA's 50th anniversary convention. We right on Zoom? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Helen Freris. Welcome to Sunday of convention. I had a really good feeling about today. When I woke up, I thought, yes, we're going to make history today. We're all going to come together and assemble really quickly after breaks and morning teas, and I won't have to call you in because I know that we can do this as a collective. And we can, we did. All right, welcome. I'm hoping that I can be heard both in the room and also on Zoom and online through the stream and the radio. So if that's not the case, someone find in the room. Okay. All right. Sounds of silence. That's great. Yeah, it's so quiet. Okay. All right. Slightly louder. Okay, I'm going to move the microphone a bit closer so that I can be louder and hopefully everyone can hear. And if you can't, please say so I can eat the microphone and, All right. Good on you. Good morning, everyone. As I said, I'm Helen Freris. I'm here to do day 2 of BCA's 50th anniversary convention. It's a great occasion to be together. So we're going to start in 10 seconds for the radio. Last off. Okay, welcome back to everyone joining us. Welcome to those who were with us yesterday. And welcome to anyone joining us for the first time today, because there are a few new people who are here in person, but also who are on Zoom and online. So welcome across Australia, if you're in the room, if you're on Zoom, or the live stream. And we also have some participants with us from overseas. Some of them are in the room here, and some of us are online. We have participants from Samoa in the room, from Fiji online, New Zealand, Japan, and I wonder where else. We might find that out during the roll call, who else is with us. And it's great to see everyone back after the night before. Yes. Maybe the least said about that, the better. But there are some good things to say about that. We had lots of celebrations, lots of time to celebrate our achievements as a whole and the achievements of the award recipients. We had John Machin, congratulations, the recipient of the David Blythe Award, Sharif Fulford and Stephen Belbin, and Geordie Howe as well. So that was a really great occasion to celebrate those people. So are we in a position where we can hand over to Stephen Melbourne to offer the acknowledgement of country.
Can you hear me, Helen?
Yay, Stephen.
I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning to you as well.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
You're more than welcome.
All right.
Would you like me to kick off?
Yes, would you?
Okay, thank you. Yama Malya, Ninyara, Bidja, Stephen Gar. Morning, friends. My name is Stephen. As we're meeting across many lands today for this very special event, we're all standing on the lands of different nations, and on behalf of Blind Citizens Australia, I'd like to acknowledge the lands that we're on. In particular, to start with, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm coming to you from Warramai country, which is the land of the Warramai people, and that's on the east coast of New South Wales, not too far north of Newcastle. I'd also like to acknowledge the lands and the people of the Wurundjeri land in the I would like to also, at this point, I'd like to pay my respects to my ancestors, whose custodianship of this many lands has begun and right through from dream time and continues into the future. I pay my respects to my ancestors of the past for their sacrifice and bravery and for their visions for the future. And I'd also like to acknowledge the elders of the present for their strength, their storytelling, their wisdom, and their knowledge elders. And finally, I'd like to also acknowledge the leaders, our leaders of the future, Aboriginal leaders, who I know are on a journey forward. And that journey includes taking all Australians, no matter where you're from, forward in the sense of belonging and inclusion to make this country is one of the best countries as it is at the moment, but also to make it as inclusive and example for the rest of the world. Thank you. Have a great convention, and back to you, Helen.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you for the wonderful acknowledgement of country, of ancestors, and for leaders who are and who are to come. And thank you so much for everything that you do. I'd also like to acknowledge, just very briefly, people with a disability, people who are blind, low vision, who've come before us, and through their efforts we're here today, and people with a disability who have also been advocating for many generations and centuries. We might think that there wasn't a lot of advocacy in previous times, but there was. So I'd like to acknowledge those people and those of us who are here today as advocates and those who are to come. So I have lots of sponsorship announcements and housekeeping announcements, so we'll get through as much of that as we can, because there is a lot of generosity that supported this event to take place. So I'd like to particularly acknowledge Peter Goebbels, one of our very much loved members of BCA. You might remember him at conventions previously, I certainly do, who's been a generous donor to us. And Peter's daughter, Catherine, is here with us today, so I'd like to express our heartfelt thanks on behalf of BCA to you, Catherine, and to Peter. Thank you. Other generous sponsors, Vision Australia, who've provided lots of support with materials and assistance, Guide Dogs Victoria, Guide Dogs New South Wales as well, Quantum, Braille House, Bindi Maps, if anyone's been using that software on your phone, Haig's Chocolates, maybe people have enjoyed those, and congratulations to the winner of that prize. Treasury Wine Estates. People have been enjoying that too, I'm sure. The Victoria Hotel, Blue Diamond Transfers, L'Occitane-en-Provence. People, I'm sure, will enjoy that. And there have been many other donors and supporters, lots of volunteers, the hotel staff, and we'll thank people properly later in the day, but it's good to get some thank yous in early. So a quick reminder, if you're staying at the hotel, if you're checking out today, I think checkout is by 11 a.m. So if you haven't had a chance to do it yet, please visit the reception desk this morning so that you can check out if you haven't already done so. It's wonderful to have so many of us in the room today on Zoom, on the live stream. I wonder if we actually have some numbers, if we can. Is that possible?
We currently have 24 participants on Zoom and 24 on the stream.
Wow, great. And 130 in the room, maybe, we're expecting. Yes, great. So we certainly had 130 or more last night. We had lots of music and lots of good times. So hopefully people are ready to join us again today. So a bit of housekeeping, if we can. Probably familiar with a bit of this, but, that's important to do it. Now, there are going to be photos taken, videos and things throughout the convention. They're going to be posted on BCA's social media, using on the website, future publications. If you don't want to be photographed, please let people know. Raise your hand now so that you're not inadvertently captured on media that you don't want to be. Yes. Thank you. I know it's traditional at conventions for voiceover and JAWS and all our screen reader friends to take part with us. Right? But I'd ask everyone to keep their mobile devices on silent so that voiceover isn't taking part in convention inadvertently. So if you're using speech, you need to obviously do that sometimes. If you could wear some headphones so that you can hear voiceover and, it stays between you and voiceover. Okay. The other, I won't question what goes on between you and voiceover, just keep it to yourselves. Yes, that's right. So to help everyone take part in convention, we have hearing loops for those who are hard of hearing, if anyone requires them in the ballroom. So therefore, that's why when we're speaking to the convention floor, we speak through the microphones that are provided so that everybody can access and hear us. That's why we do it, for that reason. So if you're wanting to do that, ask questions during the day, either stand up if you can, or raise your hand so that the microphone runners can see you. The morning tea, afternoon tea are going to be served in the foyer area, which is through the doors behind where you're sitting. And I'm at the lectern at the front of the room, and if I move back, you'll hear me, maybe. Right? Okay, yep. So maybe you'll hear me now or not, but thank you, voiceover. And voiceover heard me.
You get to put it on silent, Ellen.
Yeah, right on silent. Right, so I'm at the front of the room. So in terms of orienting to the space, and I've just lost my notes because, I'm so fascinated by voiceover and that's what voiceover does. Yeah, so we'll be able to, I'm standing at the front. There's a head table, it's to my right. The Zoom is set up as well. There are 18 round tables in the room, and each table has 8 seats. And on the table, there's a selection of things. There are mints, There are sweets, there are jugs of water with glasses. Yesterday on my table there was a bowl of chips. I don't know if that's there today, but the breakout rooms, known as the cooling rooms, are located opposite the ballroom after closing, if you cross the foyer area. So with your back to the ballroom, cooling room 1 is the first door on the left before you exit the convention. And then cooling room 2 is there as well. Cooling room 3 is on the far end. And those rooms aren't going to be used today, I don't think. In fact, if you could keep clear of cooling room 3 and keep noise around there to a minimum when you're there, because that's where the in-room sound is being managed, the Zoom coverage, the streaming, everything that online participants can hear can be heard from there. So if you don't want them to hear you, maybe keep the volume down around there. Toilets through the doors to the left from the pre-function area. Male is first, then the accessible all-gender toilet, and then female. And then the meze bar and restaurant is there as well, the right to the hotel reception. And when you're facing reception, there are entry doors behind you, and then the door that adjoins the Century City, where the entertainment and cafes and other things are. There's a guide dog, there's an audio map that's available on the BCA website as well. You would have got it in your registration pack. If we're thinking of memories of 1975, because I haven't had a chance to share one yet, so I will, because I can. That was probably the year that I started attending the RVIB Burwood School as a boarder. And one of the things I remember as a 3-year-old at the kinder section was that we're having breakfast and this woman got up, I don't know who she was, and she made everybody stand behind their chairs and gave a lecture about lots of things which I've forgotten, but one of them was about pushing chairs in and there would be chair inspections. So, don't know who she is, but I'm going to be channeling her today and suggesting to us, not in a lecture style, because things have changed since 1975, but we can all support each other through the spirit of BCA, creating collective spaces of support and connection and safety by keeping the space clear by pushing in our chairs. We talk about clear pedestrian ways and footpaths and things. Let's create the same for each other. So if we push our chairs in, let's do that. And our dog guides, if they can be sort of under chairs, under tables, so they're not blocking the walkways and they're also, safe from everybody walking across them. Do we want to go through the guide dog toileting again? Just so that people know. They're located to the right of the main entrance, the hotel. So you access them, you walk across the driveway, keep watching for cars, there's no audible traffic signals. Cross outside the main entrance to the hotel, walk down 2 sets of stairs, turn right on the pavement, going against the direction of traffic until you arrive at a small road. That's the start of the hotel driveway. And then the dog toileting area is immediately on the right after crossing the road. There's rubbish bins, and it would be very much appreciated if that area can be kept clear. There's volunteers to assist. There's water bowls for dogs in the ballroom along with the back as well. There are lots of volunteers and we're very grateful for their support over the weekend. And if you need any assistance with orientation, food, beverages, you can raise your hand, and everyone has a number on their table and they're able to assist you back and forwards to tables as well. And so we're very grateful for the volunteers. All right, so if you want to contribute to the panel discussions, I'm going to be reading out very soon the text number so that people can message on Zoom. So you can, of course, stand or raise your hand if you're in the room. You can raise your hand on Zoom, Alt-Y if you're on a PC, and I've forgotten what the Mac is. You can also text your question to a number which I will now read. 0436 446-780. So please, you're welcome to include your questions and include your name so we know who to acknowledge. We'd love to hear from you. Okay. And wear your lanyards as well. I've been asked to remind people that's how the volunteers can identify you for the conference. It means that if you have dietary needs as well, you can be identified through your lanyards. Okay. Emergency, if there's an emergency event in the hotel, I've been asked to just remind people that there will be instructions given to you by the fire safety officer that's been designated by the hotel. There'll be an alarm, and if you're advised to evacuate the building, hotel and staff will assist, volunteers as well. We don't use the lifts, there's fire exit stairs, and I think the best thing to do is just head for the main entrance, and there's a designated evacuation area, and we'll just support each other. All right, social media. We can follow the convention on Facebook and X using the hashtag BCA50. Another reminder is that the Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander gathering that was advertised in the program has unfortunately been postponed. We'll run that later in another way as maybe a conversation. All right, let's get into the roll call. Are we able to do the roll call now? Yep. Okay, microphones are coming around, and we'll start with the staff. We're asking you to say your name, where you're from. That's we'll start with Deb's table, include the volunteers, and then we'll go through. Let's see who's with us.
Good morning, kia ora, it's Deb Deshays, table number 1.
Hi, John Simpson, and that's the last you'll hear from me today.
I bet it's not.
All right, so I'm taking bets.
Christine Simpson.
David Blythe, like John, probably the last time today.
Andrew Webster.
Peter from Spotswood.
Chanh Tay đã Sam Pita from Spotswood.
Lee Chong from Sydney.
I'm Tori from London.
Gary Adler, BCA Director, Melbourne.
You with me? Marilyn White from Melbourne.
Lynn Eagers from Redlands, Queensland.
Jodie Martiri from Ipswich.
Decade Fry Shorrock from Avoca.
Alan Hall from Sydney.
Matt O'Kane from Sydney.
Belinda O'Connor from Canberra.
Carmel Jolly, Melbourne.
Bill Jolly from Melbourne.
Marianne Diamond, Melbourne.
Karen Knight, Brisbane.
Fiona Woods, Blue Mountains, New South Wales.
Stephanie Sullivan, Sydney.
Steve Patterson, Melbourne.
Hayley Nathanson, Melbourne.
Landy from Melbourne.
I'm Joyce Jones from Toowoomba.
Diane Shattuck, Canberra.
Katie Butler from Newcastle.
Shalard Daniels-Mays, Gomeroi woman living in Melbourne.
Vanessa Ransley-Richardson from Hobart.
Annette Ferguson and Scotty from Dubbo.
Susan Thompson from Sydney.
Leighton Boyd, Melbourne.
Rosemary Boyd, Melbourne.
Ching Hock, WA, no.
Rhoda Kwa, Singapore.
Sally Lachlan from Hobart.
Butler from Brisbane.
And Michael Burmeister from Brisbane as well.
Prove what from regional Victoria.
Marion Jones, Woy Woy, New South Wales.
Jessie Bow, Cairns.
Demelza Worley, Cairns.
Jill Corrigan, Brisbane.
Monica, Brisbane. Yvonne Huntley from Perth.
Lil Deverell, Burnie, Tasmania.
Erin Goodhart, Melbourne.
Gina Kerr, Brisbane.
Alana Jovanovski from Thomastown in Melbourne.
Robert Altamore from Canberra.
Janine Sardou from Melbourne.
Michael Sardou from Melbourne. Ari Hazelman from Samoa. Ben Clare from Newcastle.
Sky Devent from Melbourne.
Catherine Goebel, Woodend.
Grant Lenson, Woodend.
Natasha Brake, Dandenong Ranges east of Melbourne.
Ramona Mandy from Melbourne.
Gaynor Marsh, Melbourne.
David Ditchfield, Melbourne.
Mark Warrington, Hobart.
Julie Fitzgerald.
Martin Stewart, Melbourne.
Janine Lord, Melbourne. Robin Bowsey, Melbourne.
Jennifer Parry, Sydney.
Karen Passmore, Perth.
Deborah Simons, Melbourne.
Lynn Davis, Sydney. Jane Britt, Brisbane.
Fiona Hopper, Melbourne.
Gabriel Javasoni, Ballarat, Victoria.
Annette Sim, Canamble. Christy Quigg, Sydney.
Chris Stewart, Melbourne.
Graham Innes, Graham Innes, Melbourne.
Okay.
Graham Innes, Tweed Head.
Let's keep going. Okay, everyone. If Graham wishes to relocate, let's leave that between you.
Okay. Didi Rodriguez, Sydney.
Michael James from Melbourne.
Amila Dedovich from Adelaide.
Erica Webb Madsen from Perth.
Brendan Donahue, Brisbane.
Doug McGinn, still room 203.
Adrian Watson from Innisfail.
Christy Stickler from Tasmania.
Sorry, I knew it. Trudy Foster, Burnie, Tasmania.
Michael Florenti, Melbourne.
Sarah Riley from Melbourne.
Tony Barrett from Sydney.
Anna Wright, Sydney.
Thank you. That's it. Is that all? Thank you so much, everyone. No? We're not done. I thought it seemed a bit quiet.
Dan Stubbs, Melbourne.
Emma Bennison, Hobart. Zell Ishgel, Perth.
Steve Ransley Richardson. Hobart via the City Century Tavern.
I reckon we're done.
Anyone else? And the volunteers? Okay, Amila, Angela, Lael, would you like to?
Hi everybody, my name is Billy and I'm one of the volunteers.
Lynn Lees, Vision Australia volunteer.
Hi everyone, it's Simran Kaur, Vision Australia volunteer.
Laura Anderson, Vision Australia volunteer.
Okay, and the people in the radio and streaming room as well? They can't speak into this room. Should we just say who they are?
Yeah, I can read out the list of those who I can identify. So yes, it's Angela speaking, with the Zoom participants: Amanda, Andy Hampson, Barry Chapman, Cass Embling, Christina Matthews, Claire, Cynthia, Harrison Kirkwood, Ilona Trost, Jan Miller, Geordie Howe, Kirby Harris, Leilu Talbot, Marie Fennick, Maureen, Neil Huth, Raj Reddy, Robin Mackenzie, Sally Cutter, Scott Erickson, Sign Jane Orr, and Stephen Belbin. And I won't read out the phone numbers that are listed here.
We won't do that.
But
and we
I
have
can,
some... Sorry, Angela.
Yep. But I can also confirm there are 22 on the stream as well.
And those who are facilitating that for us, I think, include Stephen Jolly. Who else is in this?
Lee Kumatat, Vaughan Bennison and Jonathan Craig.
Thank you. And Paul Price as well.
And Paul Price.
Okay.
Sorry, Helen, a late arrival. Katrina Taylor sneaking in
Where are you
late from Horsham and Western Victoria.
Oh, goodness. Okay. So I've kept everybody waiting long enough for the first session, which I'm going to hand over to Emma Besnison to chair. Emma is, well known to us as a blind leader, very committed to disability advocacy, community transformation, to BCA, because she was CEO for quite a long time. That is commitment. I'm going to stand aside and leave it to Emma for taking us through the first session. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Helen. Thank you, everybody. We've lost a bit of time, so we'll get straight into it. And I think that our panellists will be well known to you, so I'm not going to read out their bios. They're also in the program if you want to read them. On my far left, we have Steve Richardson. And, Ransley Richardson, bloody hell. Steve Ransley Richardson. We have Zell Ishel with us, who is replacing Lauren Henley at the very last minute because Lauren's unwell. So thank you so much, Zell. I really appreciate that. We've had a briefing. She knows exactly what she's doing. It's all good. Myself, and on my right, I have Dan Stubbs, who I don't think anyone will know. But anyway, he's some bloke from Melbourne. I think he's a commissioner, actually. But anyway. So we are here today to talk about the very questions which Zell raised yesterday, which is why she has had the dubious honour of joining me on this panel. We want to talk about the use of disability support workers in various contexts, and we want to talk about the good things that support workers have brought to our lives, but we also want to talk about some of the elephants in the room. About whether or not support workers actually enhance or erode our independence and those sorts of things. So when we did the preparation session for this panel, I thought we might have about 3 or 4 questions. By the time we'd finished the conversation, I think I wrote down 10. So we're probably not going to get through them all, but I do want to start by putting a question to each of you first to get us started, and that is, do you use disability support workers? And if so, in what areas of life? And if not, why not? So I might start with Steve. Do you want to start us off? Oh, you haven't got a microphone. I thought you were just ignoring me.
No.
I'm so used to it that I just...
Not on this occasion, no.
No, there should be one. There should be one there. Just speak. Just start speaking, and then it should...
No, nothing. I don't
Oh,
know.
you don't have one?
Can we just use yours?
Oh my God. Yeah, whatever. Yep. Sorry, we're having a bit of a microphone challenge,
Gotcha.
apparently.
I got it.
Here we go.
Thank you, Emma. In response to your question, yes, I do use support workers, mainly for cleaning, house cleaning and things like that, ironing, things I struggle with a little, and also to help get to doctor's appointments or to the pool, things like that when I'm doing daily activities.
Excellent. Thank you. Zell, do you want to tell us your...
I'm still learning how to use, when to use support workers, because all my life I've had to, learn to do things myself. And one of the things that I was thinking about before I got on the NDIS was, do I really need a support worker? Since I've been on the NDIS, I've said, yeah, actually I do, so I'm glad I've got them. I use them mostly to help around the house, to be honest. I don't need anyone to take me out and about. I'm pretty good at that as it is. Having said that, I've had BCWA events, and the last event I had, I think it was a quiz night, and I had a support worker with me, and it did make my life so much easier to have someone. She did so well. I didn't have to tell her anything. She knew what to do. So in those instances, I really enjoy having a support worker. So that's what I mean. I'm learning still when I can let go and say, okay, it's helpful to have someone else around. But generally, when I travel and get around, I tend to get around on my own. But I do love that home help.
Thanks, Zell. And I agree. My experience is that I didn't think I needed them and then started using them. But I do think for me, I often use them in big conference settings where I have to network and it's really hard to find people in those settings. So that can be really helpful. And also, I do use them to get out and about as well. I find that makes a big difference to me. I probably don't travel independently as much as I used to, apart from when I'm travelling interstate, of course. But yes, so I do tend to use them a fair bit for those sorts of things. Now, Dan, I got you onto this panel for a reason. Do you want to tell us what it was? Do you know?
I thought it was for my charm, my wit, and my excellent repartee.
Yeah, that goes without saying, of course. Yeah.
Well, I think I'm the anomaly on this panel. I don't generally use support workers. That's probably one of the reasons. The closest I come to that is that I use cleaners to someone come in and clean the house and do things around the house for me, but as strictly support workers, I don't actually use support workers. But maybe the other reason why you wanted me on this panel is my job is actually all about support workers. So the organisation that I lead regulates all support workers in Victoria, regardless of whether they're funded by NDIS or the many thousands of disability support workers who are funded outside of the NDIS. Yes. As many of you would know, there's some support workers funded by the NDIS, but there's thousands of support workers in schools, in health settings, and in other places in our community funded by other sources other than the NDIA.
Yeah, you got that right, 10 out of 10. I'll give you a Freddo Frog or something after this session. That was very good. Although I have to go and buy some. So let's get to the kind of thorny question, which I think really is the catalyst for why we're having this conversation, and that is, do you think, and again I'm going to put this to all of you, using support workers has made you more or less independent? This time I might start with you, Zell.
Thanks. More or less, I think support workers, I wouldn't say they make us independent, because we are relying on somebody to do things, which we sometimes need to, and that's fine. Independent, maybe more convenient, is the word that I would use. And the fact that because now we don't have to beg and plead with family members to take us here and to do this for us and to do that for us, it's kind of liberating in that sense. But I think the issue is that I think we're okay because we learned to be independent. We didn't have the NDIS all our lives. The problem, I think, is the generations now that are going to be coming in the NDIS years, because as children and as we grow up, we get everything done for us, and it's always been that way. And now with support workers, people are getting paid to do things for us instead of encouraging us to do it. And I think it's always been our own personality that's actually said, I actually will want to do this myself. That's always been the case. But I think now more than ever, the parents are pushing the kids to use support workers. You know, if I was a parent, I might do the same because I want to make sure my child is going to be safe, you know. But it's also going to take from that child that resourcefulness of how do I cope with situations when things don't always go the way they should. And, you know, there's always now going to be someone to back them up in situations where really they could use their own initiative. But I do think if the person has a strong personality that they'll still be able to get through that. Really depends on what they're going to want in life and how they're going to go about getting it. So I think on the whole, it might build a greater reliance, but I do think occasionally you'll get someone coming through with a strong personality who will still take their own independence into their own hands.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, that definition of independence, we had a session about that last convention, I think, is really interesting, and the question of how you define independence, because independence doesn't necessarily mean you have to do everything yourself. It just means that you have to find a way to get it done. Dan, what do you think about this?
I think one of the things that I see in the support worker community is a variety of ways that different support workers operate. And my view of what a really good support worker looks like is someone who's actually supporting people to participate in community. Now, that will look different for all sorts of people. There are some people with disability who supporting that person just to leave their room is a big, important step. It can be a long journey. And then for other people, it's about supporting them in settings where there's a large number of people and they want to try and network and that kind of thing, and it's incredibly difficult. Or sometimes it's a matter of assisting someone to just get around community and attend events where you want to participate with other disabled people or non-disabled people. So it will vary quite widely, but I think it is about supporting people in participating in the way they choose to.
Absolutely.
Can I just add something?
Yeah, sure.
One thing that really bugs me quite a bit is the NDIS paying support workers rather than giving us a bit more money for our transport. Because for me, and I still can't get myself to do this, right? I cannot bring myself to pay someone for 5 hours to take me to an event and sit around and do nothing until it's home time. What a waste of money. I can't do it, but people do it, and I don't judge them. But I just think
and actually that probably brings me on to my next question. I think there are lots of reasons why people do it. I have certainly done it, and one of the reasons I've done it is because I think some of you probably know that I also have an anxiety disorder. So
But that's different.
it is different, but that's exactly the point I was. No, I know, but that's exactly the point that I was coming to, is that it is different, and lots of people have multiple reasons. And what you just said about not judging, I think, is so important, because I hear lots of judgment in this community towards people who choose to use support workers, and most of the time the people who are doing the judging don't know the story behind that person's life. So I think it is really important we leave the judgment at the door. Steve, you have multiple disabilities. How has that influenced your decision to use support workers?
So I think for me it's sort of helps because sometimes you don't know when you're going to be in a situation that's risky. So sometimes you get out of a taxi or you're going somewhere other and you step out into a gutter and you're maybe not in a familiar place because the cab's dropped you at the wrong spot, which has happened to me, and I nearly had an accident. So knowing some support, I've had someone who's doing support work, I say, we can go to a spot and that person can then do a recce about the environment. And I had a very good one in Brisbane. Now I have a couple of really good support workers in Hobart who sort of know my condition and know what I'm sort of looking for in, rough terrain, gap here, step there. This is a really rough footpath. And they might try and help me find the best way to navigate that. And I'm not saying with regard to O&M, I'm just saying, say I've got to go to somewhere for the first time that I haven't been before. A lot of the anxiety is taken out for me when I have a support worker. I think Del touched on just to reiterate what Zell was saying before though, I think sort of this whole, and not judging anyone, but it disturbs me when I hear stories about, the young kids actively saying, and this is something that I've anecdotally heard, so they've said, I don't want to learn this stuff.
Yep.
I've got a support worker. So my view is that, and I'm not judging you, but I'm saying even if you don't want to do that, it's important to do it. I mean, when we were going to school, we wanted to do this. I had 4 years in a wheelchair at school. As soon as I got out of the chair, I wanted to do the things that my friends were doing, getting public transport, getting independent, going to the exhibition, things like that. I saw it as, and if any young people are listening today, my view is it's your rite of passage as a young person. In the same way that your sighted peers are learning to drive, my nephew learned to drive. His mum never sees him anymore. He's independent. He's running around doing stuff. And Emma, you've talked about Lucy being the same. But yes. My view is it is your rite of passage. Even if you don't want to do it, even if you don't want to lose it later on, for goodness sake, learn it, because you never know when the NDIS might be severely restricted or not be there at all. And then where are you going to be?
Yeah, I think that is such a good point, and I think you and Zell have both made it extremely well, which is it's okay to choose how you want to do the thing, but make sure you have a choice. Make sure you give yourself a choice, because if you only ever use support workers, then you don't have that choice, because you actually don't have the skills to do it any other way. And I think it is important to for our self-esteem and our self-worth too, to know that if we need to, we can get things done. I think that actually matters. So,
can I actually also make the point that there are people who are now out and about who would never be without support workers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. We do have to acknowledge that. What, Zell, do you think is, you were talking about this a little bit before, but what do you think is the mindset shift that people need to make in order to want to use or to feel comfortable using a support worker? Because some people really struggle with that.
We talk about, in the NDIS, one of the biggest catchwords is choice and control. And I think we need to keep that in mind and not lose the sight of choice and control. I have a support worker. I can control when I choose to have a support worker and when I choose not to. And I think that kind of mentality would be really important for people's development.
Could I just butt in, sorry, quickly? And Del, your point before was sort of also valid, I think, too. We have to sort of, to get technology, things like that, we have to jump through hoops. We have to have letters of recommendation and all these kinds of things. A support worker, you just do your claim and it's through. No questions asked.
Yeah, it's so true. So true. Dan,
I think we need to really learn about choice and control. Like, what does it mean?
Yeah. Dan, do you want to say anything about that? That's
I think getting over that hurdle of being willing to use a support worker is, it's like so many things in our kind of development as people with disabilities. You know, some of us resent being identifiable as a person with disability, and that's something that we all have to get over at some point. And it's all, I think, part of just recognising that to understand and show the world that I have a disability and it's nothing to be ashamed of, and sometimes I need to rely on people, but in fact, when I rely on people, I'm in control. I'm not actually putting myself in their hands. I'm the boss. When I'm using a support worker, they're doing things for me at my direction, kind of thing. And that's the putting the person with disability, putting us in the driver's seat, is really what we're doing, and we need to recognise that we're the ones, you know, with the power, and we are empowering ourselves in that relationship.
Yeah, I did a presentation, funnily enough, last week to about 100 support workers, and one of the things I said to them was, "We are your teachers, not the other way around, because we are, and they do need to be trained up." I mean, God, I had one when my kids were really young, and she used to constantly step in and do the disciplining, and I used to have to say to her, "Stop. Not your job. Go out, come back in, do it differently next time." And actually, by the time I left Brisbane, she was, I think, one of the best support workers I've ever had. I did train her up well, I've got to say. I wanted to ask Steve, how do you think the remote visual interpreting services like Be My Eyes and Aira have changed the way that you access support?
To a degree, to some sort of low level stuff, I suppose, for sort of looking for things that I need in the house that I can't find, or reading the Uber Eats or trying to determine what the Uber Eats people have delivered. Yep. Those sort of things, I find Aira and things like that really useful for, we've used it in a few situations, but I've had a group of totally blind people around the table, and we've sort of, sometimes it's trial and error, sometimes, well, it looks yellow, so that's probably going to be the lamb curry or something. So, but I think that...
You've just taken me right back to Saturday night at your house. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that it's completely, it hasn't 100% made it accurate, but yeah, there are times when it's very useful. But in combination with support workers, I think that these things are great. And, once again, this is my view. Some people use them differently. I would never travel through an airport with one, because even though airports are fairly friendly, they don't have a lot of steps in them and things like that, I don't know that I want to rely on one to get me from Terminal A to Terminal D in Los Angeles or somewhere.
Yeah, no, you do have to pick your battles. Dan, you wanted to jump in, but before you do, I'm just going to ask you another question which you can answer at the same time. Do you think that our use of support workers lets mainstream organisations off the hook when it comes to accessibility?
Oh, it's such a challenge, this one, isn't it? Because of course we need to be able to walk into a shop or get on public transport and be recognised as having a disability, and therefore needing some kind of support, whether it be, I don't know, like we take for granted in Melbourne now that trains have announcements about what station there is and all that kind of thing. And if we didn't demand all that accessibility because we always had support workers with us, that would absolutely be letting those organisations off the hook. And I really sometimes struggle with that, but I think at the end of the day, if we come back to those principles about our support workers are helping us participate, and we're not necessarily seeking them to be there to replace what maybe a private company or any mainstream organisation ought to be doing. We still need that empowerment of having full information about what's around us or where we're going. That's the crucial thing. And our support worker might be with us, say, in a shopping centre to assist us in a way, but the mainstream organisations still need to do their job. And I'm confident, you know, that's what organisations like ours, like BCA, does. It advances our rights in all those mainstream accessibility issues, and we need to keep on doing that.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to comment on that?
Yeah, go on.
Yep. Richard? Go.
I'm thinking that the same, it sort of annoys me that organisations are saying now that, you know, people with NDIS programs, it's sort of the first question that gets asked now. You know, what's your plan number? So those without them, I'm not sure whether they are having to pay for services or just not getting the services that they previously got. And, you know, because NDIS is around too, maybe people aren't giving the donations that they once were, or even, you know, someone mentioned when we were having this discussion, that I think it was Lauren, we have a lot of places in Melbourne, organisations, just businesses, won't help you. They sort of saying, well, you have a support worker for this now. We're not obliged to help anymore. So it's not just the charitable organisations, it's also the mainstream ones.
Yeah, it's problematic. Zell, I feel like you want to say something.
Oh, I agree, but you know, I've all my life, not just now, I've intentionally gone on my own to places like banks and everything because then they have to deal with me.
Yes,
you know,
me too.
they've
Me
got
too.
no one else to turn to.
That's so true.
You know,
Yeah.
and sometimes they've just panicked and what do I do? And I'm like, you know, it's okay, just I'll tell you what to do, and I've always been able to get around that way. But there's now an expectation that the NDIS is going to solve every problem around disability. And if you've got a disability, you go to the NDIS, you know. So part of what I do when I'm not working for the NDIS is I have my own business and I do my own disability awareness trainings, and I make sure that I emphasise that the NDIS does not do everything, and you actually have a responsibility to make your organisation inclusive, because there's also a lot of people that don't get the NDIS, and I make that very clear.
That's such a good point.
The other point that I wanted to make is around IRA. Guys, I love IRA. For someone who is spontaneous like me, I can't get a support worker at 3 o'clock in the morning to read my receipts.
That's outrageous.
Exactly right. What is wrong with these support workers? They're so lazy, aren't they?
Why can't I just wake them up, you know? So receipts are great. And has anyone ever tried to read a receipt through AI?
Yeah, I have, and it failed.
A different result with every reading. I found that out very recently.
Yes.
I found that out.
Yeah, there are some things you really need a human for.
Yep.
Absolutely right.
IRA, I've actually got IRA to help me put my training slides together because my friend who normally does it wasn't available, and I was like, what do I do now? So IRA, not everyone is skilled up to do it, but one girl, Sierra's just bloody amazing, knows everything about all the things that I need.
Yeah, some of them are just awesome. Look, I'm in love with IRA as well. Although, as Graham Innes will tell you, that you do have to be very careful where and how you use IRA. You certainly don't want to...
I would be in the bathroom with a mirror in front of them. No one would do that, would they? That's don't be ridiculous.
So anyway, moving on, I think we'll take some questions from the floor. Nothing is sacred within BCA.
While we get microphones, I just want to add to Zell's point about using technology. You know, I think it's helpful to think about support workers are part of that matrix of different supports we might get, including using, you know, Seeing AI or those kind of things, and services like IRA and other navigational aids like Blind Square and that kind of thing. And I think to assist our independence and our participation, we need to part of our job is to learn to use all these things. And also, it's a skill on using a support worker well. And I think we don't actually do enough learning about how we best use and work with support workers. All these things take us a bit of learning and a bit of practice, and it will ultimately help us participate and be seen more in community.
Yeah, it's a very, very important point.
I know we're running out of time, but there is an issue now with the NDIS and the new legislation where they don't want to pay for subscriptions like IRA. And I think we do need to do something about that because...
I agree. I look, even when I was at BCA, I pushed back very hard on them about that, and I don't know if BCA still is, but I hope they are because it's a really important issue for us. I think we have quite a few hands up, so can we go to questions now?
Yes, it's Jane. I have a microphone at the moment. I just wanted to ask about what you feel about the sort of layer of dependence versus independence for this issue in regional areas where, say, maybe support work isn't as available and, say, the cost of transport is higher. What sort of has been your experience in sort of directing this to anyone on the panel who has
I'm going to get Dan to answer this one.
Jane, right across all areas of disability support, in the regional areas, it's become probably one of the most challenging things in what's euphemistically called the thin market problem of, there's only a few support workers, and sometimes support workers will have to travel across regions for hours to get to provide a few hours support for someone. And so I don't know what the answer is. I know that in different areas we've got a lot more promotion happening to get people in this kind of work, but in regional areas I think you're really up against it as far as your choice goes, and you've got to be a lot more organised to book people in ahead of time and all that kind of stuff. I really feel for people outside of the major cities. And let's be clear, in some of the major cities, people are having problems too getting support workers as well. So it's and of course, that's right across the economy. Every single part of the economy is actually having trouble getting workers.
Yeah, that's right.
Marilyn,
Who's next?
Marilyn White, can you hear me?
Hi, Ms.
No, mic's not on. Is it? Okay. Oh, okay. No, it can't be.
Yep. Happy birthday, Ms. Or you getting your microphone? Yep. It's not working.
Hello, is it working?
Yes. Hi, Lynn. Okay. While we're waiting, Lynn has something to say. Can anyone get a microphone to Lynn? Might not be best.
We've got a question here as well.
Talofa, sorry, because I'm here to observe, I might as well take the opportunity. This is Ari from Samoa. First of all, thank you very much, Emma, for allowing me to observe and to be here. I come from the flip side of things where what you all are saying is like a dream to countries like us.
Yes.
And we have a population of 200,000, and I was told that 2% of that population has a disability, and maybe 1% or 0 point something percent of those people who are blind. We don't have such a support system. The main support system is family, and when families get cranky, you get cranky as well, so you're stuck. But my question is, for the sustainability of such schemes like NDIS and other things that you as Australians who are blind have come so far in advocating, what's your strategy to keep opening the ears of government and telling them, well, yes, maybe the NDIS doesn't cover all of that, but please don't get rid of it, but make something better? What's your strategy? Thank you.
Well, I'm sure we've all got answers to that question. It's really good to hear your voice, Ari. Richo, do you want to say?
Yeah, I can start. I was going to say, I've actually travelled to, not Samoa, but I have travelled to Vanuatu. And certainly one of the nights I went to a village ceremony, the village chief who was running the show looked at me, looked at my cane and said, you're the first blind person that's ever been into this village. So I felt it opportune to sort of show him how the cane worked and everything like that, because there's no concept and not much education around this sort of stuff. So, and the same in Fiji, I was asking what happens to the blind populations here, and as you said, family. I think it's about sort of sustainability. I think, it's the rules sort of keep changing about what we can and can't do, and it's difficult to say continue to do that if the landscape keeps changing and it gets confusing. But I think the important message that we need to continue to reiterate is that everyone's different and everyone's needs are different.
Yes.
And so we all have different disabilities. I have a bone condition and an eye condition. Other people I know are deafblind. So, and this also gets to the chase of as individual support workers, we have to be vigilant in continuing to train them in the way that we need them to be to work for us. And I don't mind if they ask the question. Even they'll say, "How do I work with another blind person?" And I just say, "Ask them. They'll tell you."
Yeah, I get that question a lot, funnily enough.
Marilyn White from Melbourne.
Yes. Thank you.
I missed out on being part of NDIS by a couple of months. I was too old.
Yes.
So what happens? Are there any supports that as I get older I could have? I'm now staying in an aged care place, but occasionally I might like to have a drive somewhere, or somewhere. I hear all these people saying, "Oh, my driver took me," and I think, "Oh my gosh," and that never happened to me. I'm just wondering, can anyone answer my questions? Thank you.
Mez, yeah. Thanks, Mez. I still think of you as the leader of the Sopranos at Braille Music Camp, but anyway. And happy birthday. Dan.
I think you're in a bit of a tricky spot. Because, of course, the My Aged Care funding, you either get that My Aged Care support when you're in your home and you have, people can come in and support you. Not too unlike NDIS. There are some differences, of course. And then if you're then going to go into an aged care facility, I don't think you then can have the funding support for someone to come and assist you to take you out, unfortunately. So what a massive anomaly you're stuck with there. Yes. I'm not sure we might need to sort of have further discussions around BCA on how you kind of get that support, because like other people in aged care facilities, you want to be able to leave and participate even though that's where you live. So I think that's a really tough one.
Thank you.
All right. No, you can't. Sorry, Zell. Oh my God, I hate doing that to people. Sorry. Can I just quickly go to Lynn, because Lynn specifically asked me, and then we need to wind up. Sorry.
Mic as well?
Yeah, Lynn needs a mic. Maybe.
Oh.
Yep.
Somebody named.
This fellow has had the mic for a long time. Can he please just ask this question?
No. Lynn?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Emma. I'm glad actually that we just had a bit closer.
That's
Is that
better.
better?
Yeah, hang on.
Okay, I'm exactly the same in that I missed out by a few months on the NDIS, and the only recourse I have is to my aged care. Dan, I'd actually disagree with you about there being not much difference between disability support in the NDIS and my aged care. I've been sitting here listening to what I think is a really interesting discussion about very important concepts, but it's been very NDIS focused. But there are those of us, and I think still many, who don't have this support and for whom only system available to us is almost disability unaware. It's not in any way constructed around the kinds of things you've been talking about. And the concepts of choice, for instance, is almost irrelevant. So I think BCA has actually taken its eyes off that particular ball, and I would really like to see
I would
refocus.
I would agree with that. And sorry, BCA, love you all, but yes, I would agree with that. There was one other person. I'm sorry, Helen, but there was one other person who had the microphone for a long time and was waiting to ask.
It's Alana here. My concern with the new legislation with the NDIS is how they're going to do something called support replacement. So if they don't want to fund, I'm just giving an example, my understanding is if they don't want to fund a piece of assistive technology like a braille device, they might fund a support worker to help somebody read their mail or something. That's my concern for down the track. Just an example, like a really silly example. But
it's a bit of a wait and see.
And I just think...
So look, I'm gonna wind us up, but I just want to say thank you so much to Dan, Zell and Steve for joining me.
Thank you so much,
In 30 seconds.
Those of you who turn 65, you are going to be pushed by the government to leave the blind pension. Do not do that.
No, it's a good point. So thank you, everybody. Really interesting discussion. Really appreciate everybody being so open and frank in your comments. And back to you, Helen.
Thank you. Thank you. Emma. Thank you, Emma, Zell, Steve and Dan. That was a really interesting session and generated lots of discussion. So it's my fault really because I was running behind and therefore that's why we're late for morning tea. Let's go there now. It's being served in the foyer area and we'll be back at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Helen Ferris there emceeing for today at on the final day of our Convention of Blind Citizens Australia, and it's the 50th anniversary of Blind Citizens Australia this weekend, if you haven't caught up with that yet. And we've had new people joining us from time to time, so quite a celebration. I'm Stephen Jolly, with me Lee Kumatat, and Lee, the NDIS is really in the minds of a lot of Australians now, isn't it? People with disability and people who are blind or are vision impaired.
Yes.
And you've had recent experience of it too, without telling us your personal details.
I'll send you my plan later, Stephen. But yeah, I mean, I moved back to Australia not quite 2 years ago, and I obviously kept across what was happening with the NDIA and the NDIS. I recently applied, and I understand that people who have been here and using it, are finding the changes that are coming up, a little unsettling. But having lived in the UK and having lived in the US and being in situations where money was really tight and supports were non-existent, I personally just feel how lucky I am to be back in Australia and to have access to a scheme like this that I really believe is revolutionary. I really genuinely do. So, yeah.
Well, we'll catch up with you later on in the morning. Well, very soon, actually.
Yes, we will be chatting, and we actually have somebody here who is quite involved in the NDIA, a very special guest. Would you like to introduce him, Stephen?
Graham Innes, welcome to the BCA broadcast point here at the convention in Glen, Waverley, Melbourne, Australia.
Thanks, Stephen. It's great to be here.
Well, Graham, you've been attending conventions for a while. What was your first one?
1977.
I was there myself.
Yeah.
In Sydney?
Yes, that's right. That was the first one in Sydney. That's the first one I went to.
Yeah. And you've had quite a career, lots of involvements with the Human Rights Commission for quite some time. Now you are a director of NDIS?
Yes, that's right. And I was really pleased, can I say, to hear Lee's comment just now, because whenever someone complains to me about the NDIS, I say, let's just remember the context, that there are now 700,000 people on the scheme, and before the scheme started, 400,000 of those people had no services at all. So we do need to remember how far we've come, which doesn't mean that I'm saying the scheme's perfect. It's not. But when we are critical of the scheme, we do need to remember the difference that it makes.
Yep. So for what you do these days, technology is really important. Back when you first went to the convention in 1977, one of the major issues for us was access to information. It's still a challenge, but you have electronic access quite a lot these days.
I do. Ron McCallum's book, Born at the Right Time, certainly summed it up, didn't it? Because the technology for us makes a huge difference. I remember in the early conventions, I used to carry with me a mini-pick brailler, which was a small version of the Perkins brailler, and I'd write myself notes and operate that way. But now I've got access to all sorts of material on the internet through the computer in my pocket, and the difference is incredible.
Well, it means, I'm speaking with Graham Innes, AM, by the way, long-time member of BCA. As a matter of fact, we first met when we were foes on the blind cricket field.
Yeah.
Long time ago, back in the 70s. Graham, you do a lot of analysis of news and current affairs with the ABC breakfast television these days.
I do. I used to do the drum until it finished a couple of years ago, but I'm regularly on ABC breakfast television these days, and the segment in which I participate is called the newspaper segment. So I have to read the newspapers of that day, so I have to get up early, usually, depending on what time the segment's on, to skim through the headlines of the newspapers, and I have to choose 3 stories and analyse those stories in about 5 or 6 minutes is probably the length of the segment. So I can only do that because I have an iPhone, and I go through, I choose the stories, I send them to the producers, and they want me to choose a range of stories from different newspapers. I can only use one media source once, so I can't send 3 stories from the ABC. And then I talk with the presenters about those stories, and I just wouldn't be able to do that without technology.
And I suspect, thanks to the COVID lockdown, you do it from home.
Oh, I do it on my iPhone, so it gets a workout that morning. But I just set it up. I've got a cradle or a stand that I put it on, and it transmits to the studio. So yes, I'm broadcasting from my little office in Tweed Heads, which makes the process so much easier because I don't have to do any travel. In fact, usually I've got a nice shirt and sometimes a jumper on the top, and shorts or tracky bottoms on underneath. So that's what you can do on Zoom, can't you?
And are you quite relaxed that you've got the camera focused correctly?
Well, the producers before you go on always check that, in the same way as people do a sound check with you, and if they forget to do it, I always get them to do it. So that's one of the parts of my process. But yeah, it's important to get that right.
So what's taking most of your time these days?
Well, the board of the NDIS, and I'm also a Chancellor of Central Queensland University. So those 2 things mean that I'm working probably about 4 days a week, although last week was a pretty full-on week. I had a few issues to deal with on my board, so I worked pretty hard last week. But my wife has retired now, and she'd like us to do more travel. So there's a bit of a tension there. She would like me to retire, but I'm just enjoying what I'm doing. So I don't want to stop at this point.
So what's your connection with the university?
Well, funnily, Stephen, it came through the drum. So when the University Council were talking with the recruiter, one of them had seen me on the drum and said, we should talk to that guy. He lives close to where we are, and I think he'd be an interesting person as Chancellor, and I was the one who was selected.
Mm. Yeah, you live in northern New South Wales?
Yes, right on the Queensland border. And in fact, if things go well with the real estate agents, we're selling our house in New South Wales and we'll be moving just into Queensland. So only a kilometre or two from where we live, but moving into an apartment rather than a house.
Cyclone Alfred, I think it was?
Yes.
Was that scary?
It was. I've never been through a cyclone before, and it was worrying. It was a funny cyclone because it sat still for long periods of time, I mean days at a time. So its arrival was much anticipated, but we had to wait a while for that to happen. We had floods in Tweed Heads in 2022, and the water came up 3 of our 4 back steps from our backyard to the to the lower backyard, so not back steps of our house, and it wasn't as bad in the cyclone, but we were concerned about flooding. We lost power for 3 days, but we have a battery and solar power, so we went on to low power mode, and we were able to power the fridge and boil the kettle and run the internet. They were the 3 key things as far as I was concerned. But the noise of a cyclone is the scariest part, I think, and it just goes on and on. It's not just a bit of a noise of wind. It's really strong wind, and you hear things rattling and wonder what's tied down and what's flying about, and so it is a bit scary, yeah.
And how long are you experiencing that for?
Well, the weather event went for probably 3 or 4 days, but the cyclone itself was only 12 hours.
Yep. Yes, well, we were thinking of you and lots of other people in that part of Australia at the time.
Yeah.
Lots of troubling weather these days.
And more such weather events with climate change. I mean, there's no question that there's more of that weather occurring than there used to be.
Great to chat, Graham.
Yeah, always good, Stephen. Thanks very much.
Graham Innes AM, long-time member of Blind Citizens Australia, giving us a few minutes this morning. And Lee, it's good to have you back in Australia. Now,
Thank you.
You disappeared.
I did.
What? 17
2008, I can tell
17
you.
years ago.
Yep.
You went to the UK?
I did for 6 months.
For 6 months?
Yes.
And how long did the 6 months last?
Well, in the UK, 11 and a half years. and then I kind of took the long way home, Stephen. I went via America for 3.5 years, lived in San Francisco, and then ended up back on these shores.
So tell us what you were doing in the UK.
So in the UK, I was doing a little bit of this, which I fell into. I went to the UK to study journalism as part of an exchange study program with the University of Technology, Sydney. They had an agreement with the University of Westminster, and it had always been on the top of my bucket list to go to the UK. And I've always wondered why it was that I was such an Anglophile, and I date it back to reading big books in Braille growing up, and they were sent from Great Portland Street, London, from, what was it called then? The National Institute for the Blind over there?
RNIB.
RNIB,
yeah.
That's right. And I always imagined Great Portland Street, this building with big portals and, really grand structures. And I always wanted to visit. So I managed to, but I knew that if I just went without something to do, that it would be too hard. And that's why I decided to do an exchange program. So I studied journalism, and Peter White, who some people may know, is the long-time presenter of the program In Touch, which goes out on BBC Radio 4. So
he's chalked up 50 years, hasn't
he? He has chalked up 50 years, and boy, did he make them celebrate that. I was so proud of him. And he heard that there was this Australian woman knocking around London And he sort of asked somebody who knew me to see whether I would come in and just do an interview on my impressions of London. And I was like, oh, yeah, all right, that sounds fine. I can do that. And did it. And then as I was leaving the studio, I just thought, I really want to do something around the wonderful London Underground. Because, you know, you can turn up there and someone says, do you need any help, madam? And you say, yes, please. You know, I want to go to, I don't know, Shoreditch. And they just basically treat you like a relay baton and make sure that you get from one train to another and to your final destination. And to me, that felt like freedom. And it made the city so accessible. And so they said, oh, okay, well, then you can do that. I didn't know anything when I did that. I didn't know how to edit. I just knew that I could make, you know, I could talk to people and I could, you know, put a microphone up. I had no idea what I was doing. And I made this package, got a lot of help, and then I just started to get more kind of freelance work with them. And that started off with BBC Radio 4. Then I worked for their consumer rights program called You and Yours. And that was amazing. I remember the first piece I did for them was about a new fad, excuse me, around fish pedicures, of all things. So garufa fish in a tank, and you would put your feet in the tank and they would nibble the dead skin off your feet. And that was the first package I ever did for You and Yours. So, you know, I was lucky. I was so lucky. Graham mentioned earlier about, you know, being born the right time. I was in London the right time and just managed to by step, just build this weird career for myself.
And radio has advanced so much that we can actually get some of these programs, Radio 4 programs, anywhere in the world.
Yeah, as long as they don't take it away from us, which they're sort of, you know, doing a little bit by bit at the moment. But absolutely, I mean, there'll always be ways, won't there, that we can get these things. And there's always the World Service as well. I did some work for the World Service, which was a load of fun. I made a few documentaries, radio documentaries. The one that was, I think, the biggest and, for me, the most amazing learning curve was working with blind senior political correspondent in North America now, Gary O'Donoghue, who came to me once and he said, wouldn't it be amazing to figure out why there were so many black, blind blues singers in the South in the 1920s? And I went, yeah, it would. And he said, why don't we make a documentary? So we pitched it to BBC Radio 3 and they paid us to go to America and wander around the South meeting people, and you wouldn't believe it, we actually did find a blind black blues singer in Memphis that we just happened to be walking down Beale Street and walked into a bar and there he was.
Amazing.
It was I promise you, not a setup, absolutely amazing.
We better discuss Gary O'Donoghue a little bit more.
Yeah.
I happen to have the tally on BBC World. Just as it became very clear that Joe Biden had won the election, it was a Saturday night, I think in New York, crowds of people.
That's right.
He was doing the reporting.
Yes.
Fantastic. A person who's blind.
Yep.
Most of the audience wouldn't know
Wouldn't
that.
have a clue.
Yeah.
Would not have a clue. And I remember watching that as well and just thinking that is, you know, I know we're not supposed to use the word inspiring. I'm doing it in air quotes, but it was inspiring. And for me, the thing I think that he will be really remembered for, I mean, he'll be remembered in our community for many things, because even though he has had an amazing career, he still is very connected to the blindness community. And we were chatting actually just last week, and I said I was coming to BCA convention, and he said to me, those things are always so reaffirming. And I thought, yep, you're absolutely right. So, and the thing that he will be, you know, people will know him for was getting that interview when Donald Trump was shot in Pennsylvania, getting the interview with the person who said, we saw the shooter, we watched him climb the roof, we told the Secret Service.
That's right. I happened to hear that one too.
That's right.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was just, an ad hoc grabbing somebody at that rally and just happened to be that person, and it went absolutely global, you know.
And also reporting on what was happening, and weren't they?
That's right. In
crouched
time.
Crouched under
Yes.
a car or
Yes.
something like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's the protocol. You crouch under a car. You go behind a car. They were lying on the ground when they heard those shots. They knew exactly what it was. Unfortunately, potentially not the first time they heard shots, and so that's what they did. And as I'm so excited, really, for him and for what blind people can do. He and his team have been nominated for a News Emmy for that bit of reporting. So
that's an achievement in himself, just to be nominated. Of
absolutely, and that's exactly what Gary says. It's about the nomination.
Yeah.
So I've been very lucky, but I think the other thing that I do want to say is that there were so many other blind people working in that sector when I was living here. It didn't seem possible to me to get into Australian journalism, and of course now we have Naz Campanella, who's doing an amazing job.
With ABC
with
Radio.
the ABC Radio, and TV, National Disability
right.
Correspondent.
Yep, she does do TV stuff as well.
And she's doing amazing. But when I went over there was a blind sports reporter, and all he reports on is football, and he's totally blind and obsessed with football, but he's totally blind. There are blind producers. There's recently been a blind assistant producer on The Archers. I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
So the opportunities that I found over there, with just as we talk about mentoring and seeing people doing the things and going, wow, if they can do it, maybe I can, do it as well.
Thanks, everyone.
That's the thing, that if there's someone else doing it,
that's right.
That's a good example for others.
Yep. And you take them to the pub and you buy them a drink and you say, how do you do it?
It's been lovely chatting with
As
you
a
this
talking
morning.
And to you, Stephen.
Great working with you.
And you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
I've been speaking there with Lee Kumatat, one of the Stream team here at Blind Citizens Australia's 50th anniversary convention. And I think Helen Freris is just about ready to take over.
As a talking clock would say, it's 11:31 a.m. And it wouldn't say you're late, but we are. Let's all join together again in the space. I know we can do this because we've done it before, and we will again. Let's keep going. I know we're having fun with our conversations. We'll continue them again at lunchtime. There's lots of time to talk. Let's come back to the space. Thanks, everyone. Let's get started. This reminds me of a social work placement I once did at a school, which is a bit different to, social work anywhere else, where you have to be a bit more directive. And we used to have to say to the kids, whose turn is it to talk? I think it's my turn now. And it is. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. From morning tea, I hope that everyone has enjoyed their morning tea, feeling a bit refreshed, and had some good conversations. For the Zoom and live streaming and radio, we're going to start in 10 seconds. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us back again at BCA's 50th convention, Sunday morning after morning tea. Welcome back. All right, so speaking of Zoom, if anyone is having some difficulty with the sound levels, the volume on Zoom, I'll move as close to the microphone as I can without destroying it. But if you're having trouble with it, please access BCA's YouTube channel where the sound is much clearer. It's the first link that you come to when you look up BCA on YouTube. But you can also email bca@bca.org.au and you'll be sent the link. So apologies that there are problems.
They can also find the link on Facebook.
And the link is also on Facebook if you have access to that as well. Okay? So if you're having issues with the sound level on Zoom, we're very sorry about that. We're doing our best to fix it. but we can access the YouTube channel. Okay, so we've got lots of conversations happening, and they will continue at lunchtime. Just out of interest, do we have our participants from Fiji still on Zoom? They're probably wondering what's going on, why we're not getting started. Let's make it easy for everyone by getting started with our next sessions. Actually, another reminder too, if anyone would like another coaster, you might have enjoyed receiving the coasters yesterday, the BCA logo and the coaster 50th celebration. Marion Jones has a couple of extras. Apparently you can identify her, or someone who could see can identify her with pink hair. I've been asked to say that, so... I'm currently at table 6. Thanks, Marion. So if you would like another coaster or didn't get one, you're welcome to see Marion. All right, let's go to our next session. And it's a group discussion, and it's called Life Hacks. It's going to be led by Ben Clare. So let's turn our phones off, keep our conversations down so that we can welcome Ben Clare. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Just testing the mics. Everyone can hear me all right? Oh, lovely. All right. All right, everyone. Thank you. Great to be here. We had some great discussions so far. And this time, I'm really relying on all of you. So this is a really big audience participation one. So we need your thinking caps on. I know we had the dinner last night, so maybe this will get the brain cells going. So my name is Ben, and for those of you who have an older program, you're probably thinking, where's Chelsea? You know, this isn't Chelsea. And yeah, I'm here to tell you that I'm not Chelsea. At least the last time I looked, I wasn't Chelsea, and that must have been in a previous life because my eyes haven't worked since I was born. So definitely not Chelsea. My name is Ben, and filling in for the lovely Chelsea today. And if Chelsea, if you are tuning in online, we hope you feel better soon. Hope we do this session justice for you. So this session is about life hacks. You know, so far we've talked a lot about NDIS and using support workers and things, but what are things that make life easier for us? What have we found that works for us? Workarounds, accessibility things. So it could be, you know of a washing machine that does everything you want it to. What brand is it? You know, because we know now obviously the touch screen is becoming so popular. Have you had any fails? Have you purchased or tried to use a product that didn't work? It fell over. You know, you bought it and you were so excited about it and it didn't do anything for you and you had to get sighted assistance to use it. Also, what are some workarounds? What accessibility products or what mainstream products have you used, for example, where they're not accessible but you found some cute little way of getting it to work, like kicking it in the right place? Or when it plays in the key of G, I know to turn the volume down on the meat and the veggies. Okay, so this session is really up to you guys to share with us some of the life hacks around, obviously I mentioned products, but it could be services as well. Even dealing with support workers. I know Emma was saying earlier how she trained up her worker about disciplining children. So, how do you do things like that? How do you not feel intimidated by support workers. I know some people I know feel that they're a bit indebted to support workers, right? Because they're doing something for them. So it's like, thank you so much, you know, I love you, you're great, you've saved my life. But, you know, how do you take back control of something like that? You know, so this is really a great session that's going to be driven by all of you. And also, are you facing accessibility challenges at the moment? Is there something you would like to do or something you'd like to access that you just can't work a way around it and you'd love to do it? I know there's lots of social media groups and that out there that sort of do this. And of course, there's a lot of mainstream ones like Kmart hacks. Has anyone ever seen that? Every time you look on social media, it's someone who's found some cheap way of building a house from Kmart furniture or something like that. You know, they're everywhere. But there's a lot of ones that are applicable too for us, for people who are blind. I know, for example, some years ago there was a huge buzz around air fryers. Remember the air fryer craze? Yeah. I'd never heard of them. I thought, what's an air fryer? This is cool. But what was so cool about this too was not how easy they were to use, but I got from other blind people the brand to get, right? Because a lot of air fryers are not accessible. They have these touch screens and some of them have apps too. You know how you got to download the app and to use certain products, and it's a mess, right? So I was able to find out which one had the dial on it. When you turn it to the right, you can, you know, set it for 10 minutes and so forth. So this is what this session's about, life hacks. How do we make our lives easier through through lived experience, for want of a better way of putting it? So I am literally now going to throw to you, and I thank our roving micers, our volunteer roving micers.
Hello.
Because they hopefully will be a little bit busy this session, going around the room and getting some ideas.
There's plenty of hands already. And
You beauty. Okay, so let's
we've
start.
We've got Erin with the first hack.
Okay, thank you,
Hello,
Erin. Off we
Erin
go.
Goodhart. I've got 2 hacks. They're brilliant. The first is a piece of equipment you can buy from Kmart. It's a hot water dispenser. I think it retails at $79, and I think the brand is Anko, A-N-K-O. It's the Kmart brand, and this is fabulous. It sets different temperatures and different levels. So, and it has a 2 litre, watery holdery type situation. And in the morning, I put my coffee cup underneath. I press the button, and it fills up 250 mils of water at 85 degrees. It's fabulous. It's simple, but jeepers, it's great. I use it every day. And my other life hack is if you have an obliging sightie in your life, I have bells. They're children's bells, like a little handheld bell type thing with a loop on it. And I attach these bells regularly to the back of my husband.
Right. Okay. Yes.
It is brilliant. My guide dog follows these bells, but it is that audible confirmation when we are in the CBD or an airport or a busy shopping centre. And God bless this man. We have been out with 6 blindies, and he is at the front, and we all can hear him. We all know where he is. Honestly, get something audible on your sighties.
OMG, wowee. Oh, Erin, I love it, and I'm assuming your husband loves it too.
Hello. My name is Yvonne Huntley, and these are my life hacks. If I was newly blind or tutoring or mentoring a newly blind person, iPhone and find how to use it. Meta Ray-Ban glasses, have everything connected, Be My Eyes, know how to use it. plus, of course, your little Google Nests in the home. I've got got one in my bedroom, got one in the bathroom, one in the kitchen, etc., etc.
Yep.
I do lots of word puzzles, and I'm continually asking Google to spell a word, etc. Meta Ray-Ban glass. Oh, and also the AI apps, Perplexity, ChatGPT, Gemini are a must for the blind. If you like to learn things, I'm like a sponge. I want to learn everything all the time. So they're my all go-to things. Thank you.
Oh, look, wonderful. And I think what's pleasing too about some of this is that these products are mainstream products, right? So these are things you can get anywhere. And while we love our assistive technology devices and those, they're beautiful, there'll always be a place for them. It is nice that we can use, increasingly, I think, out of the box, stuff that anyone else uses. And I think that that is a lovely breakthrough. We're not there yet, but I think that is nice. And it's lovely to hear that we've got, some nice, integration with regular products there, which is great. Right, anyone else? This is nice.
I
Yes,
believe
please.
I've got the microphone. It's Katie here from Newcastle. Ben, I can't believe I've never met you in Newcastle.
I know, we're like neighbours. I know you've seen your name everywhere and yes.
Yeah.
Newcastle's too big.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've got two things quickly. The first one is not mainstream or cheap, but it is the 6-dot Braille labeler from Spectronics. It is so much better than the old-fashioned Braille Dymo labeler because the Braille actually sticks. So I've done things like my stove, and I've sold my house last year, and I find it quite amusing thinking about what did the new person make of the Braille labels on the stove. And the second thing, back to the mainstream tech, at my new house, I was really struggling to hear when people were near the front door. So I bought the Ring doorbell system and a chime in the kitchen, and now I can detect everything. It's fantastic.
Ah, brilliant. Love it. No, that's great, Katie. I think, and that was when you mentioned just there briefly about selling your house, so that brought up a bit of a hack that I was interested in. My sister, who some of you would know, she's also vision impaired, she bought a house quite recently, and it was quite a job finding a solicitor and that used things like DocuSign and things like that. So one thing is, to share, that's a hack, the names of accessible people, if you know what I mean. People that sort of get it, like you don't have to keep explaining all the time. It's like, oh yeah, we're happy to use DocuSign or Adobe Sign, and they do, lovely explanations of the documents they're sending out. Because as you would know, there's so many things you've got to sign and read through and stuff like that. So that's actually a great life hack too, is to share information around, accessible people and to just get it, and you don't have to, muck around with, trying to explain accessibility, and taking pictures of PDF files and sending them to you is just not nice. Even with OCR, it's a bit of a problem when it's like a 20-page document, isn't it? Beautiful, all right. Anyone else? I love these life hacks.
Good morning. Hello. It's Marion here. And I've had a thought about how in certain situations, whether it's critical situations through to being here at the convention, how we can support sighted people with our adaptive technology.
Yay! Yeah.
So my thought is this, and my question is, how many of you, particularly totally blind technology users, do not have photos of, let's say, your key people in case of emergency contacts, photographs on your thumbnail entry? All right. I actually think that it really is important that you get a photo taken of your next of kin, ICE people on your phone list, and have a photo of them put up on into your phone. Okay. So that if you are in, a dire situation, and you need help, then you can go to a sighted person. You can say, next of kin is ICE. They're listed as ICE Joe Blogs, and Joe's got, his or her picture up there next to the name and phone number. And with regard to this convention, I was just talking to Steve a while ago, Ransley Richardson, and we were just discussing the frustration of finding people in this cacophony that erupts at every break.
Yes.
So I suggested that he take a photo of his wife or have a photo taken of his wife and put her up on the wallpaper on his phone. That way you can show your volunteer the picture of the most important person in your life that you're looking for, and then they know who to look for.
Or we can put bells on them. That's a very interesting. That's a lovely, interesting life hack. I must remember that one. And I think too the iPhone does have a health app too that you can upload next of kin information to. I haven't really used it, but I believe it is quite accessible, and you can add all sorts of information about your health and next of kin and contact details and stuff. Yep. We'll get the mic back to you.
It's coming.
Yep.
Hi everyone, it's Annette here from Dubbo. I have a little hack that is primarily for the dog handlers in the room. Yep. But other people can benefit from it too. About 3 weeks ago, I discovered there's little silicone pouches. I'm forever, cleaning out kibble and crumbs from my pockets, and I'm ashamed to say this, but I have been known to put kibble in my bra because I didn't have any pockets. But I knew I would need some if my dog did something amazing and I had to reward him. So I found these little silicone pouches on Amazon. Please don't go to Temu, they're disgusting. Amazon's disgusting too, but these are on Amazon. They're about 7 centimetres long and about 5 centimetres high. They are a little silicone pouch that is designed for technology cords and AirPods and things like that. So you can just slip these in your pocket or down your bra if you have one, and you can access treats really easily. They hold a decent amount of treats as well. They're not, they're not sticky. They're not plastic bags or anything. I've, tried all the plastic bags, but these are the most amazing little pouches. And you can find them by looking for silicone pouches. You probably search for silicone pouch, AirPods, technology, that sort of thing. And they come in all sorts of different colours, and there's a whole lot of different price ranges, but you just find the one that you want. And if you're a member of the Dog Guide Handlers Australia Facebook group, which you should be, there's a link to them on there. I posted a little while ago on that group, so you'll be able to find the ones I purchased on there. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. That's a great hack. And I've got to say too, and Temu, if you got it on Temu, you might be missing out on those inaccessible coupon packs, but, better to go to Amazon. I think it's a much more accessible app, I find, too, than Temu. I think it's quite a difficult one to get through, the old Temu. Great. All right. Now, I am relying on someone to let me know when we're getting close to time. Because I'm a bit engrossed in this, so I'm not looking at any clocks. But let's keep going, because I think these are great. Is there anyone out there who is actually facing a bit of a challenge at the moment? We're all amongst friends, so I'm sure that we can solve all the problems of the world in this very room. So is there anyone... Yep.
Facing a challenge in that I don't know where I live, but apart from that, but I've got a couple of life hacks that I was going to talk about. It's Graham Innes here.
Yep.
The first one is the low-tech one. Cable ties are a wonderful way of identifying things. I use them on my garbage bin lids, and I attach various numbers of them to various bins, so I know which bin is which, and when I go out to find the bins, I don't get mixed up and take my neighbour's bins by mistake. So that's the low-tech tip. But the high-tech one is a travel agent for people with disabilities. And they're called supported travel experience. they're in Brisbane, they've got a 1300 number. They actually employ people with disabilities. And I rang and said, you know, that I was travelling down here for the convention, and I was planning to bring my guide dog. At that stage, I didn't know how many other guide dogs were coming. So then I didn't bring her. But they said, oh yeah, we know all about that. And it just, I had the sigh of relief when the woman said that to me, and she did a great job, so I'll be using them again. STX.
Wonderful. Yeah, really great hacks. And I think too, it is, you know, as the program introduced this, you know, high tech, low tech, no tech, hacks can be very powerful to steer us through, I think, a world that arguably has not been created for us. A world where people develop technologies, develop things that sometimes we have to do, essential things, where we aren't considered. People with disability are not considered when when things are being developed. You know, even though that often people will say, oh, this is for the comfort of everyone, this is for the ease of everyone, it's meant to make life easier. Sometimes things can make life much more difficult for us. And it can even be on, like, I've seen websites that have even said they're accessible, and they've got the WCAG guidelines and everything. They link to everything. We are compliant. And then you fill out a form and the submit button doesn't do what it's meant to do. Or they forgot to put the audio challenge and the recapture, you know, or it's out of order and it's never been in order. A little bit like when they have disability, you know, accessible toilets and someone's got the key and they can't find where the key is to unlock it, you know. So they're ticking all these boxes, but they're not, you know, it's not actually happening. Yeah. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to say something. My name is Jante. As you know, I come here 7 months now. I had a problem related to mobility to get outside from my home. From Monday to Friday, my husband go to work. I need to stay home. I don't know where to get out. And also, if I want to study, I need to study online. I don't know how to connect with the community. And like, want to get a job. I don't know how to get out to look for a job at a shop or at a factory or somewhere. I want a job because I need money to support myself and my family as well. But it's challenging related to mobility to get out. And I just get search many organizations, and finally I get one staff from Guide Dog, Victoria, to guide me how to go by bus, how to use the vehicle. But it's limited time. I need to book her about 2 or 3 weeks before and get about 1 or 2 hours with her, not so much. That's why when I want to get out to the market, or I not well, I want to go hospital, I need to wait my husband come back from work. So all the time stay home in front of the laptop, search for a job, and don't know how to get out by myself and feel scared without any support. So I want to know any idea or any recommend or support for me to make sure that I have any support and get independent to get out in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we get to Helen, who's next, yes, you bring up very important points there around, I guess, unique challenges that face people who come to this country from overseas, and it's wonderful that you're here. So definitely a big welcome. And it's great that you're at convention as well, because you're linking with people who I think can really help you navigate systems and bureaucracies and things. You know, we've all lived it, and I think we're a really helpful bunch on the whole, which is great. So it's great that you're here, and that you know that I'm sure that you will get a lot out of this moving forward, and help accessing things that you need to be here in Australia with us, and we're so glad you're here. Wonderful, thank you. Now, Helen, you were going to say something?
Yeah, just a quick, it's just another 10 minutes to go for this session, but just a reminder that if you're on Zoom or would like to ask a question, just raise your hand and the Zoom hosts will be able to facilitate your question, and they may also be able to provide the text number for SMS questions. Thanks, Ben.
Yes, please. Thank you for the reminder there, Helen. We would love to hear from some of our online participants. So I'm sure I've got some incredible hacks of their own. And we will do a few more from in the room as well. So plenty of time to think.
Talofa Lava, Ben, our Pacific friend. Just accessibility challenges, we have many, but if any of you have slate and styluses that you don't use or white canes that you don't use anymore, you can get in touch with me and I can take them back with me to the islands, even if there's a braille machine. Because in our country, we need such simple resources that we haven't even got to the stages of braille displays being used. We just need the basics. My life hack, I speak 8 languages, and one of my life hacks is to use computer. So what I do, since our Samoan language and probably only the Maori, the New Zealand indigenous language, is only the one that's already had in the screen reader, but for other Pacific languages, there's no language that exists in the screen reading settings. So what I do is if I want to listen to a long as Samoan language document, I just change it to Spanish, and Samoan language has the same vowels as Spanish, so you just listen. Thank you.
Yes, I actually remember that hack. That's a great one, Ari. Yeah, thank you. I was told that too when I moved to Samoa some years ago. They said, switch your speech synthesizer to Spanish and you're right. Still sounded really weird to me at first, but I was assured it did work. All right, anyone?
Yes, I'm next, and I introduced myself this morning as Chris Stewart from Melbourne. And I want to just mention that Graham Innes is sitting beside me, and I noticed that he introduced himself from being from Melbourne, and in fact he's staying with me, and what I'm a bit worried about is that Graham may be moving in. Now, I've known you for a long time, Graham, but there are some things we don't do. We draw a line, yes. A life hack, I have a little bit of useful vision, largely tunnel vision, and I enjoy travelling overseas a lot. One of the really practical things my wife and I do, now my wife is sighted, I encourage her to wear white coloured tennis shoes, boots, shoes, and as a cane user, I can follow her comfortably through crowds anywhere I go, because I use my limited sight to just focus on her feet and following her. I think she'd refuse to put a bell on herself, but she's happy to find the most accessible path of travel through very complex overseas countries where the footpaths are not always as comfortable as they are in Melbourne.
Oh, that's wonderful, and that's a great use of your limited vision. It's great to utilise it in that way. That's excellent. I'd have to stick to the bells myself. That'd have to be me, but I think that's a great little hack. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Anyone
down
else?
in the Zoom room? We first have one quick comment from Robin McKenzie, who has emailed in saying that having a really loud, unique laugh so that you can be recognised in a crowd. And we do miss having your laugh here, Robin. And then we'll see if we can get rid of that echo and hear from Christina from the Zoom room.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to be there today, but I'm unwell and had other things going on. But yes, this is amazing, and thank you. My hack would be for any hikers out there, walkers, poles are amazing. Like we've done lots of long day hikes and trails, and it's accessible for me and it works really well. So get your poles out if you want to get into that. And also, just to confuse the issue, I'm finding that it's really difficult to navigate because my vision is declining. So people tend to push you into an area. So, oh, we'll just use JAWS, and what about Braille? And you could do this. And I'm like, I don't know anything about JAWS, and I'm not there yet, and that's quite limiting. Rather than focusing on where you're at personally, which I get is really difficult, but yeah, those sort of things. And also, it's nice to hear Katie's voice from Newcastle. I've seen your name and your posts about stuff, and yeah, hello, Katie.
Lovely, and a lovely contribution. Thank you for that. And I know it's quite a personal journey, working out where you're at in the technology needs space and where people often steer you. So I do understand that. I guess an interesting accessibility challenge can be those of us who've flown in from places, how to very politely refuse a wheelchair without offending the people who are giving up their lives to help you. And they tell you how short-staffed they are and how they'll just fit you in before their lunch break or something like that.
Excuse me, Ben, I've got one.
So that's an interesting one that may be an accessibility challenge that we can talk about.
Excuse
Anyone
me, Ben.
else? Yes, we've got
It's Elise Lonsdale. Good morning, everybody. Okay, PDF files, somebody mentioned it before. ChatGPT, and I'm a user of Claude as well, which is another alternative. Yep. As you upload your offending a PDF file, it can be a proper vector one, or it can be even the image that somebody says, oh, it's a PDF, it must be readable. Stick it in ChatGPT or Claude and tell it that you would like to have it come back to you as a Word or Markdown document, and you are good to go. Best PDF reader. The other one that I've got is even better than that. I had somebody send me a photo of a Post-it note with dates on it for my course. Handwritten.
Ah, lovely.
All right, so the last bastion of recognising text, guys, try that. And yes, it worked.
Oh, that's awesome. I think, Elise, we could have a whole session on computer hacks for you. I think we need you to do a whole session on these sorts of hacks, Elise. I think you'd be a treasure trove of information. And while this session's about life hacks, I'm sure there's even a few hackers out there who may be able to share their secrets on how to hack into things. Lovely.
Ben, it's
All right, we're near the end, but please, yes, we'll wrap up with a few more.
Okay, Ben, it's Doug here.
Yep.
Apologies if people are very aware of this, but multi-factor authentication gives me the you-know-whats, but all the site trash always go for the text option. Make sure you know that the phone option is humongously easier, because all you do is you just press hash and it's already done the authentication. It's amazing how many blindies I know who have tried to copy the 6 figures, put them into whatever and authenticate. Just go for the phone option. It's hellishly easier. Now, I've got a wife. Now, she won't put bells on, but my Maltese Shih Tzu does have an AirTag. So if I do lose...
Ah, righty-o.
Now, and all my mates have actually bought AirTags for their car, so if they do lose their car, if someone steals it, they'll be able to track it down themselves. It's not quite the same thing, but I know a lot of us have got it on our luggage, and I've got it on my puppy, so if my puppy does run away, I can get him back, much to his disgust. Thanks, Ben.
What cool life hacks. I got to try that authentication thing. That is cool bananas. I've never heard of that one. That is great. That's going to help a lot of us, I think. All right, have we got time for maybe 1 or 2 more, and then we'll finish up? It's been great, guys.
Testing.
Any more?
Testing. Testing.
Yep.
Hi, Jennifer Parry speaking. A new service which started in the US but is now available in Australia. It is basically an online shopping search engine which can go away and look for a price, and even you can get help to order things or describe items. It's called innosearch.ai, as in INNOSEA rch.ai. It also has a text service and the number for the text version of it where you can send a text to help you find best prices for items. You can get help to order it. You can get help to have them described. Very useful search engine that saves huge amounts of time and has lots of different filters you can use to find what you want. And a phone number as well. So there's phone, text or website option for that service.
Oh, cool. Wow, I'm learning a lot today. That's great. Thanks, Jen. Let's have one more. I think we can stretch it to one and then we'll finish the session.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's Ryan Honshooten here. Instead of using bells on your husbands and wives, everyone's got lots of spare keys hanging around at home. Put the keys onto a keychain and hang it on your belt loop or something like that, and then the keys make a noise which sounds more, I guess, normal than ringing bells. But hey, the bells at Christmas time would be all right. The other one that I do is I do a lot of cooking outside on the Weber. And it's quite common for me on a Sunday to have 2 or 3 Webers all going at once with the coals and smoking a lot of meats and veggies and things like that. Really love it. And part of that is using a lot of thermometers all at once. So there's a couple that you can go, you can get either Inkbird or Weber, and it Bluetooths back to your phone. So I've even used them inside in my oven inside. So you can put the thermometer in the food, it stays in the food constantly. You don't have to open the door and check it and all that sort of stuff. It then Bluetooths back to your phone and you can just check your temperature constantly, monitor it. It works on the Android, so it has to work on Apple, right? So they do cost about $180, but when you've got 4 thermometers going and you can monitor each part of your cooking, it's just fantastic. Really, really good. Makes cooking a breeze. I've never cooked raw chicken.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant. I love it. That is great. Guys, thank you all so much. That was a really enlightening session, and I think we could talk all day about some of these hacks. Lots of social media groups out there that you can connect to on this. And, feel free to keep swapping ideas and that at convention. I think we've been doing it. But, yeah, thank you all. Thanks for listening to me. And thanks for all of your great participation. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ben. It's always a popular session. And thanks so much to everyone who's contributed life hacks. And I'm sure that we can keep sharing them. We should find a way through BCA to just keep sharing life hacks because they're sure to help someone and you never know when you might need that. So thank you again to Ben and everyone else. Okay, we're going to keep moving through. I'm going to hand over now to Katrina Taylor for another NAB and Blab session. So let's go with that. Thanks, Katrina.
Okay, we got the dad. Okay, we have power. Right. I am back with another NAB and Blab session, and just because people didn't turn up to convention doesn't mean I can't get them. My next 2 interviewees are going to be joining us on Zoom. Also, Helen, can I please ask for you at each person to give me a 4-minute time call, please, just so I can wind them up, because we've got 10 minutes all up. Okay, so firstly on the Zoom, hopefully he is there, is Terry Boyle from Queensland, who is,
Hello, everyone.
Oh, Terry, excellent. We have sound. So, okay, so Terry, how long ago did you retire as a social worker?
Oh, that's now, well, it was 2007, so yeah, what's that? 18 years. My goodness. Yep.
18 years ago, my goodness. Okay, so you back in 1975, what were you, had you graduated from your degree then? What were you doing? Tell us.
Yes, I had. I had graduated, and by the way, I mentioned too that my first convention was at Coogee in 1986. There you are. But in 1975, no, I had not heard of the formation of BCA or NFBC as it was then. But yes, I'd managed to get myself a job in the Commonwealth Department of Social Services as a social worker. Prior to that, I'd been 5 years with the Queensland State Health Department working in a psychiatric hospital, but could never advance in that position in the sense that I was always just a temporary employee.
Okay, now, Terry, why wouldn't they give you like a permanent job? You seem like you would have been a fairly reliable and good worker. What was the reasoning for not giving you a permanent job status?
My understanding was that if I was made permanent, I would be eligible to join the superannuation scheme, and I was told that, well, perhaps I might experience difficulties in doing my work and have to be forced into a resignation or retirement. But that never happened in those first 5 years, and over those intervening, I applied a couple of times for other jobs, and eventually got one, as I said, with the appointment on a permanent basis with a federal government department.
Right, excellent. So we're going back to when you were working at the psychiatric hospital. We all know hospitals love paper files, even more so then. How did you get access to the information in patients' files, and also so you could make your patients' notes?
Right. Well, in those days there were no mobile phones or anything else, or dictaphones. I did have a portable typewriter on which I wrote my own reports, but I supplied my own Stainsby Brailler, which I took to work and would make notes based on what the nursing staff would read the clinical files to me. And when I wanted to write a report, well, as I said, I had my own touch typewriter and wrote the report that way.
Okay, and I take it then you would get a staff member to read back what you've written so that you're sure that your notes were accurate?
I can't remember that happening, because I think when you learn to be a typist, you know when you're making a mistake. And of course, in those days, well, there were no computers, so if you were making typos, well, you pulled the papers out and started again.
Okay, so, sorry Terry, we have got a short bit of time left, but so you had 2 small children by this stage? So just
by 1975, yes.
Yeah. So just briefly give us a little bit about what it was like trying to raise 2 small children as a blind dad.
Yeah, well, my wife and I worked things out in terms of what we shared the different activities, and yes, I learned that the uses, and I did contribute an article to Kids Are Fun for Everyone, just talking about those early days of things like changing nappies, which of course we didn't have disposable nappies in those days. It was the old cloth nappies, and you learn to change the baby on the floor rather than risk a child rolling off a change table. So, but yes, you learned how to prepare meals and all those other things, caring for young children.
And I take it your children survived and made it through to adulthood? Unscarred?
They did. Well, hopefully not too scarred, because they've gone on, and so yes, they are. Our children now are in their 50s, and yes, we've got 7 grandchildren, and yes, so we're doing okay there. But back in 1975, we did make our first major trip, and we went to Tasmania and took a 9-month-old in a backpack to carry him around, and had a stroller. So I think of all I look back on it now and wonder, my goodness, what did we have in mind? Trying to, it wasn't an easy way to travel in those days. But anyway, it was an enjoyable trip after all.
Yes, Terry. And I think what you and Rhonda did was you just worked it out. You got on with it. Terry's wife, Rhonda, is fully sighted, but between you just worked out how to do it and did it. But thank you very much for your time, Terry. I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to our next
Yes,
Nabba
thanks,
Blabber.
Katrina, and hello to everyone there. Good. Thank you.
Okay, so the next person I have lined up on Zoom is one of this year's scholarship recipients, Ava BCA. Are you there, Ava?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Technology loves us this afternoon. It's awesome. Okay, so Ava, tell us, what are you doing this year? We know you're a scholarship recipient, but yeah.
Yeah, so I'm in my first year of uni at Monash, studying a double degree of law and arts.
Cool. So tell us, do you have any ideas what you want to do with that? Yeah, that's right. Ask the first year what they want to do with their degrees, because they totally know.
Yeah, obviously it's like really difficult at this stage to know because we've kind of only really gone through criminal law and like foundations of law. So obviously we'll like look at some more different types of law as the years go on. But I'd love to maybe do something like in the sector of like human rights and things like that, especially with my double degree. Like I'm doing history and French as well, so I learn a lot about different cultures and things like that.
Okay, cool. So Ava, in 50 years' time, when BCA is turning 100, and you'll be here, of course, what do you think life will be like for people who are blind or vision impaired then, either in this country or elsewhere? What do you hope for?
Well, I really hope that globally, not just like in Australia, but globally, there's greater legislation protecting people with visual impairments and with blindness. You know, obviously in Australia right now, like we have like the Disability Discrimination Act, but I think there's a lot of progress that needs to happen in a lot of developing nations as well. Because, you know, often having blindness or a visual impairment significantly impacts people's lives economically and socially because there's not enough support for these people to be able to actually pursue careers or the things that they want to do in life because of poor support by the government or by their country just in general.
Okay, yeah. So you're looking particularly, say, maybe in our discussions with developing countries. And yeah, maybe ways to assist so that everyone in the world who's blind or vision impaired can get better access to what they need. So any thoughts about here in Australia, what you think it might be like?
In Australia, I think definitely we're working to be more like inclusive. Like even as the years have gone on, like when I was much younger, a lot of people didn't really understand my like visual impairment. But as I've gotten older, I've found people are more understanding, they're more willing to help. And I think that will continue to progress, especially like within 100 years, I think people will be much more accepting and actually willing to like support people.
Yeah, thank you for that. And also, Ava, I understand that you do have some usable vision, and you told me that sometimes people haven't realised that maybe you've got a vision impairment. So then like, what do you mean you need that in an accessible format?
Yeah, it's kind of weird being in that in between because I guess like at first glance looking at me, you wouldn't think anything. But then I think people started to realize around me when I kind of told my friends like, oh, like I can't actually get my license or anything. And they're like, what? Like, so it's just like little things like that that people don't really realize. Yeah.
Okay, so we heard from Marianne Diamond yesterday, and she was doing second year science at Monash in 1975. So for you getting access to materials at uni, tell us a little bit about how that happens now.
Yeah, so I'd say Monash is pretty accessible. We have like a platform called Moodle. I'm not sure. I don't think that would have been used back then, but basically everything's online there. Um, so like all the lectures are online there. So, and like obviously they have like subtitles and things like that. So everything is basically on the computer. So it's quite easy for me to access, even the exams as well. Like I had my exams last week, and I'm able to have special consideration to like be in a separate room and use like a screen reader, and everything's like enlarged on the laptop. So yeah, it's definitely quite helpful. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So anything else you wanted to, add about what you think might happen in the future, or well, let's face it, universities?
Universities, yeah. While I do think like the Monash is quite an accessible university, I do think there still could be a lot of progress. Because while like in general, like the tutors tend to be great and everything's great online, I think sometimes just like little things are like overlooked just on campus. Like the campus is really, really big, and it's really hard for me to get around sometimes because the signs are really small, and like the Google Maps isn't always the best. So like sometimes I do get lost. So I definitely think there could be improvement with that, hopefully in the future.
Yes, no, good point. Certainly getting around on uni campus. I went to James Cook, and that was very spread out, and there wasn't Google Maps.
Yeah.
But at least generally the footpaths were basically clear unless it rained. But look, Ava, thank you for being able to join us today and for sharing your ideas. And I look forward to seeing you at the 100th anniversary, because I'm coming. I've told everyone yesterday I'll be 104, but I will be here with the green hair and all. So I'll, if I don't see you before, I'll see you then.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Katrina, Terry and Ava. So Katrina, thank you for planning the aged care excursion to the 100th convention. I hope there'll be some younger people there as well. Thank you, that was a great session. So I'm going to now read out, we're going to move to a session now about AI. Since we started that in Life Hacks, we'll continue it on. But I'd like to read out the text number for which people can send messages through with questions for the facilitators. So I'll read it slowly to give time for people to write it down with their device of choice. So the text number to ask questions, 0436 446 780. And you can email BCA at bca.org.au as well. So the last session before lunch is going to be exploring the emergence of artificial intelligence, or AI as it's called. And leading the session is someone, I don't know where someone we've never heard from before, Vaughan Bennison. There are lots of good things we can say about Vaughan, and certainly welcome him as the president of BCA, but also an expert of emerging technology. Thank you, Vaughan and panel.
Are we on? No. Hello. Jonathan, are you on? I'm moving the mics. Hello. How's that working? Thanks. I wouldn't call myself an expert in emerging technology, but what I am is an early adopter and somebody who likes to play with stuff. But we do have some experts joining us, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Mick, have we got you on board? Hello, Mick on Zoom. Are you there?
You can't hear that?
Ah, we can hear you now. Perhaps
Oh,
instead
good.
of using AI, we could use an HF radio or something and see if we can get you. Mick, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us who you are and what you do?
Yeah, my name is Mick Curran. I am an executive director and technical consultant at NV Access. I suppose people probably know that I was co-creator of the NVDA screen reader back in 2006 and still going strong, but these days focusing more just on the consulting side of things, as I'm trying to wing in other people to do the day-to-day organisation stuff, which is going well. But yeah, and over the last few years, been starting to learn a lot about all these new emerging technologies, AI and the like, and how they can not only help us at NV Access and NVDA, but also how they will help blind people in general across the community.
Thanks, Mick. And just to my left is somebody who nobody's ever heard of. Do you want to introduce yourself? Oh, he's to my right.
There we go. I am Jonathan Craig. I now work as Policy and Advocacy Manager for Vision 2020. But as a small child, I had a toy robot called 2XL. I don't know if anyone else has encountered the wonders of 2XL, but it was basically using 4-track tape to imitate a robot that could, it would ask you questions and you could answer, incorrectly or incorrectly with 4 buttons on the front of 2XL, the cute robot, with a very heavy Brooklyn accent. And so that is my expertise in AI. Yes, that's why I'm here.
And that's why we've asked Jonathan to be a part of this session today. AI comes in many forms, as we all know by now, and there was a comment made, which if we have time, I'd like to address in this discussion about yesterday about AI being used in recruitment and what that might mean for disabled people and, of course, in this case, blind and vision-impaired people. But let's firstly talk about the different types of AI. There's AI that we can use on our desktops and our computers. There's AI we can use on virtual assistants and things like that. There's AI that has been designed and, I guess, shunted into use for visual assistance and interpretation and things like that. And there's AI that is really designed around safety and public use. And I'm thinking, when I think of that, AI that might be included, for example, in automobiles or transport vehicles or government systems and things like that. So there's a whole lot of different types of AI, and firstly I'd like to briefly talk about or explore the visual assistants. Jonathan, I'll start with you. Do you use AI for visual interpretation and things like that, and what is your favourite of all of the AI assistants that are available to blind people now?
Here we go. I'm back. I was recently probably the second last person to buy Meta glasses, which I feel like should be giving us some sponsorship for this convention because of the number of them that are here. Meta AI is not my favourite visual interpretation AI. It will get better, but for example, it doesn't. With seeing AI, if you put something in upside down, it will correct it for you. Whereas Meta will say something of like, this isn't in any of the languages that I support, and then it will list them all laboriously. I was once like repeatedly asking Meta to read a document to me, and it got sassy with me. It was like, it's easier to go paperless. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up, Meta. But I mean, they can be incredibly useful, and I think one of the biggest problems is actually that, for example, Meta, I think they had no idea that blind people would be a major user base. And I think they're only just realizing and starting to grapple with the implications of that now, whereas things like Seeing AI, Be My AI, they are trained somewhat better for the specific use case.
Mick, I'm interested to explore with you, what's been your experience using those sorts of virtual assistants and visual interpretation?
Oh, I think we've seen it definitely improve and change over the years. I myself rely on probably, I have a host of different tools, but definitely Seeing AI is one of my biggest ones, especially when I'm just out and about on my phone. But I'm increasingly using ChatGPT more and more as well, though you probably need to work at it a little bit harder, understand more exactly what to ask. But I think it's definitely changed our lives. It's definitely changed my life and made me a lot more independent. But it really, though, is about how you use them. And we need to be very careful not to just assume that these AIs will just do exactly what we think they will, what we expect them to do out of the box. You really need to know how to use the tool, because they really don't have a lot of context around what you're asking. You might just say, read this or whatever, but you might already know you're, I don't know, in a bank or a fire station or something, you know what I mean? And there is things in your head, and so it will make assumptions, you will make assumptions. And so it's really important for you to be able to give the AI as much context as possible so that it can answer you in the best way possible.
Yeah, and to lighten the mood just before lunch, I'd like to take a couple of minutes just to talk about our worst AI fails, because they're always amusing, and some of the stories you hear are quite funny. But let's talk a little bit about AI in terms of its use as we would use it as blind and vision impaired people, but in the same way that everyone else uses it. And I'm thinking about things like ChatGPT and Copilot and things like that we use in the workplace, as well as for for personal use. Jonathan, have you used those, and what have you used them for, and how's it gone?
Yeah, in terms of general use cases, although I think that there was still a visual element to this, I was recently needing to buy a new laptop, and I got ChatGPT to compare and create tables of various elements of a few models that I was considering, not least including the dimensions, because I was obsessed with the idea of fitting it into the laptop bag that I had, which, people have priorities. You can't help them sometimes. And I do think ChatGPT as well got a little bit sassy with me, because it really felt that I was choosing or heading towards the wrong laptop choice. But then it was nice to me when I explained why. So I think it can be quite useful for that, for things like that, for building a data set. But then I also found that it frequently made mistakes, even in that. You had to be very specific with it about the model generation and things like that, or you would talk about laptops from several years earlier, which were very different from the one that I was actually looking for.
And I think that's a really good point, because often we will use these things to get a description of things. And before we go to Mick, I'll just tell you briefly a little story. Most of you will know that I'm a record collector, and I also collect vintage audio equipment. And a little while ago, there was a bulk lot of records that came up on eBay that I thought was very interested in. And I thought, I'll have a look at this. but there was no description as to exactly what they all were. But there were images. So I was able to use Be My AI to scan the images with varying degrees of success, but I was able to get enough information to know exactly what all of the records in the lot were. And I was thinking to myself, even 12 months ago, I would have just had to ignore that lot of records, and it was actually a really good price, and I ended up getting an absolute bargain. So, we often use it to describe things because, as all of you here will know, that when you shop online, if you haven't seen something first physically, you really don't know exactly what you're going to get. Unless you have someone who you trust who can describe it. But AI is starting to increasingly do that, and these are just the normal AIs, not specifically tailored AIs to some extent. Mick, what's been your experience in those areas?
Well, look, accuracy is increasing, but there still can be some very dangerous things that can occur. I think what I'd like to at least quickly mention is just to really make sure that everyone understands that at the end of the day, these are still, even the image description kind of AIs and stuff, these are still what we call large language models, which are simply just programs that auto-complete what is being given to it. As in, you give it half a sentence, it'll complete the sentence based on statistical, likelihood. That is all, and these AIs that we use, at least these days, the LLMs, that is all they are. And, there's no extra logic behind the scenes or anything. They're very, very, very good at it because they've been trained on millions, billions of bits of information, but that is all they are. And so therefore, it is not a 0% chance that they will get it wrong or that they will hallucinate or that you'll just get completely the wrong answer. And so you have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, I think that's the other point I would make to that is that they never argue with you, which I think is a little bit challenging, because if you immediately challenge them on something, they just go, "Oh yeah, you're right, sorry." And one of the things that often happens when we work with a sighted person and they tell us something, and you go, "Oh, but I thought it was such and such." They go, "Well, actually, no, it's not. It really is blue. I'm not lying to you." But the AI doesn't do that. And so, if you think you know something, sometimes you're better off not telling it or not even asking the question.
Yeah.
And when you hear about my most recent AI fail, you'll know exactly what I was talking about. What about using AI in the workplace? So a lot of people are finding that they're receiving emails or they're receiving communications from businesses, or that they work for an organisation that uses AI in terms of customer-facing roles. And some of us, of course, use AI to write letters and write marketing stuff. Jonathan, have you used any AI in terms of your work?
No. I am, a writer by trade, and I enjoy writing. And I think that because AI is predictive text, it always moves you toward the norm. So I find that the writing that AI delivers is very functional, and it can be useful in that way, but it is not original or memorable. And one could argue that in the corporate world, where we're always looping back and moving forward, sometimes you can't tell the difference between humans and robots. Would half of the people writing emails these days actually pass the Turing test? I'm not sure, but I think I am always very insistent on writing all of my own material. And I think that my emails are more remembered as a result, and I think that using predictive text as a writing tool doesn't acknowledge the complexity of that actual real information delivery requires, and changing people's opinions requires. But then, you know, I would say that because I want my career.
Well, we certainly can't argue with that. Mick, have you had any experience in the workplace with the use of AI?
Yeah, I use AI each and every day in the workplace. I use it as a coding assistant. So for you know, where we're doing like complex code changes or trying to prototype new things, more and more we will use AI to generate some of that code. I want to be very clear though that we only ever use code that we fully understand. So yes, it might generate some code for us, but unless we understand every line of that code, it's definitely not going in. And that should be exactly the same as whether I had, you know, a junior developer, a junior programmer or something I've brought on and working with me. That would be exactly the same thing that I would do. They might do some coding, but unless I fully understand it, it's not going in. The second thing, I have from time to time used AI to help me write emails and letters, not so much because I don't do a lot of large correspondence like that, but sometimes for some very, very difficult community conversations. For instance, the NVDA community is a very large, very passionate community, and sometimes there's some very complicated issues that go on that deal with a lot of different threads. And so sometimes might get the AI to do some summaries for me or sort of template out a bit of a response. But again, unless, you know, I still read it from top to bottom, absolutely, change probably 60% of it. But it just gives me a little bit of a scaffold, that little bit of extra confidence, or at least, you know, just at least to get started. So they're really the main ways I would say that I use AI. The one thing I will point out is where I don't use AI at this point in time is for like OCR, optical character recognition, especially around like reading legal documents. And this is an interesting point because obviously the main reason there is because AI can hallucinate, AI can get things wrong. And if I'm a director of a company and if I used AI to read a legal document and gained a misunderstanding from that and then signed it, that's really not a good thing. It's very dangerous and I could be liable and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, though, I think it's a real struggle for me because times are changing in the sense that as AI gets better and better and better, well, is there really a difference to me then going to some random person, you know, in my organization, even if it is a junior or a family member or something, and have them read the legal document to me? They could make mistakes too. You can't rule that out. And so where do we draw that line? Where does AI become smart enough that we will actually accept? You know, it's exactly the same for image descriptions and other things as well. Right now, I'm not happy enough to just take AI at its word, but I'm not ruling out the day where we might, you know, it just has to get to that threshold where we can't tell the difference between a sighted support worker and an AI. But, you know, we're not there yet, but we have to keep asking that question.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think I'm somewhere in the middle. I've only used AI for writing a couple of times, and each time I've actually thrown out what it's done, but it's given me an idea of where to start. So the first time was when I wrote my nomination statement for being the president of BCA. And what I did was I fed it my resume and I fed it a couple of other documents and said, okay, write me a nomination statement. And it did, and it was really bad. It was appalling. And I thought, but what it did do was it focused my mind on, okay, these are some things that I could actually focus on. Yeah, I'd forgotten I'd done that, or yeah, I forgot that was important, or whatever. And so then I sat down and rewrote the statement completely. But one of the issues that I've found, and this is particular possibly to screen reader users, I've been asked to vet a couple of documents, and some of them quite important documents, that have been written with the assistance of AI. And I've looked at them, and I usually proofread things in Braille because I'm a bit of a Nazi like that. And I've found US spelling and things like that. And I think we need to be really careful unless we are deliberately moving towards a US-focused written language situation. And I'm personally not in favour of that. But the point is whether or not you want it to be spelt in, with US spelling and punctuation and things like that, you should be aware of the decision that the AI is making there. So I don't use AI a lot in the workplace, but just a little bit of a fun story. I recently applied for the role of the Tasmania's Disability Commissioner a few months ago. And when I wrote my application, I submitted it, and then I thought, what would it be like if Charles Dickens wrote this application? So I asked it to do 2 different copies of my application written in Charles Dickens, and it was amazing, the result that it came up with. It was, I mean, there's no way in the world you could ever use it, but it certainly gave me 5 minutes worth of a laugh. Jonathan, what do you see as being some of the key aspects of AI that make you excited over the next 5 years or so?
I think that AI is going to become this is the worst it will ever be, and I think it's going to become a lot better. The visual assistant element of it is going to become a lot better. I was mean to the Meta glasses before, and I might be again. Sorry, Mark. When I can have a robot assistant on a video call anytime I want, I think that will be quite incredible. And even as in Australia, you have to constantly ask it, to look and describe. Even with that, there was a period a few weeks ago where I was looking through some of my old DVDs that I'd never seen in ages, and I thought, let's see if I can do this with Meta. And actually, that was one instance where it really worked well, and I got up such a cracking pace, and I thought to myself, I'm actually really nearly as fast as a sighted person would be doing this same task. And I think that's probably the goalpost, actually. How can AI be harnessed to make us as efficient as an equivalent sighted person at doing the same, functional tasks? I think that to me is much more interesting than the kind of gimmickry around creativity and so on and so forth.
Mick, what will be your 0 point? When will you consider that AI is there?
Oh, that's really hard to answer. I mean, I think I'm already doing it. I'm already using it each and every day, but I'm also sort of keeping, I still have to keep my wits about myself. So I have to double check everything. And so I don't know. I mean, this pace, it's so moving so fast. Like it was in November 2022 when we all got access to GPT-3, and that just absolutely blew my mind, everyone's mind, at the amazing things you could already do back then. And now we're 3 years on almost, and it's amazing. There's so many different things and much more powerful things we can do now. I think I totally agree with Jonathan more on the visual assistant thing. I think that's where it's going to be. It's going to be extremely meaningful for blind and vision impaired people. It already is, and it's just going to get better and better. But we just need to make sure, though, that we are in control. I think there's 2 things. One, that we have the skills to actually use it. Like I always sort of imagine the idea of the blind child going out there and the O&M instructor teaching them to use some AI visual assistant, and then it's not working the next day, and what do? Or it tells them something incorrect and they didn't learn how to ask the AI to clarify or to double check. And so there's that thing. But then there's also the making sure that we can still make sure that AI is doing what we need as blind people. And we are a very tiny subset. So I get that we can't expect this, but we just need to keep on top of it, because AI is being eaten right and left by the sighted community for all their workplace tasks and all this real cool stuff. But a lot of it actually is sort of rather scary to us, or doesn't apply to us, because it's so amazing how these companies these days, and I probably hear a bit more than some people just in the circles that I'm in the amount of AI being used internally in the big big tech organizations to do their project, to read their documents, to summarize. They give all their, they give access to all their, Google Drive and all that, and just go, here, cool, write my project for me. I would never imagine doing that, but these people are actually doing this stuff. And that is really scary. And so on one hand, they can do it because they have a bit of a fallback. Like, okay, if it doesn't work out, they'll walk sheepishly to their boss, say sorry, and then go do it manually. We don't necessarily have that choice, right? We can't go back because we're actually using that as our lifeline.
Yes.
So we have very different requirements.
Yes. I think that's a good point. My question, though, Mick, to you would be, would we ever, do you think, get to a point where I could say to ChatGPT, write me an NVDA add-on to do such and such that gets me out of a hole for the immediate time? Is that close?
Interestingly, we were doing that in November 2022, as I mentioned, with GPT-3. That was one of the first things that I asked, and Jamie, who worked on NVDA with me, also asked, and we were absolutely blown away that it could write a sort of a basic NVDA add-on even back then. It got a bit confused. It added some JAWS scripts in there and some fun like that, which didn't make any sense. But it was on the way. And nowadays, yeah, you absolutely could. I mean, but like anything, any AI, there's still going to be mistakes. So maybe for a small task, yeah, and if it works, it works. But it depends on what the risk is. Like if it's only for you, say, collating your DVD collection or something like that, cool. If it goes wrong, well, there's not too many ramifications, and most likely it worked and everything's all good. But if you are writing an NVDA add-on or something that's going to be put out there for the public or used in a corporate or something, you'll want to think very carefully about that.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I've used AI a few times to do minutes of meetings, and I really find that it struggles AI struggles with preparing minutes. Have either of you done that?
Yeah.
Seems like there's a few people in the room.
Yeah.
There's people who say that it can be done. I just find that it misses out on so much contextual information about what people are actually talking about, that it's almost, it seems like it's quicker, but then you're having to read through the whole thing. I think that it can be good for creating, a set of actions, for example, and, having it built into Teams can help you to, essentially it can automatically do meeting invites for you based on, a conversation that you had in a Teams meeting. That's sort of simple enough for it to do. It might get better at understanding things, understanding contexts. At the moment, I find that it doesn't really do it for me.
We've got just a couple of minutes and I can hear some stomachs rumbling, so I'd really like to finish on time. But let's talk about our biggest AI fails. Mick, have you got a nice big AI fail you can tell us about?
Oh, look, there's the one I've mentioned before. People have possibly heard it, but taking a photo of my kitchen table, my kitchen, and I had a kid, one of my children sitting there at the table. It was just us at home, nothing else, no one else. And it described, and the reason I took the picture was merely just for fun to see what it would do. But so it explained the table well, explained the kid well, explained exactly what was on the table, the breakfast cereal, all this kind of stuff. Explained that it was a nice sunny day outside. It was very nice about it. And then it said, and there's a car parked just outside the window. Okay, there is never a car parked outside my kitchen window. And I was home by myself with this kid, and I'm like, this doesn't sound right. And so I then asked the AI again. I said, well, tell me more about this parked car. And then it said, oh, no, you're right. Actually, no, sorry, there's no parked car. Don't worry about it.
And that's kind of what I was referring to about when you query it, suddenly it realises that it's given you incorrect information. Yes. I had one just before we go to Jonathan. In fact, I nearly got stuck with no clothes for this weekend because I had a suitcase which was brand new and I haven't yet found a way to mark up the combination lock, and the combination lock got shifted and I couldn't unlock my suitcase. So I thought, that's okay, I've got a number of different AI assistants and I've got a session coming up on Sunday, we can talk about this. All of the AI assistants stated very clearly the lock is set to 000. When I queried it, it actually did argue with me for the first time ever. It said, no, it's definitely set to 000. I got my youngest daughter on the phone and it was set to 475.
Yeah.
Jonathan, surely you've got a nice, amusing one for us.
Yes, and I guess that's just a great example of when to know what the right tool is for a situation. Sometimes it's a robot, sometimes it's your child. But two little ones, both wonderful examples from my meta glasses. I asked it to describe my support worker's car, and it said that it had recently been in an accident.
It said what?
Badly damaged. It was actually just dirty. He washed his car after that.
I bet he did.
Yeah. But also it lied about almost the entire restaurant menu, and I really wanted those lamb cutlets so badly. And they were just so confused, the people, because I kept saying things that did not exist. So you just know that you could end up in very awkward situations. Yes. So yeah, if you really want some food, just check. It's really available before you try.
Just don't ask for lamb cutlets.
Yeah.
Jonathan, Craig and Mick Curran, thanks very much for joining us on this session. And I'll hand you back to Helen.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Vaughan, Mick, Jonathan. That was a really, really interesting session. Lots to think about. And thank you for reminding us of food. And I'm here to tell you, if you want some food, you don't need an AI agent or whatever to tell you, because I'm going to tell you that the lunch boxes are going to be out in the foyer. We're going to break for lunch until about 2 p.m. And there are going to be lunch boxes. You can eat at the table, you can come back in here, you can go outside, you can go in the lobby. If you have a dietary or allergy requirement, don't trust AI with your lunchbox. Keep your lanyard on so that a volunteer will identify who you are and give you the right box. And volunteers are always able to assist you with things that you need, and the bathrooms are in the usual place. Just something to think about when we come back from lunch. Some of the, just an idea, if any of the users of guide dogs want to get together for a photograph, just so that the guide dogs feel that they're part of things as well, maybe we can speak to Deb about arranging that. We'll see how we go. Maybe after lunch we can discuss that further. Thanks everyone, and we'll be back at 2.
And we're back at the broadcast point here. And a very warm welcome to anyone who's joined us recently at the Blind Citizens Australia 50th Anniversary Convention, and we're at lunchtime on the final day. I'm Stephen Jolly, and with me, Paul Price. Paul, broadcast good afternoon. We've been talking earlier.
Thank you, Stephen. Good afternoon.
Good to see you behind the mic. You've been behind the panel for lots of the time. Tell us what that's involved.
What that involves is keeping levels as steady as we can with the different microphones that are being used in the room, and playing things at the appropriate time, breaking out of sessions, breaking into sessions, and just presenting the best possible stream that we can present for those of you who are not here with us today.
You hail from Brisbane.
Yes.
And tell us about what you've done, what you do up in Brisbane. You've had a lot of experience in this area, haven't you?
I certainly have. I'm an audio engineer 2 days a week, or 1 or 2 days a week, depending on the week, for Reading Radio in Brisbane, which used to be 4RPH. We've changed our branding to Reading Radio. I've been in the community radio sector since 1999, done every job that I can do at the radio station, including station manager, board directors, announcer, on air, production, everything.
And that's very typical community radio, isn't it?
It certainly is. There's not enough bodies to go around and not enough money to go around.
Yeah. And what do you think about the place of the radio reading services these days? There was a strong need for them 40 years ago when they started because we had no other way of getting access to newspapers and things. It's changed a bit, but there's still a need for people to be able to just turn to the radio?
I believe there is, because not only you're getting information read to you, but it's a voice. It's a person that's in your living room, or a person who is in your living room. You can't get that. I mean, the AI voices are getting closer, but they're not there yet. So it's a case of these people come into the living room. Generally, most of our listeners are elderly or have some sort of print disability.
So they don't want to be proactive about the technology to seek the stuff out, do they?
Some of them don't, no. And others, it's just the company.
Yeah, yeah.
And having that voice when you've got nobody else that's visiting or whatever.
Very true. Well, good to chat, and we might catch up again later this afternoon.
Thank you.
You're going to be around making sure stuff goes to air okay?
I will be here all day monitoring the stream to make sure that we give you the best possible quality that we can.
You had a lot of ups and downs to deal
Yes.
with, but it's great that we've been able to use the technology this way. Now, what we're going to do over the next little while is bring you the real core of last night's event, apart from all the food, etc., and can't help you with that if you're listening because we finished it all last night. It was very tasty. But the formal part of the evening involved a number of presentations. Firstly, we did have a message from the Governor-General of Australia, Sam Mostyn. We then had a presentation of the award, the Aspirations Award from the Women's Branch of Blind Citizens Australia. There were 2 certificates of appreciation presented for long-term service, and then the David Blythe Award, which has been it's been in operation now for about 35 years, a long time, and a number of people have won that over the years, people whose names are well known. And there was another name added to that list last night, so we're going to hear from that person. So that's coming up now over the next 50 minutes. MCing for the evening were 2 members of Blind Citizens Australia, Dr. Katie Butler and also Dan Stubbs. And they took us through the evening very nicely. Let's cross now to Katie to start the proceeding for us.
Please take your seats and get ready to hear about some wonderful achievements. To kick off the formal part of our celebration tonight, I would like to introduce the Governor-General, Sam Mostyn, who will be presenting a message to us via a video recording.
Hello everyone. I'm speaking to you today from Government House in Canberra on the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and I pay my respects to their elders, past and present. Now, I'm so sorry that I can't be with you in Melbourne for your convention as you celebrate 50 years of Blind Citizens Australia. Yours is a truly remarkable organisation. Over those 50 years, you have built on the strength, commitment, tenacity and passion of your members, who now number in the thousands. Motivated by a desire to empower Australians who are blind or vision impaired to lead full and active lives and to make meaningful contributions to our communities, BCA addresses systemic barriers and promotes the full and equal participation in society of people who are blind or vision impaired. You represent the wide spectrum of interests and needs for blind and vision impaired Australians. And you engage with your community so that every member of all ages, backgrounds and walk of life is part of the conversation. This breadth of BCA's positions on issues from accessibility at the ballot box to safety around electric vehicles, from the provision of healthcare to equity in education, represents the reality of the lives of your members and is informed by a determination to support blind and vision-impaired Australians to advocate for their needs in every part of their life. What stands out to me is your insistence on self-organisation and self-determination, your commitment to a governance and operational model where those with a lived experience lead BCA. That's the greatest strength and a model that others must follow. Because you work not only in practical care, but in advocacy for disability rights, and in making sure that blind and vision-impaired people are included and listened to everywhere, informed, importantly, by those who know what that means. I know that you've put together a significant and important program for the next 2 days, and I'm sure the opportunities to talk, to listen and collaborate, which have always been at the centre of how you operate, will give shape to the many ideas and initiatives for the future. As your Governor-General, I've undertaken to put unstinting focus on the values of care, kindness and respect at the centre of all that I do, and to amplify the stories of people and communities who are working with purpose to embed those values in the way they encounter each other and the world around them. BCA has devoted 5 decades of care, kindness and respect to representing, supporting and including blind and vision-impaired Australians. It's an achievement to celebrate and essential to preserve long into the future, and I know you'll do that. Thank you for all that you do, and very best wishes for the success of your conference over the coming days. I really look forward to hearing what comes of it and to meeting some of you very soon.
Okay. Thank you, Governor San. We're now in the part of the evening where we have some really important formalities, as Katie just said. We're about to celebrate some pretty impressive people. And I'm really pleased to welcome our first award presenter. The first award is the Aspirations Award, presented by President of the National Women's Branch, Katrina Taylor. And I'm hoping that Katrina is somewhere nearby and at a microphone. If she's not, Katrina, could you come up to the front to grab a microphone? Please welcome Katrina Taylor, President of the National Women's Branch.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan, for that welcome. And it's quite a treat to be able to present this in person. The last time I presented the Aspirations Award was 2 years ago, and that was at a BCA Connect event online. What you all couldn't see, that I was busy pacing my land room trying to remember my speech and not get it wrong. Now you can see, well, you're not going to see me pace because I'm holding onto the lectern so it doesn't run off, and neither do I. Right. Tonight's Aspirations Award is given by the Women's Branch to a member who has made a significant contribution to the lives of blind and vision-impaired women within Australia. It's named after our inaugural president, the late Diana Braun. So tonight I am going to announce the winner, who was nominated by Fiona Woods and Lee Kumatat, 2 of our New South Wales members. And then I will go through why this woman was nominated and explain the award that I've created. So everybody, please put your hands together for the 2025 Aspirations Award winner, Geordie Howe. Okay. Okay, I can tell by that response that nobody's heard of Geordie. Oh, the long walk. Oh, the long walk. But it's not the walk of shame. Who said that? It's the walk of fame. Walk of fame. Walk of fame, my darling. Hello. Hello. Okay, so Geordie. Yep, you can blame Fiona and Lee for this. But as many people may be aware, Geordie is a professional musician, singer, music teacher, Braille teacher, and probably other things I have not recalled. And Geordie has been committed to Braille and its use, and demonstrates the need for Braille as not just as literary form, not just as a way that blind people read books or know what on earth is going on in the world or be able to, cast their ballot, but it's about empowerment. It's a way that blind people can interact with the world, engage with it, gain knowledge, learn, communicate, and interact with their local community and contribute to that. And Geordie's done that through many ways, through teaching music and Braille to both adults and children. She has also taught me grade 2 Braille, which I'm not very good at. That's not Geordie's fault, that's actually on me. But yes, and also performed at a range of events, including, I believe it was the WBU in 2020? Oh, not 2000, I don't know. In 2000, a long time ago. Now, also, this event has come full circle. As I recall, in 2007, listening to a recording of Geordie presenting the Aspirations Award to Joan Heckman. Yes. And I'd only met Geordie that year, and I'm like, oh, Geordie, I know who that is. And so, as president of the current women's branch, it's exciting to present Geordie's award to her. Now, I will provide some description because the award is actually tactile, which I have created myself, and hopefully all the bits have stuck on. Although I did have an issue with the Braille because I was working with stick-on rhinestones and I had to work in reverse to allow for the spacing. Got the E, the I right, got to the D, and then what did I create? An O. And now normally with print, you would need the liquid paper. With Braille, I just went, oh, hang on, no disaster. Just stick a .2 in. Ta-da! It's an R. I was so relieved I didn't have to pull it off the certificate. So on the bottom right-hand side, I have created a miniature piano keyboard. And floating up from that are the minimum notes, which are actually little silver love hearts. Hopefully they're all still attached. And over to the right, above my name, Geordie, I've written Geordie in tactile rhinestone Braille, and it's put onto a... Right, so I'm holding this up for everybody to see. Can everyone see? Good. Good. And I've also backed it onto a canvas which is painted yellow. And on the back, Helen Freres had very kindly done the Braille. So depending on your mood, you can have the colourful tactile side or flip it up the other way for the Braille, which I've probably just flipped it upside down because I wasn't paying attention because it's in portrait. But I would love to present this to you, Geordie, and also a big shout out to Garth and Ella who are watching on the Zoom at home. So, Geordie, it is my pleasure to present to you, President to former President, your Aspirations Award. All right. Thank you.
Goodness. There's the mic. Thank you, Katrina. Am I in the right place?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. All good. Gosh, I'm really humbled to be here to receive the Aspirations Award. It just seems like yesterday that I remember presenting it to, yes, Joan Heckman, but also to Christine Simpson, who's also in this room. Yeah. I remember first being involved with BCA, it was Marianne Diamond, another wonderful woman who has been a leader, who, when I sang and was involved at the WBU General Assembly and also the International Women's Forum, and that changed my life. And I think the one thing I learnt from those experiences was, when Marianne said to me, was to surround yourself with strong, wise people. And I've tried to do that. I've learnt so much from Marianne and from Lee and Fiona and other people that have been involved in the National Women's Branch when I was involved as president. And it's, really humbling to receive this beautiful award. I'm looking forward to maybe placing it on my baby grand piano. I think that'll be a nice place for it to sit. So I'm really humbled. I love and trust in the work of BCA and of the Women's Branch. I think being involved in something like that really taught me certainly how to be on a committee and the different personalities and how to work with people and find consensus and find a common way of moving forward. So thank you so much, Katrina, and to the Women's Branch and Lee and Fiona for this nomination. I'm very humbled and honoured to receive it.
Stephen Jolly here for Blind Citizens Australia at the 50th anniversary celebration convention of BCA taking place here in Glen, Waverley, Melbourne, Australia. It's lunchtime on the final day, so we're taking the opportunity to bring you proceedings from the celebration dinner last night, held here at the Novotel Hotel in Glen, Waverley. MCs are BCA members Dr. Kate Butler and Dan Stubbs. Back to Kate.
Okay, how wonderful. Thank you so much. We're now going to move on to the BCA Certificates of Appreciation. And these awards recognise significant and awesome contributions to BCA. And I'm going to hand over to our current BCA President, Vaughan Bennison, to present the Certificates of Appreciation.
Thanks, everyone. And before I start with the Certificates of Appreciation, I just want to say what an amazing opportunity it was to see Geordie get the Aspirations Award. I've known Geordie for almost 40 years. It makes me feel very old. But the other thing I would like to... where are these microphones? Let's have a look. Oh, way over there. Oh, I see. Let's... there we go. There we go. That's better. Now, there should be another one here. Right. How's that?
Perfect.
Thanks. I'd also like us to give a big shout out to the Women's Branch and particularly their work on behalf of blind and vision impaired women over the last 30 odd years. So would you all please give a hand to the Women's Branch? Now let me make sure I've got the right one. I have. Unfortunately, neither of the recipients of our Certificates of Appreciation is available or able to be here tonight. But we have recorded acceptance speeches and comments from both of them, so they'll be played after I read the information about their nomination. Our first recipient lives in North Queensland. She's been heavily involved with the National Women's Branch and hosts Word Wednesdays and other workshops focusing on the topics of relevance to vision-impaired women. She's a strong advocate on issues faced by vision-impaired women. She proactively engages in welcoming new members to the Women's Branch. She demonstrates empathy for newly migrated women and ensures they feel welcome by listening to their concerns and stories. She's been a long-standing member of BCA and expresses herself assertively. And having spoken with her a couple of times in the last couple of weeks, I can definitely agree with that. One of her more notable contributions was to assist a blind woman who sought her help and advice in getting supports at home through NDIS and other schemes. She's an excellent communicator and knows exactly what she wants and how to live independently as a woman with vision loss. This special person is committed to connecting the new members of BCA individually to make them feel welcome. This is consistent with BCA's mission to connect and empower its members. She provides suggestions on tips for day-to-day lives of vision-impaired women, which makes them feel empowered, informed, and independent. The recipient of our first Certificate of Appreciation today is Cherie Fulford. And Katrina, I understand that you're going to accept this award on Cherie's behalf, but before you do, I shall read the citation. It says, Blind Citizens Australia 50th Anniversary. Certificate of Appreciation presented to Cherie Fulford in recognition of dedicated service to the BCA Women's Branch, supporting and advancing the purpose of BCA through workshops on important topics of relevance to women that are blind or vision impaired, and ongoing proactive engagement, welcoming and inclusion of new women's branch members. Katrina, where are you? I hand this to you, and we will now hear from Cherie Fulford.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to BCA for 50 years. It is a great achievement, and every person that has been involved should be very proud. It is with great pleasure, much blushing and shyness, that I accept this Certificate of Appreciation. I was first introduced to BCA in the 1990s by Pat Stillman, and the two of us started a support group in Bundaberg, which is still going today. Years later, I moved to Cairns and started a support group here, and that is also still going today. I have always been interested in people, and during my work history in the vision-impaired space and as a frontline person, it was very easy for me to lead by example, offer peer support, and lend an ear. I've only been involved in BCA in the last 4 years as a committee member on Women's Branch. An initiative of mine has been to contact new members of Women's Branch a month after the welcome letter has gone out. And I have found that this has been very well received and very much needed. Many people don't really know which way to turn, which organisations are available, what aids are available. And so once again, I have been able to lead by example, offer peer support and a lending ear. And I hope to continue doing this for years to come. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Cherie. And many of you may not realise that Cherie mentioned Pat Stillman. Some of you who were here in 2017 when we had our dinner in this very hotel might recall that she was awarded a Certificate of Appreciation on that very same dinner back in 2017. So there you go, there's a connection. Our second Certificate of Appreciation, unfortunately, once again, the recipient is unable to be here. I'm not even sure I really need to read much about this person. I think all I need to say is that he served on the board from 2009 to 2024. I think that really says it all. Does anyone care to have a guess? I think I heard, yeah. But I will read this anyway, and I have paraphrased from the nomination a little bit. He served on the board from 2009 to 2024, holding many positions, including Vice President, Chair of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, Co-Chair of the 2025 Convention Celebrations Committee, and Branch Liaison Coordinator. In the latter role, he quickly and successfully identified the unique strengths of each branch and mentored leaders to develop their talents and explore local solutions. He was a founder and president of the Newcastle Hunter branch, remaining active in lobbying for accessible infrastructure and for disability representation in local government. This recipient has organised and hosted many branch social events and takes a personal interest in branch members, including those who are isolated, particularly during the COVID pandemic and its aftermath. His belief in the strength and potential of grassroots advocacy has led him to hold positions on the New South Wales State Coordinating Committee and the New South Wales ACT State Division Committee. He always forms genuine connections with BCA members and is known as a strong voice for their perspectives and interests, especially of those from rural and remote backgrounds. He always speaks as one of us and is honest and frank about his successes and struggles in a way that invites others to share their own. And I'm sure we've all experienced that. A proud Aboriginal man, our recipient was among the first to urge BCA to show respect for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander custodians by acknowledging country at events and in email signatures, marking significant days and commencing a reconciliation action plan. He strove to give voice to BCA's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander members and to increase their numbers by facilitating forums and yarning circles which they could share, where they could share their experiences. He provides moving acknowledgements of country at most of BCA's recent significant events and has encouraged staff and volunteers to also do so using their own words. Finally, he has volunteered with Vision Australia over many decades and in many ways, demonstrating that people who are blind or vision impaired can make valuable contributions to the organisations which exist to meet our needs. His professional roles with TAFE New South Wales have seen him teaching accessible technology to and mentoring students who are blind or vision impaired. He has participated in many TAFE and other external committees, but his strongest commitment has been to supporting and advancing the purpose of Blind Citizens Australia. Stephen's many years of dedication and passion have made a significant contribution towards BCA, developing into the thriving, welcoming and inclusive organisation it is today. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our second Certificate of Appreciation for our 50th anniversary convention is Stephen Belbin. And in a moment, we'll hear from Stephen, but I do want to say a personal congratulations to Stephen. He is one of the most humble individuals I have ever met. And he is so proud of this, as you will hear in his comments, he's so proud of the certificate. But he's just such a humble man and such a nice person to know. So congratulations, Stephen. And also just to let you know, for those of you in the room that, for those of you on Zoom, that a large number of us stood up in the room to acknowledge and congratulate you, Stephen. So.
Thanks very much, and good evening, everyone. Sorry I couldn't make it in person due to illness, but hey, I'm there in spirit. I'd like to take this opportunity to show my appreciation and to say thank you to all the people that have been involved in, putting this recommendation for this certificate of appreciation forward. It means a lot to me. It's about recognition by your peers of what you've contributed. BCA for me has been pretty well my life for many, many years. And whilst I don't completely live and breathe it, I certainly wake up in the morning thinking about something to do with BCA and go to sleep the same way. So it's very important to me. And I've had the opportunities through many leaders within BCA, and especially in the last few years, to be able to not just build my advocacy skills, but improve on them and take some of those skills forward and work with some of the younger people that I work with who are blind or vision impaired, and indeed some of the branch members that I work with, and share that advocacy and skills, and assist them with some of their challenges they may have as well along the way. One of the things I wanted to mention just quickly too is one of the things that has been a bit of a goal of mine, and certainly a goal that is ongoing, and certainly many of those goalposts that have been reached by BCA, is the recognition and I guess the belonging both ways, BCA to connect and with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community, and the same back from the Aboriginal community. And that's been achieved over many years, through things like acknowledgement of country at all meetings, especially at special occasions, recognition in email lists on our website, and just the way that we do things within BCA. It's part of our fabric now that we recognise the importance of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and likewise. And as I said, it's about belonging and inclusion. I think we do a great job, and that's, for me, that's one of the big goals. So thank you for the opportunity. Thanks for the recognition, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I hope you all have a great time. Thank you.
Thanks, Vaughan, and thanks, Stephen. Really awe-inspiring. I'm so pleased to be around this organisation at these sort of times. It really does show what amazing people we get to work with and build this organisation with.
Stephen Jolly here for Blind Citizens Australia at the 50th anniversary convention of BCA, taking place here in Glen, Waverley, Melbourne, Australia. It's lunchtime on the final day, so we're taking the opportunity to bring you proceedings from last night's celebration dinner. MCs for the occasion are BCA members Dr. Katie Butler and Dan Stubbs. Back to Dan.
Friends, every second year, BCA presents the David Blythe Award. It's, as you know, after today, I'm sure you all know, named after BCA's founding president, David Blythe AO. It recognises those who've made a significant contribution to the lives of blind and vision impaired people, and made not just a contribution, but a significant contribution. I'd like to just acknowledge the previous awardees of the David Blythe Award, some of whom are in the room tonight and some of whom are no longer with us. Ben Clare.
Claire Telephus.
Martin Stewart.
Professor Ron McCallum.
John Shute.
Marianne Diamond.
Patricia Stillman.
Barry Chapman.
Professor Laurie McCready.
Ivan Malloy.
Bill Jolly.
Neville Kerr.
Michael Simpson.
Cheryl Gratian.
June Ashmore.
Graham Innes.
Joan Letterman.
Oh. Joan.
No. Walter Bowmore. Oh, I got that wrong, sorry. Another guy you might have heard of, Stephen Jolly.
Mercy Dickinson.
Mercy Dickinson. Hugh Jeffrey. Barbara Sattler. Raymond Hanna. Ronald Burnett. No, that's all of them. Sorry about that. And so it's my great pleasure now to hand over to our president, Vaughan Bennison, who's going to tell us all about the winner of the 2025 David Blythe Award. And I'll ask David to make his way up too, who's going to present that award. Over to you, Vaughan.
Yeah, so thank you, Dan, and we will ask, we've decided that on this 50th anniversary convention that we would invite David Blythe to present the award that bears his name. And David, thanks very much for agreeing to do it. I will tell you that the award recipient is in the room today, and you'll be hearing from him shortly. What can I say about this person? I can tell you that he has worked for organisations as diverse as AGFA Film, and he also worked in the transit lounge of the Monash Medical Centre. I'm hearing a bit of chatter. Does someone know who it is? Well, I'm not going to ask you yet because I'm going to keep reading. He's held 4 significant long-term voluntary leadership roles benefiting blind and low vision people. The first one from 1975 to 2000, he was a co-founder and council member for 10 years at least, and was one of the people, or the person really, who provided the audio services, including archival of BCA conventions through to about 1990. A driving force in the Oakley Regional Branch and the Computer Users Special Interest Branch. In the early 1970s to around the 1990s, he was a committee member and active leader with the Blind Workers Union of Victoria, BWUV. A co-founder in 1975 and a regular presenter of the RPH movement in Victoria. And in fact, he told me last week that when I was talking to him that he presented on Tuesday nights and Neville Kerr presented on Wednesday nights on 3RPH. From 1975 to 1998, he was a member of the board of directors of the Villa Maria Society for the Blind, which is now known as the Villa Maria Catholic Homes, including serving for a few years actively involved in supporting in the Society's pastoral care outreach team. Our recipient deserves grateful recognition as a critically important figure in the formation of Blind Citizens Australia in 1975. He was active in a number of organisations and he was a conciliatory team player by nature. He was a delegate from the BWUV to the AFBC. This enabled him to share and promote the fledgling NFBCA, the promises that the fledgling NFBCA held, and to relay the reservations of established organisations that naturally felt somewhat threatened. And I'm sure that many of us can attest to those issues. As a committed member of the BCA leadership, he was always very respectful of the cultures and roles of other organisations. He was an active member of BCA, helping with fundraising, branches, and audio communications. He provided his own PA and recording equipment for BCA conventions and meetings in a time when the equipment was much more expensive and much bulkier than it is today, including carrying much of it on train trips between Melbourne and Sydney. His love of audio communications helped him to combine his talents to support both BCA and the RPH movement. For several years, he recorded and produced A Blind Affair, the weekly special interest magazine program on 3ZZ. And Stephen mentioned that this morning. And in fact, in speaking with Stephen recently, he informed me that that program first went to air 50 years ago last month. So that's an outstanding contribution. Several years later, he and Neville Kerr designed and built the studio in a house in Paran, which was made available for the early broadcasts of the newly licensed 3RPH radio station, now of course known as Vision Australia Radio, and of course the RPH movement is nationwide. Our winner embraced the digital transition, being an early adopter of computers and teaching himself to program. He wrote his own program to make the ambulance scheduling process accessible for him when he was working at the Monash Medical Centre, and developed other software to manage his extensive audio library of music and old radio programs. Perhaps I could get a copy of that. He was a prime mover in 1988 in the formation and then the leadership of BCA's Computer Users Branch, helping to introduce many blind people to the wonders and utility of computer technology. He's a quiet achiever. He was a conscientious, loyal and hard-working committee member who was meticulous and highly reliable in carrying out his projects and work, and was highly regarded by his peers and other people for his mentoring and teaching of younger people and people who followed in his footsteps. He's always been willing to share information openly and to look positively on people from all walks of life. He emphasises the type of person that empowers others in the blind community and therefore brings BCA's mission and purpose closer to reality. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 2025 David Blythe Award is John Machin. Now, David, where are you?
Right here.
Do you want to present this first or let John speak first? Sorry?
I'll speak if you don't mind.
Oh, you want to speak as well? Yeah, all right. David would like to say a few words before we read the citation and hear from John. Just to your right.
Thank you. Good evening, all. It's a bit difficult not to be emotional when you read a record such as John has and know that all of it is so true. Those of us who have lived with him through this period know that he's been one of those people in the background when the firebrands like Bill Jolly and myself and a few others were going off the tracks. John was the type of guy that kept us back there and just steady things down a bit. never over-emotional, very considerate and very loyal. But you mentioned something today, or you forgot to mention something today, is that when he worked at Monash University, he made one of the greatest decisions he ever made in his life, when he met and married Poe. Up till then, John was the Lone Ranger. He was a single man who did all his hard work just working for other people. I'm proud to say that John Mason is a friend of mine, and I'm proud to think that he's got a title now that carries my name. And I'd like to now diverse first and also recognise Martin Stewart as two of the most famous people, I believe, that take my name. Thank you.
So, David, there's the award.
Thank you. Yeah.
And while David presents the award to John, I shall briefly read the citation. It says, Blind Citizens Australia, 50th Anniversary David Blythe Award 2025. Presented to John Machin in recognition of his outstanding service in enhancing and promoting the cause of the blind and vision impaired community through long-standing voluntary leadership roles, fundraising and pastoral care outreach, radio and audio communication services, and mentoring and training that has introduced many people who are blind or vision impaired to the utility of computer technology. John, I wonder if you would come and say a few words.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. You can hear me all right? Yep. Oh, good. I'm sorry, I'm not probably facing a lot of people. I'm sitting here in my wheelchair, and that's just the way it's facing. Anyway, firstly, I would like to say thank you to President Vaughan, to David Blythe, who is our President Emeritus, and I'd like to thank you all for this very special award, which I received proudly. Thank you very, very much for it. I will treasure that one. Yeah, very nice. Thank you. Good on you. Now, David told us quite a bit about me and also in the citation. Thank you very much for those who nominated me and chose me for this award this year. That's very nice. A couple of little things I just would point out. When we were building the studios for 3RPH, we had help from Neville Kerr, who did the carpentering, and he was assisted by Robin Stevens, or Robin Bowsey, who was at the time helping him and helping with the design and the work. There were other people I wanted to mention in particular. Now it's gone out of my mind. I should say that David referred to the Monash University. There's a little error there, David. I know you meant well, but it was the Monash Medical Centre, which is a little bit different. But still, that is true what he said. I was working at the Monash Medical Centre. I was the patient transport officer and booking patients in and out of the hospital who needed ambulance or Red Cross transport. So I did that for 14 years. And I had a lot of help along the way. At first, it wasn't so bad, but as the numbers crept up year by year, it became difficult to handle. So I got to learn the computer, and I was helped very much by that, by Stephen Jolly, who's here tonight. Stephen taught me to use basic computer programming. Thank you, Stephen. Good. And also at the hospital, I had assistance from volunteers. Hospitals have volunteers, you know. They do a lot of wonderful work. And I booked volunteers every day In fact, I had 10 volunteers.
Quieten down, please.
In fact, I had 10 volunteers per week, doing half a day each. And that went on for over 10 years. And I would say that one remarkable thing was there was a lady there who was a volunteer for the whole 10 years. And there was another outstanding lady who you probably know is Poe. Poe, thank you very much. She's become my full-time volunteer. Well, good evening, everybody, and enjoy yourself. Thanks, David.
Thank you, everybody, and congratulations to all our amazing award winners. It's so fantastic to hear about all of those amazing contributions that have contributed to all of our lives throughout history.
Hello. Hello, Vaughan. I'm here now.
Hello, Steve.
Hello,
and,
Vaughan.
thanks for being with us through this lunch hour. We're starting again very shortly with the, session 10, I think, Steve, isn't it?
Session 10, it is indeed, Vaughan. And the session is all about the work that BCA has done in the last 50 years. Now, of course, things were different for blind and vision impaired people in 1975, but thanks to the organisation's work campaigns throughout the last 50 years, things have changed. There are maybe not the same challenges we had in 1975, but some different ones. The session's called Where Are We Now and How Far Have We Come? It's chaired by Fiona Woods, and joining Fiona is Helen, who is our MC for the day and Vice President of Blind Citizens Australia, and Lee Kummertat, whose voice you may have remembered from this morning in this room. So that's what's coming up between now or when we resume from the main floor and 2:50. And then we'll have another Nab and Blab with Katrina Taylor. And then at 3 p.m. to 3:30 will be afternoon tea. We'll be having some interviews then, and I'll be joined by Stephen Jolly back in the booth. And then we're looking at a hypothetical situation from 4 o'clock when we resume. This situation, we're looking at a situation in which we'll transport ourselves to a BCA board meeting in 2050, dealing with some of the pending challenges and testing the ability of the organisation.
I can tell you, Steve, I won't be a part of that board meeting.
No.
But it's interesting to me, Steve, that today in particular we have a lot of our streaming people featured. You were in the first session this morning talking about support workers and how they lead to independence or otherwise. We've got Jonathan and I who were involved in the AI session. And then we've got Lee who is doing the upcoming session. I think Stephen's involved in something this afternoon.
Stephen is involved in, yes, I'm just trying to look where his details are.
Yeah.
But this particular session will be led by Graham, Dr. Graham Innes, of course, and we'll be talking with such illustrious people as, well, apart from Dr. Graham Innes, the speakers will be Dan Stubbs. We'll also talk to Jonathan Craig. We'll talk to Emma Bennison and Francois Jacobs, as well as Shalar Daniels-Mays. So it doesn't look like Stephen is involved in any of the sessions on the table, on the floor this afternoon. However, things could change, as we found out this morning. We were meant to have Lauren Henley in my session, and that she got substituted for Zell Ishtel. So that things do change without notice sometimes, and we can't really do much about that. But
no, absolutely,
it's an interesting. We've had some interesting discussions. I think the NDIS one was kind of interesting, but as one of the people, as Lynn Davis pointed out, a lot of people don't have NDIS, don't have access to it, don't have that opportunity. And so there's a lot of work to do.
Welcome back, everyone.
Oh, here we go. We're coming back onto the floor. by the
Yes,
sound of it.
Helen's wishing us all back.
Yes.
Let's all regather after lunch. It's nice to have everyone back in the room. Let's go forth into the afternoon. Welcome back. Thanks, everyone. Let's get started. Thanks for the conversations that have been had at lunchtime. I hope they'll continue again in the afternoon during the tea break. Now we're going to come together again. Thanks, everyone. Let's go. All right, we're going to make a start. It's 2 o'clock. Let's keep going. Okay, let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. As the talking clock would say, it's 2 p.m. And that means we're going to start again for the afternoon session of BCA's 50th convention. Welcome back to everyone in the room. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for coming back so quickly. Thank you to the Zoom hosts for bringing everyone, having material to keep everyone engaged during the lunch break. And now we're going to come back to you as well. Thank you to the people on Zoom who are still with us and people who are streaming via the YouTube channel. And 10 seconds just for the streaming. We'll start in 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. No, we'll start now. Thank you. So welcome back to the afternoon session of BCA's 50th convention. We have a number of sessions this afternoon, and let's keep going with those sessions. Just a reminder that if we keep down or actually stop background conversations that are going on, it makes it much easier for everyone to hear, including the people who are with us on Zoom and who are streaming. So let's all support each other by listening to the speakers who are presenting today. So the session that we're going to have now is Where Are We Now and How Far Have We Come? And it's being led by Fiona Woods. Fiona Woods was President of Blind Citizens Australia between 2021 and 2024. Was also a previous President of the Women's Branch and has held a number of other roles with BCA. So please join me in welcoming Fiona.
It's really very exciting. I'm really excited in particular to have so many first-time attendees because that's been one of my dreams as a president, to get new people involved. And one day I came to my first convention and I turned out to be president. And so one of you here will be, some of you hopefully will be on the board and one of you will be president, maybe many of you. So I'm really happy to know that that will continue and that there'll be other people to do those roles over the next 25, 50 years. But today we're here to talk about where are we now and how far have we come. And I just want to think that in 1975, literally, these were pretty hard questions to answer. So yesterday we heard a lot about the first meetings of BCA, and I want you to imagine going to those meetings, because I started learning O&M around the time in 1975. I was a child, so I didn't come to the meetings. But getting to the meetings, especially the interstate ones, wouldn't have been very easy, because mostly when you got to the station, you didn't have a taxi voucher or certainly anyone to drive you, so you had to go on public transport. When you got to the station, you probably had to ask someone, excuse me, is this the train to Paran? And if you were lucky, they answered you. And there was no help buttons, there was no tactile tiles on the edge of the platform for sure. If you were travelling on a train, you pretty much had to have memorised all the stations. So as you went along, you had to count them off. Oh, was that Kooyong? Oh no, maybe it was Hayington. But there were clues. You could feel the clunks as you went over the tram tracks, or you could listen to the echoes of the tunnels and go, oh yes, that must be this sub-one. And sometimes the vehicle would lurch to the left or lurch to the right, and you'd be going, oh my God, the tram just turned onto the wrong road, where the hell am I? So it was pretty unwise to fall asleep on your journey. And in particular, not to get distracted by all the people who wanted to pray for you, or the ones who wanted to ask you why you didn't have a dog, or why your family let you out on your own.
I still get that one. Those people are still there.
Yeah, they're still there. They're still on the train. They haven't found out. And it was really important when you were getting off that you checked with your cane, because none of the doors actually automatically locked. So you might have stopped at your station, but you might also be at an unscheduled stop in between stations. And you might be getting off at the station but on the wrong side of the train. So you really wanted to check with your cane. And if you were getting off at the wrong place, it was your fault. You should have paid more attention. It certainly wasn't the fault of the system. I will say that then, as now, there were people who were kind around to help. And in those days, it wasn't actually considered weird to talk to people. So I made a lot of friends on my regular train journeys, maybe not when I was 10. Things have changed a lot, and travel has become a lot more accessible and better infrastructure, but perhaps not always as consistently as we would like. I note that there's never any announcements as you go through the city loop. Anyway, but today we can think about where we are now and how far we've come in a broader sense. So, as you'll have gleaned from my opening monologue, this is not really so much a presentation as a chat show, and so I'd like to introduce my special guests today. Like me, they're both long-standing members of BCA, but mainly in this century. So, next to me on the left, I have someone who you've all heard a lot from today, Helen Freres, who is, of course, our Vice President. And I would just get her to tell you a couple of sentences about herself.
Yes, I did join BCA just as the century was turning. So, very happy to be on BCA's board, but also at the moment I work for a cross-disability women's organisation. We do a lot of systemic advocacy around issues that are important to women.
Thanks, Helen. And on my right, I have Lee Kumatat.
Hi, everybody. My name's Lee Kumatat. I joined BCA in 1997 after pitching up at the Adelaide Convention to exhibit technology and thinking, this is really cool. All these people are really fun, and I think I really want to be part of this. I'm someone who's totally blind, have been from early childhood. I use a guide dog, and this is my first convention in 20 years exactly. My last one was in 2005 because I decided to leave these shores and go overseas in 2008 for 6 months and came back 2 years ago.
Okay, so as you can see, we have a bit of experience here, but we can always learn. So when I first joined BCA, the big talk was the Disability Discrimination Act. It was the great hope, and lots of BCA efforts were around educating members about their rights and supporting people to make complaints. And I think we were all really excited to get in there and make complaints. So Helen, can you tell us a bit about the DDA and what you think it's meant to the work of BCA and blind people in general?
Okay, thanks, Fiona. And I'm conscious that you're the lawyer in the room, so I won't talk about the legislation as such. But I can recall there was great excitement about a Disability Discrimination Act that was just for us, people with disabilities, and that hadn't been the case before. There'd been sort of other anti-discrimination acts, It was also around the time of native title, so there was sort of an optimism that conditions in Australia were recognising people, different groups of people who'd been overlooked maybe previously. So when the Act first came into being, BCA got quite involved in providing information to people about the Act in publications. We employed a lawyer, Aileen McFadden, people who know her, to offer advice, and she was able to conduct complaints and take people through the system under the Act. But we found, BCA I think found over time, that most success in pursuing cases of denial of goods and services, that happened, and that continues to happen. There have been some really courageous people who've used the DDA around access to goods and service, whether that be online shopping through grocery providers, access to financial products. So it continues to be a useful piece of legislation. Olympic tickets, that's a pretty well-known one. Over time, optimism, I guess, diminished around individual cases, but we can thank BCA's staff, branch presidents and branch members for really getting involved in the DDA standards process, which is, and BCA was contributed, I think, quite a lot to the development of those standards under the Act in areas like transport, education, employment, access to premises, and they're all things that we use as blind people every day. And it is a really useful thing to be able to do. The most recent guidelines around access to digital goods and services, there were the perspectives of blind and low vision people in that as well. So that has been a tool of ongoing advocacy. It doesn't always work. It's a long-standing process of developing and then reviewing the standards, but it's really important that legislation's there.
Yeah, and it has really underlaid a lot of our work, hasn't it? Like things like accessible banking. We're able to rely on it as a leverage to a lot of the advocacy that we do.
Yeah, and I think people are excited about talking ATMs. Not so excited about touchpad ATMs, of course, but there certainly have been a lot of things we've developed as a result of that. So, Lee, you were saying your early work was in Braille before you joined BCA, but then it was in technology.
Yep.
So there's been some really big developments, and some of them are really obvious, and we use them every day. But maybe you can tell us some of the highlights of BCA's involvement in those technologies and changes.
Yeah, for sure. So I was smiling when Helen kept mentioning the talking clock. And, it just made me think about my talking calculator when I was at school in primary school and how you could make it swear. I'm not sure that's where Fiona thought this should go, but it was a lot of fun doing that. How do you do that? I'll tell you later. So, as we've talked about a lot through this convention, blind people have had to be early adopters of much technology and really take things and make them practical for themselves to use. And when we were setting up this panel, I was thinking about the Unified English Braille Code and how Australia was really at the forefront of that. There was a lot of opposition to a code of Braille that everybody could read who could read English internationally without there being differences in whether we used a capital letter sign. The Brits were not happy about that one when we decided that we ought to. The Americans, they had a particular thing where they didn't want to use a contraction across syllables. And I remember being a blind child, sort of growing up reading books brailled in America, books brailled in the UK, in using really old code, and then the Australian Braille code. And my Braille was like a mishmash. of all of those three. And so when it became clear that Australia was going to really take the lead with the Australian Braille Authority, and there were lots of BCA members involved in that, it was controversial. There were arguments. It was political. And so Australia has really been at the forefront of some of those big changes because, you know, it is being widely used now. And people said it will never catch on. We know what happens when people say it'll never catch on. So, you know, I'm really proud about that, that particular thing. And then when you think about, we've talked about some of the technology. I remember when I was at university and I was a spoilt brat at school. I was spoon-fed everything. I got all my Braille. I had 3 different teachers brailing my stuff for me by hand when you think about those times. And when I went to university and I had not learned to advocate for myself, and they walked me up to this, Sydney University, and they walked me up to this gigantic machine called a Kurzweil, right? Everyone's going, oh my gosh. And they proudly said to me, this machine costs us $100,000 and it's you know, taking up almost an entire desk, and it's going to take you 5 minutes to scan a page. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't know how to do these things. So, you know, but when you think about how that was the forefront of what we've got now, where we can take a picture and have a menu read out to us, as Jonathan was talking about earlier today. So I think some of those things, and the other thing that I want to talk about is, again, back to Braille, but some of the things around, you know, I remember the first portable Braille note taker. Is it the Braille light? Somebody who remembers this stuff better than me will know this, right?
Eureka, maybe?
Eureka? Did they have a Braille display?
No, no, they had something.
But they had the best voice, right? Braille and Speak. Yep. They were so good, you could throw them on the ground and they never broke. And then, so the Braille Light 18 was like a game changer for those of us who who love to read Braille. And, you know, when you think about the inventor of those things, Doug Blasey, at the time, who really got that this was possible. And when we talk about where we've been and how far have we come, the one thing I would say that the cost of those things, while they are getting better, is still astronomical. And so when I think about technology fails, I do have another one for you, if I can say 2. Can I say 2, please, Madam Chair?
You can have as many technology fails as you like.
Thank you. Is the price of Braille technology needs to come down. It needs to come down, and it needs to be able to produce quality product for not what we're paying for it. So Fiona's question, I've rather stepped on it, sorry, Madam Chair, is...
Hey, I'm the show host, not the...
Oh, sorry, show host, sorry, I apologise.
No rules.
And I'd love to hear other people's technology fails, but the technology fail was, and I worked for the company, was Jot-a-Dot. Does anybody remember the Jot-a-Dot? I'm sorry, did I sell it to you? So, you know, and again, that is exactly the point. You know, it was an attempt to make something that was pocket-sized so that we, as blind people and Braille readers, had a pen and paper that we could have with us, essentially, and we still haven't got that. So, you know, sometimes technology is wonderful and sometimes it's overlooked because we've got AI and we've got phones and who needs these things. But as somebody who loves to write with a pen and paper, I would still love one. Anyway.
I think that BCA's role in some of these things is very much, there was always conventional workshops on the latest
Peer
technology.
Support too.
Yep.
You know, really setting it up so that, You know, okay, there's this wonderful piece of technology, but you know, you knew who you could ring, who you could talk to. There was a group, you'd go to your branch meetings and you could discuss technology, you know. It's like everyone else talking about their cars. You know, are you Ford or are you Holden? You know, are you Jaws or your Windows? Are you human beware? Sorry, humanware or... That's an old technology joke.
Like her on this panel.
I know. Or are you HIMS, you know? And that's always going to be the case because we need this stuff. We need these tools to be able to access information. I'm going to stop before I offend anybody else.
All right. And I will just say that from the peer support point of view, there were always people who knew the technologies. There were people who still are. There'll be people who tell you how to use the rotor on the phone. People who'll say, just today someone, you know, Doug said, I'll press this thing for the validation code. Like there's always someone who can give you a new tip. And but there's also someone to reassure you, because I remember there's the two levels. I was always a pocket frame user, so I know Robert Altamore was also a pocket frame user, Joan Letterman. There were people
so
who say,
jealous.
yep, it's
I
a great
always wanted
thing.
to learn how to do that.
But then I also remember a convention where Michael Simpson was discussing whether or not he should update his phone, and he said to everyone, should I bother getting, you know, the new phone so I can have the talking software? And everyone just saying, yes, Michael, do it. And I remember going home thinking, oh, well, maybe I should think about getting a talking phone. So I think
do you have one, Fiona?
I could not live without one. Now, Helen, yesterday we heard a lot about access to communication and information and how it's always been a big priority for BCA. How we receive information and communication and communicate our needs has changed a lot in the 50 years. But BCA has been really proactive and driven innovation in a lot of these areas. So you want to talk about some of the things that BCA has done to get us information in the broader community?
Sure. And information in the broadest sense too. We've listened to, you know, members have been at the forefront of suggesting, you know, why don't we have this? And you might remember Cash Test. Maybe you still have one in your wallet,
yes.
like I do.
Samantha's still got about 3 million in the office.
Yes, if you need one. Just ask Sam and Deb and others. I'll happily send them to you. But it really came out of some advocacy around access to information, i.e. what, you know, currency you have. And there was some R&D work developed. I think John Simpson was involved and some other people involved. And basically a very portable and easily accessible device was produced that made it almost seamless before talking apps became part of everyone's toolbox, so that you could quickly and easily identify your currency, an Australian currency at that. Other things, accessible voting. It's accessing information but also contributing as citizens and how we take part in places. It's pretty big development. We're almost there in terms of a vote that's independent. We had at one stage automatic telephone voting, I believe, iVote in New South Wales. If you're in New South Wales, you might know more. Clearly, I'm not. But that got taken away. There are always concerns raised about it's not secure and the cyber criminals are going to get in and into our votes. But we've had various technological solutions. I remember in Victoria there are a few trial systems in different locations using screen reader type applications and keypads. We've now got federal elections with human-assisted voting via phone, and you know there's a few issues there about independence. But yeah, it's an ongoing issue of how can we access information so that we can vote and exercise our rights and know which candidates we're voting for, what they stand for, but also how do we cast our vote so that we actually can take part and feel confident in what we're doing. I don't know, ATMs is another one. It happened in the 90s, driven by advocacy from BCA, Vision Australia. There were partnerships involved. They're almost, I mean, we're sort of moving away from cash, but you know, before we were actually using cash, talking ATMs were really empowering for us.
And I guess the other big one that we've all worked so hard on, that there's been such a big campaign about, is audio description.
Yes. That's right. Yeah, audio description. BCA started some research in Australia because there were systems going around in the US and the UK a little bit. It started off as a kind of a voluntary thing with the RPH network. BCA was able to take it on and systematise the knowledge that we had around it, the Australian experience, and really lobby for things to change with various government departments, broadcasters, entertainment providers. So now we've almost got to the stage where you can, if you want to, access exclusively audio-described content, because there's iView, there's streaming services, there's audio description in cinemas. We're still not quite there with other free-to-air channels. There's work to be done, but we've really pushed that in Australia.
Yeah, it's a big difference from when that Jaws did come out, and I had no... People were talking about the underwater scene with Valerie Taylor, and I thought, what the hell? I don't know anything about the underwater scene. Really, if you went to the movies with your friends, they told you some things. No, there's a shark. Anyway, and I guess finally, we're still being tested on that accessibility to information in the broader sense. We've had that very much brought home to us when we all had to test ourselves for COVID.
And guess what? Guess which group was forgotten in terms of how we administer the tests ourselves. It's not really easy to do without sighted assistance.
May I jump in there and say that all of those things are true. I feel like I'm the bad cop in this kind of chat show. But when COVID hit,
Russell Hellcroft, that's you.
Thanks. I was in the US during COVID, and yes, as we all know, testing was really difficult, but there was an accessible test eventually distributed in the US, that was free to visually impaired people. You could get 6 tests, and they connected to your phone via Bluetooth, and there was an app, and you had to do all of the sticking the thing up your nose and putting the thing in the vial, but it was connected via Bluetooth, and you could wait and you could read your own test result. And I was living on my own at the time, and that was a huge comfort to me because I didn't want to have to ask somebody. I was finding that trying to get video feeds on FaceTime, you don't want to say to someone, can you tell me if it's positive or not, Mum? Mum would worry. So I found that incredibly enabling, and I was surprised that it didn't make it out to Australia as something that was really necessary at the time. The other thing that I kind of would love to see some more work on is the issues around access to health information in this country. One of them, and okay, we've got apps that might be able to help us with that now, but I don't have any children, but I actually did a piece for radio years ago about why we didn't have an accessible digital pregnancy test when there was the means and the technology to do it. It could have just been an audio signal. There could have been some way of building it in with a tiny chip, and we actually managed to get scientists and engineers to say this would not cost very much. And so, yes, we've got things. Yes, we do. And that's great, and we can point our phone and do all those things. But I still think that for those people who don't have access to that technology, where we could be looking at mass producing something that was accessible to everybody and that people could afford without a phone, would just be amazing. So that's my 2 cents worth then.
I think of those things every time, the kids have a toy that can say Happy Easter, and I think, why can't it say something useful?
Yeah.
Now, Lee, you have referred to living in other countries, and we're very proud of BCA and the role we've played in the world, particularly, the World Blind Union. One member explained BCA as individual membership as of right, and then so we have individual action through individuals. And Robert Altamore talked to me about Di Palmer, who actually said, look, I really need to use, this is in the 90s, there was 2 asthma inhalers at the time, and she couldn't tell the difference, so she said she needed a V on her Ventolin, and so she took that up with the Canberra branch, and that's the demonstration of individual action leading to collective action, and then the national body took that up, and we did actually get the V on the Ventolin, and if you still buy, I think, Ventolin, and not the off-brand one, I think it still does. And obviously time's moved on, but that's an example of how one person can bring about a change. So I guess we see BCA as individuals, collective, working together. But Lee, you've lived in 2 other countries with different systems, and how would you say BCA compares with, we have a very different organisation to other countries.
Yes, that's right. I lived in the UK for nearly 12 years, and I lived in the United States for 3.5. What I would say is that I think BCA is a beacon, really, because it is effective but not political. And I think that really speaks to the organisation and its longevity. So in the UK, yes, it's so interesting to me because in the UK there have been advances that haven't made it yet to Australia, and then there are things that take ages to get to the UK, and I can't work out why, what the common thread is there. So, for example, you talk about talking ATMs. Americans did it first, Australia wasn't far behind, and the UK took forever. And we don't really understand why that is. However, the UK did audio description really well as soon as digital really came out. And that is the other challenge for Australian adoption of audio description is we now want live audio description, right? You all want your AFL coming out to you, audio described on your TV. I mean, you want to go to the games too, but, wouldn't that be amazing? And so those are some of the things. But anyway, sorry, I digress. It's much more charity-led in the UK. So there is a lot more charity-based national. We are the spokespeople for blind people. We are a charity. We have access to government and we will make changes. And I'm not saying that the changes that they are making aren't led by the members of those charities or the clients of those charities, but it's not consumer-led in the same way that it is here or that it has been in the US. I think also there is a consumer organisation in the UK called the National Federation of Blind Citizens. Sound familiar? And it's small and very resource poor. And it will take on almost single issues and do its best, but it's not consumer-led. And what I don't quite understand is why there isn't that activism in the blindness sector when there was a lot of activism in the cross-disability sector to get what they did with their Disability Discrimination Act in 1995. It was direct action by cross-disability groups. They were tying themselves to the railings. They were, prostrating themselves and refusing to be carried into courts to be charged. It was an incredibly, activist-driven thing, direct action that brought the DDA to the UK. And I really don't know. I've thought, I really don't know why it is that consumers in the UK haven't galvanised.
But in America, they've got 2 organisations.
They do. And the difference there is one's quite conservative, getting less so, coming more to the middle ground, and I'm talking politically, and the other is far less conservative. And there's a lot of good that both of those organisations have done. The National Federation of the Blind is the one which is a little bit much more conservative. Its history is really fascinating if anybody's interested in that sort of thing. When it started, They all had to call each other Miss So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so, and it is still in some ways quite antiquated in the way that they do interact. So you have to refer to the president as President Riccobono. So, you know, there are things like that, but they have had some amazing achievements. They are very wealthy. They use the legal system very, very well. My favourite National Federation of the Blind words? What am I looking for? Anecdote, thank you. Is the one where the airlines were trying to say that blind people couldn't sit in the exit row on aircraft because they couldn't evacuate or help evacuate the aeroplane. And so the NFB hired a jumbo jet, as you do, and parked it on a runway and filled it with 400 blind people and evacuated it in exactly the same amount of time. I mean, that's the stuff of legend. And I honestly thought that was apocryphal when I heard it. I'm like, that didn't happen. It's actually really true.
I'll bet there was 3,000 Americans who were on that plane, though. I'm sure they can tell the story of being on the plane.
Right, exactly. Yes, exactly right. I was there when. Yeah, exactly right.
All right. So I might go back to Helen to talk about the way that advocacy, our role in advocacy has really changed over the years. As Lee said, we're originally very individualist, but maybe you can talk a bit about how we now collaborate, or over time have started to collaborate with other organisations and also recognised other characteristics. Members.
Yes. And I think it's probably, we heard from David, John and Bill and others yesterday talking about how they worked from the very beginning with other blindness organisations to, I guess, foster the collective spirit and spirit of advocacy within BCA in its early years. And over time, that's extended to a partnership approach with other organisations. So we work a lot more now with service providers, Vision Australia, guide dogs, and it strengthens the collective voice that we have. And of course, there are, things that we need to, I guess, delineate ourselves as the voice of people who are blind and vision impaired, recognising that the agencies have sometimes a slightly different perspective, but there are ways that we can come together for the common good. We also work a lot more with other disability organisations. AFDO,
that's Australian
Federation of Disability Organisations. There was a lot of collective action around the NDIS when that started and what that should look like. And that wouldn't have happened if BCA had stayed separate from the rest of the disability community. The issue now is funding sustainability, because we're all funded variously by the same money from Department of Social Service, and that sometimes leads to us coming together to advocate for our common interests. Unfortunately, the competitive environment has also fostered competition, not deliberately, but just because there are scarce funds and lots of organisations. Over time, we've also recognised, I think, the different characteristics of our members, because, as we know, we're all individuals and we have our own stories, but we're also part of other groups. As we've heard from Stephen Melbourne, and we're able to celebrate his achievement, there's been a great gap in our recognition and engagement with First Peoples, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities of Australia. The women's branch has been around for a while because we recognised that there are some gaps in the equal participation and leadership of women. And there are other groups of people with whom we have started slowly to, I think, build peer networks with women and men who have migrated to this country recently, older people and who've lost their sight, who've acquired sight loss. That's starting to be reflected in our peer support groups. And there are some other areas, LGBTIQA plus community, where there are some inroads to make too.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think in 1975, I'm not sure how many vision impaired people there would have been, but I think people's images of a blind person was probably most a person who'd been blind for a very long time or was totally blind. And I think it's, we've changed our view of that to include a much broader range of people and to acknowledge that it can mean many different things to different people. So we've looked at a few highlights here of things. It's pretty hard to summarise 50 years in 50 minutes. I did actually ask a few people their ideas about their favourite achievements of BCA, and there's a few that we have mentioned and a few we haven't. So I don't know, if you want to cheer for the one that you think's good, that would be fine. But Michael Simpson mentioned that BCA led action to get a worldwide ban on blinding laser weapons, which is still in force and pretty important.
Yeah.
Mary-Ann Diamond talked about cooperation with other organisations, such as AFTO, of course, now Vision 2020. Skipping the ones we've already said. Geordie Howe talked about the importance of the women's branch and the committee she was on, Young Blind Citizens, for developing skills that she's used throughout her life. There was a lot of votes for audio description, including the video that BCA made that explained the power of audio description. Keeping the means test free pension, of course. The cash identification, so working with the Reserve Bank to get information about the new notes. We've had various series of new notes and it's been important to know what they were. The cash test, I know Susan Thompson was a big promoter of those. And then, of course, the physical accessibility features. We talked a lot yesterday about audio traffic signals, the tactile graphic, I always get this wrong. The tactile ground surface indicators. Thank you very much. Getting those things talked about and included. So BCA hasn't actually created every single one of these things, but what BCA has done is talked about them and made it a focus for Australia and let people know that it's something we want. And the thing about these things that people have raised when I've asked them is that mostly they're things that people use every day in their everyday lives. So they're really important that we've made big changes. I don't know if anyone has a roving mic, if anyone wants to make any other suggestions for things we haven't mentioned that they would like acknowledged?
Can I just jump in and read out the text number again for anyone who might be participating by the streaming service and has some ideas and questions?
Yes.
Yep. That's all. Let's wait for the microphone if we can so that we can all be heard. But the number, if you would like to send through your questions or comments in an SMS, 0436 446 780.
Yeah. So
microphone.
Need a microphone.
That might be better.
There we go.
Chris
Yes.
Stewart here again. I think we can't underestimate the effect that some of the innovations in the blindness area and the disability area in general have had as a positive effect on all of the community, everyone. Audible traffic signals. I have a little bit of vision and I see in the city that the audible signal is what triggers most people to walk across the street. It's not the light changing, because the light changes a few seconds beforehand, and everybody could think of other issues, but I think we often underestimate the fact that we've made life better for for everybody.
Agreed.
Yep. Anyone else? Lynn? Oh, I don't know who's got the microphone, so I'm not going to be in charge of this.
This is not so much specifically for Australia, although it was started in Australia. It's wider than that. I think one of the big ones was Bruce Maguire's action against the Sydney Olympic
Yes,
the Sydney
exactly.
Organising Committee for the Olympic Games didn't help Bruce. He wanted a Braille version of the program, which he didn't get, and he wanted an accessible website, which he also didn't get. In the end, the federal court, I think it was, found in his favour after the games. But I've looked at those aspects of every game since, and I can tell you it's never been as inaccessible. And the last ones actually had audio description in Paris of individual events on site. So I think that's been pretty significant.
Yep. Thanks, Lynn.
It's John Simpson and I am breaking a promise, I know. Fiona and everyone, I did want to make two comments about audio description. And firstly, to recognise one of our heroes, and that's Lauren Henley, who took the matter to the United Nations and won. And the second is a little bit of late-breaking news. There's a group of us, individuals and organisations, and Jackson Reynolds Ryan was representing BCA on this work, who have been working quietly around audio description, particularly on commercial television. At a recent symposium that I spoke at, run by Curtin University, representatives of Free TV Australia, the commercial TV networks industry body, were there. And when we challenged them on the barriers, we finally got them to admit publicly that it's not a technical consideration. They've always hidden behind available bandwidths, and we've got this priority and that. And we got Giles Tanner, their representative from Free TV Australia, to say it's purely a matter of who's paying. So that has given us a single line of approach to both them and to the government about how they deal with that one matter, rather than the industry hiding behind a whole lot of fantasies about lack of technical availability. So that's a big step forward.
Yeah, thanks, John. I'm probably going to run into Katrina's next segment soon, so I don't know how many people have microphones. But
Yeah, we've got a couple of
no
minutes.
one else stand up.
Yeah, so if you do need a microphone, stand up, raise your hand so that the microphone runners can see you. We've got a couple of minutes left.
Okay.
Sorry, Fiona.
It's Lauren Henley. I'm back. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say it's not so much an advocacy achievement, but I think one of BCA's, well, the things it should be proudest of is what we're all doing here this weekend, and that's peer support. I wouldn't be where I am if it wasn't for the peer support of people in this room today, and yeah, it's really got a lot of us through some hard times. So I think we should celebrate that, and I hope it continues for a long time.
Thanks, Lauren. I think it shows the things we take for granted, really, doesn't it? Anyone else?
It's Jane again. I wasn't going to speak again today, but I do have another comment. One of the things that I was really proud of when it did come through in the media was that BCA had contributed around the acoustic vehicle alerting system, or that is the noise when an electric vehicle is idling or travelling at low speed.
Yep.
For the safety of people with blindness or vision impairment, that was something that we successfully contributed to, and knowing that Australia will get that into the future is, everything.
Yep. Thanks, Jane. We might make this one last one, and then you can all continue this conversation. We should probably have had this early, so we could have spent the last 2 days listing successes, but we might just take one more if there is any, or if there's any on the Zoom.
Hello, it's Brendan Donahue here. One of the things I think really needs to be worked on is mandatory touchscreen standards that need to be adhered to, because I cannot tell you how difficult it was for me to recently buy a washing machine that was accessible.
Yes.
And the amount of trial and error I had to go through with different apps, uninstalling, reinstalling, was just an absolute nightmare, and was quite frankly utterly ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, we did actually have a list of things that we thought we could talk about that we didn't succeed at, but we didn't want to be too depressing. And
Can I
sometimes things take a long time to happen, so that might happen, but it might be another 20 years, hopefully not.
May I? I just wanted to mention, I'm going to put my day job hat on. I work as advocacy and policy manager for Guide Dogs Australia, and there is an enormous, and I'm sure we're all aware of it, disability agenda that's being rolled out by the government at the moment. You've got your disability strategy, you've got changes to transport standards, there's the review of the DDA, there's the NDIS changes. There's a lot going on, and I really, really want to be somebody who helps to empower BCA to do its best and to be at the very front of all of those conversations.
Thanks, Lee. Helen, do you have anything you want to say finally? Your favourite achievement?
Favourite achievement of BCA, I think just bringing people together, peer support, but also finding ways for us to share information using different channels and staying across technology to do that.
All right. And I guess for me, I wrote an article for BCA News about the women's development, the role of women in BCA. And I think that is probably one of my proudest things. And there's so many other things, like Lauren says. I think the very fact that we're all here this weekend, including so many new people, and all those wonderful people on Zoom that I would really also love, we all would have loved to have a conversation with as well. So that's probably a good place to end it. But please continue these conversations with each other about what it is we've done, and that I say we because we all have done it. Everyone in this room, everyone who's ever been a member has contributed. So thanks.
It's Amila here, the Communications Coordinator. I just want to remind everyone as well, we do have a list up on our website called 50 Years, Many Moments, which also highlights some of our big milestones as well. So if you're curious, you can check it out at the BCA website. But I believe we're going through to Nab and Blab, so I will hand over to Katrina.
Okay, I'm going to have to explain this to everybody. I'm standing off to the side here, waving my arms in the air so Miller can find me. She was standing in front of me. Okay, people, final Nab and Blab. So this afternoon, I haven't seen him today, so I hope he's still hanging around. Helen, can you give me like a time call again, please, at the 4 minute?
Yes,
mark
certainly.
for each of those?
How many have you got?
I've just got 2 people.
Okay,
I'm
sure.
going to have one in person and one on, and the second will be on Zoom.
Okay.
So in person, Mark Warrington, come on down. You're the next contestant on the New Price is Right. No, not really. Mark, where are you?
Yes, hello. Thank you for that introduction.
Awesome. Okay, so Mark, tell us a little bit. Whereabouts did you grow up?
Well, relatively speaking, not far away from here. I am a Gippsland boy, so that means I come 2 hours east of Melbourne. Grew up at a place called Sale. I was actually born in Foster, in the Foster Hospital in South Gippsland. At the age of 4, parents decided to move from the hills behind Tura to the dairy irrigation country out at Sale. And until I was 18, we lived, I was on the farm there.
Okay, so you're on the farm. Now, I do know that it turns out you had a sight and hearing condition from birth, but did you know that growing up, that you had a sight condition, sorry?
Certainly didn't know about a sight condition. In fact, going right back to the start, Mum thought I was deaf as a baby, not very responsive. And then as a little tacker, around about 5 and 6, I remember coming into the ear specialists quite often to have my ears tested, and it wasn't, I think it was about 5 or 6, I think I had grommets put in my ears. So there was a hearing thing, and we all got over that, I think, at some point, and gone on with life. But I was never great at sports. To go back to the hearing thing, that around the age of 5 and 6 is traditionally for most Australian kids is the formative time when you learn to swim. So I've never been a great swimmer. I missed out on that sort of part of my life.
Sorry, was that because of the grommets?
Yeah. So thanks for clarifying that. Never was a great sportsman of any sort. Always the last one to be picked in the team, picked for a team. To some extent, I mean that does have a bit of an impact on your feelings of self-worth and all those things. Look, spoiler alert, I think I've turned out all right in the end.
Sorry, Mark, just going to reverse up to the sport a little bit.
Yeah.
So for anyone who's ever lived in the country, sport is a big deal. You know, there's the footy, the cricket, the netball, the tennis, the hockey, you name it, it's happening. And so, Mark, as a country kid and then young adult, you didn't play sport.
No, I didn't play sport, but Mum was pretty proactive at getting us kids into all sorts of things, and so I did spend a bit of time in Cubs and Scouts on reflection. So I did sort of mix with other kids, but I was equally at home on the farm, helping Dad, doing whatever needed to be done on the farm, and sort of very happy in my own company as well.
Okay, so your parents just let you do what your siblings did? They didn't go, oh no, Mark, you can't do that because, that's too dangerous and you're a bit unco and you might, drive the tractor into the dam or something stupid.
Maybe it was of a different era when you just sent your kids out and if they came back alive, that was, you had to feed them that night.
Yeah, it was a good day.
Yeah.
Okay, so then just sort of moving on, so when did you discover that you had an actual visual impairment?
Well, I sort of knew that something was up. I'd been backpacking around the world, and of all places, in St Paul's Cathedral in London, I was actually walking down the big spiral wooden staircase from the dome back down to the ground level. And I just felt that this shouldn't be so hard. Why is it just... I seem to have to really concentrate and other people walking past me. Now, I was 29 at that stage, and I thought, all right, didn't think any more of it. Until I got back to Australia, and after years of backpacking and working on farms overseas, I thought, all right, I'll start in Darwin, and I thought, well, the first thing I need to do is to update my glasses, and just normal prescription glasses. So I went into the optometrist, and they sat me down in front of the eye charts.
Katrina.
And then they put me in this big satellite dish-looking thing. Sounds like a few of you have had this experience. I thought, right, okay. And so she said, right, here's the button. You press this every time you see a light. So anyway, I'm waiting for this light to come on. And then she started getting a bit cross with me. She said, you're not concentrating. I said, well, I haven't seen the lights yet. Anyway, suffice to say, I was then referred to a specialist at the Royal Darwin Hospital. Said, well, look, it's not good. You're going to lose your sight and you'll have difficulty even seeing the bus. I thought, well, that sucks.
Okay, so I'm going to have to wind you up there, Mark. So, you sort of realised you actually belonged to the Low Vision and Blindness Club later in life. But hey, like all cool people, you got in on the ground floor. You just didn't realise you had the membership. That's all, but that's all right.
Yeah.
And we're glad you're still here and with us. So thanks for sharing some of your story, Mark.
Pleasure.
And as you'll have all gathered, Mark's a really shy little wallflower. Right, my next victim. Oh, did I say that out loud? So the last Nab and Blab, he will be on Zoom, is Raj Reddy.
Hey everyone, can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, fantastic, Raj. Okay, so Raj, 50 years' time, it's BCA's 100th birthday. I'm here and everyone else that I've dragged out of the nursing home with me. You'll be here.
Yes, I'll be there.
So I sent Raj down the rabbit hole. I said, think about what you think life will be like in 50 years' time for people who are blind or vision impaired. Be fanciful, go nuts. He did, and I possibly broke his brain. Right, so Raj, we've discussed a few things off air. Firstly, you were talking about there being autonomous navigation and smart city infrastructure. Tell us a bit about your ideas.
Well, yeah, so after you asked me that question, I think about 2 weeks ago, it's kind of been on my mind a lot. And yeah, kind of the big thing I was thinking about was better navigation and autonomous navigation around where we live and just walking around where we are. So I know a big topic was being about traffic lights, but I was thinking even beyond that in 50 years' time, where with just the way tech is advancing, most probably likely that vehicles and a lot of public transport will be autonomous with visual and audible cues. And this will obviously streamline what that city life is going to be and how it's going to help people like us get around. And obviously you go into traffic lights and you can also go into a very kind of accessible tactile footpaths where they're also kind of got audible and visual cues that go along with it. And I mean, then you go to the last step where if you have every building and kind of, I don't know, and every layout that's digitally mapped, that could potentially be all accessible on, an app for your city or your suburb. So everything that you need, like transport, services, navigation, everything can be accessible on one app. So that's something that could happen in 50 years' time.
Okay, cool. So do you think it's possible that maybe you could rock up to a building and, I don't know, the door announces, welcome, you are at Blind Citizens Australia office.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And the receptionist could be, whoever's at the desk could be directly linked to that as well. So definitely.
Yep, okay. So smart infrastructure, which again benefits everybody, because if, you've got issues with literacy or whatever, but something's audible or there's some other way to get access to that info, that's really good. Cool. Although I am a little concerned about my house talking to me, and I don't think I want to think about the things it might say.
We'll start with commercial properties first. And then residential we can do
first? Great.
So yeah, residential, everyone's got their own preferences for how they like their house. So yeah, but something that's beneficial and accessible for all. Yeah, it'd be great if these commercial properties had easier access to them and into them.
Yeah, I think for my front gate it'd be, this is your house, you idiot.
Yeah.
Turn into the driveway now. Don't walk past.
Exactly.
Okay, so what about next sort of community attitudes towards people who are blind or vision impaired? Where do you think that's going to wind up?
Yeah, so I think, look, if things like this are going to happen over the next 50 years, and there's everyone, including sighted people, are going to see for things like this to be accessible, for buildings like this to be accessible for us, that it can't just be something that you can include in your construction. It's something that needs to be almost a default. And as people, kind of are more observant and because this is going to give us confidence to get out more. So people are going to see us out more, and all these accessible tools that they see around, it's not going to be something that is so new or kind of foreign to them. So that acceptance and attitude, I think, will slowly shift as, more people are going to be able to have access around to where they want to go, and this would help things like employment. So eventually there'll be more people in business and media and sport, and yeah, that's going to increase that attitude towards us.
Okay, so do you think maybe with, ageing population, so there's more people that are going to join our club as they go, let's face it. So as the population gets older and there's a greater number...
Just about time.
Do you think that we maybe, I don't know, we'll have more power because more people go, oh, yeah, that stupid beeping noise the traffic signals make, that's actually useful.
Yes.
So that'll give us a bigger groundswell and more power.
A lot more power, but I mean, it's interesting you say that because what you're saying is obviously in the future we'll all be connected to each other. I mean, I was joking to you about this before. I mean, how young kids are now, they're always on their phone and they've got 1,000 or 2,000 friends online, and that could definitely be our community where we're all kind of in touch with each other. But it could even be like the non-disabled community that could see, they're so used to these things around us that, yeah, if something seems faulty, they'll call up and say, hey, something just seems to be broken and people seem to need this. So, yeah, that's the kind of attitude that I'm hoping would happen in the future.
Okay, awesome. So, final question. So, now that we've got the big political groundswell and the
We're going to have
voices...
to be very quick because people want their afternoon tea.
Well, hey, we didn't run over time. It's a decision before. Okay, so one last thing, Raj. Political representation.
Yes, I'll be very quick.
30 seconds.
Very quick. So based on the first two things I was talking about, there's going to be more of us going to be in these several roles like media and business and sport and things like that. And eventually there needs to be, and if the smart city is going to happen, people need to govern that. And people that we can relate to and that can relate to us need to be the ones in power making those decisions and making sure everything gets progressed. So that's as quick as I can be, and I hope that's okay.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, in final, Raj ready for Prime Minister.
No, what I was going to say
we will find out what your electorate is and we'll all move in and vote you in.
No, there's a lot of people...
Thank you so much for that, Raj.
No, thank you, guys. But what I was going to say, there's a couple of people in the room there now.
Thank you, Katrina. Thank you, Raj. And thanks, Katrina, not just for this session, but for all of the NAB and BLAB sessions. We've learnt a lot from people. Thank you for putting that together. Okay, it's afternoon tea time. We're coming back at 3:30. Volunteers can assist with afternoon tea, either outside or if you want to stay at your tables and raise your hand, volunteers can assist there. So we're coming back at 3:30, except for the people involved in the next session, the hypothetical, they need to come back at 3:20 to get ready. So if that is you, please be aware of the times. Thank you.
And thank you to Helen Ferris there, who is emceeing today's proceedings of the Blind Citizens Australia 50th Anniversary Convention being held here in Glen, Waverley, a suburb out in the east of Melbourne, Australia. I'm Stephen Jolly, and with me, Steve Richardson. Steve Ransley-Richardson. Steve, how are you going?
Good afternoon, Stephen. I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Very good. You've been working hard over the weekend on the panels as well as behind the mic?
Yeah, I've been doing a few things. I've had a couple of singing engagements last night and a little bit of a role in here yesterday, and I'm back here again this afternoon. I was on an NDIS panel this morning, and now I'm back here this afternoon.
And you have a very special guest to speak
I
with.
do.
You've met before?
I do, yes. I've met this young lady behind me before a couple of times, and we very quickly got acquainted, and then soon after got married. So she's here in the studio now. Hi, Vanessa Ransley-Richardson.
Hi, Steve Ransley-Richardson.
So this is not your first convention, is it, Vanessa?
No, not my first.
How many have you been to?
Oh, I think my first one was via the stream affair in the late 90s, and then I had a bit of a gap and I came to the Perth one in 2015, I think. Yeah, so it hasn't been that many, but it feels like I've been coming to these things for decades. You know.
Now, we talk a lot at these during these broadcasts about the stuff happening at convention sessions, so things going on during the daytime of the programming on all the different advocacy. But one of the big things about convention, one of the other important aspects is all the socialisation that goes along with it. So people get together, gather together, and we haven't done a face-to-face convention for 6 years now, since Hobart. Now, that's one of the things you enjoy most about coming to convention, isn't it?
Absolutely. There is nothing like being with your tribe, your family, your people, face to face. It just doesn't quite have the same impact via Zoom or Teams or those platforms.
So you have a sense of belonging, your group, your solidarity, your the fact that you're connecting with those you've known for a while, getting to meet new people.
Yeah, and getting to hear people's actual voice. All the people, they sound so different to the screen reader that you're using on your device. You know, they've got completely different voices, so it's nice to actually hear people's voices. I mean, yeah, sure, you hear that on Zoom, but you don't have a lot of chance to converse with people. Usually you're just listening to whatever's happening, and then you go away. So this...
Face-to-face is a different forum, isn't it?
Conversations, yeah.
Very different forum.
Oh, I just wanted to say the... bits that you were referring to before about the sessions and things, I always just thought they were the break times for the socialising. That was like a downtime. I mean, they're all very valuable, don't get me wrong, but it was just like a little bit of a, calm. Yeah. But no, I love being at convention.
So any particular highlight for you this weekend?
Ooh, oh gosh, where to begin? I think it's just, again, being with my people. People who understand that you might not necessarily know what it is in front of you, you know, on the table in the middle. It's something, you know, you don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to justify being here. You don't have to not apologise, but just you are one of the crowd rather than being the blind person.
Yeah.
Or the person with sight loss.
Person with sight loss, yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's very interesting to get your perspective on the convention. Coming again next time?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, please. Yeah.
Good on you. Thank you very much, Vanessa Ransley-Richardson. It's been a pleasure to have a chat with you, and no doubt I'll catch up with you after all of this is done.
Yeah, I'll see you tonight, if not earlier.
Well, indeed.
We certainly hope so. Good on you, Steve.
On you.
Vanessa.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Hi, Steve.
And I'm Stephen Jolly here at the BCA 50th Anniversary Convention, drawing towards its conclusion. Proceedings will finish at 5 o'clock this afternoon. And, Steve, a bit to look forward to. We have a hypothetical, and it's going to be led by Graham Innes, who some people may have heard chatting with us this morning, and that'll be. It's always interesting, a hypothetical, people projecting into the future, and
it was
speculating on what the world might be like, particularly in this case in the world of a blindness organisation.
It was interesting too, listening to the last session about talking about the milestones of BCA, and they talked about some of the things that have changed and some of the big decisions that were made. They mentioned things like Bruce Maguire's action against the 2000 Olympics Commission, and also the work done around audio description and things like that were milestones in the organisation's history and up to date, and some of the good work they've been done. So that was also a very interesting thing to hear about in the early part. But certainly the future. The 2050 hypothetical, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I was interested also in the AI discussion earlier in the afternoon. Many different ways that we can engage technology. So now it's, we have all these things at our fingertips. I'm hoping there'll be a getting together. At the moment, there's still a lot of companies competing against each other. So I'm hoping that there'll be a culmination of all this technology that'll all work together in the very near future, because I think that's where it's going to go.
With a diverse range of features.
Absolutely.
in whatever comes together.
Absolutely.
We'll have our next guest very shortly.
Yes.
In the meantime, I want to remind you that we're talking to you from the Novotel Hotel in Glen, Waverley, and that's in Melbourne, Australia. Melbourne being a capital city of Victoria, for those not as familiar with this country as what some of us are. And we've been here since Friday. There were the preliminary sessions and then main business sessions yesterday and today.
Just a reminder, Stephen, that people are listening on the stream this afternoon and also via Vision Australia Radio, YouTube and Vision Australia Radio. There is also a Zoom room for those who are interested. And that's we're broadcasting to the internet and to via Vision Australia Radio, the 50-year celebration of Blind Citizens Australia 2025 convention.
It's great to have all these platforms available.
It is.
The Vision Australia one is one of the digital transmissions that they have, the Iris transmission.
Yes.
If you'd like to try it that way or tell others about it, that's
Indeed.
where they can get it. And we'll be here till 5 p.m. this afternoon.
So do we have our next guest? We have our next guest, Buck
McFarlane with us. Buck, welcome.
G'day.
It's good to be chatting to you again.
Thank you.
And you're one of the numerous volunteers who've been around over the weekend. Tell us about what your role has been.
So predominantly I've been at the registration desk, greeting people arriving at the convention, and also being behind the scenes with the stream team, being the runner, getting guest speakers up here and making sure everyone's got what they need to do an amazing work.
And probably doing some things that you didn't anticipate you would be doing, but challenging too.
Yeah, look, a lot of it's very similar to what I do every day, taking blind and low vision travellers to destinations around Australia. So, lots of helping people, find their way, liaising with the hotel and different people in areas, and assisting with dog toileting and a whole bunch of things that we do on a daily basis. So for me, it's just like another day.
Let's talk more about your travel work. Your company, Cocky Guides.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, Cocky Guides is a not-for-profit organisation that tries to eliminate some of the barriers that maybe the community has experienced accessing the visitor economy and travel in general. Predominantly our work is group tours. So, listeners out there that have attempted to independently go on a group tour might come up with barriers, asking, do they have a companion travelling with them? What we've tried to do is create an organisation that can deliver a supported adventure for someone that doesn't have to rely on having a companion, family or friend go on holidays when they want to. And being from the tourism background, we really look to eliminate the sightseeing elements and replace it with other sensory elements. So just got back from a massive road trip to Lightning Ridge and Longreach. First time we've went out to Western Queensland, and the operators out there were so excited to meet us.
Well, tell us how that was a different experience than what would have someone would have had in a, shall we say, traditional tour group that might go out that way.
Well, look, we tend to take a little bit more time in travel. For example, we experience the Cobb and Coach ride, stagecoach ride, being driven by draft horses. We'll take that extra time to arrive early and meet the horses and meet the crew that's going to take us and spend time connecting with those guys that are going to deliver the experience, get up close to the horses, and this is stuff that tour companies just won't have time to do on their itineraries.
Yes, and how do people get involved with your tours?
Look, the best way would be to register at our website, sign up for our newsletter. We're a very small organisation, we're very nimble, but because a lot of our travellers are repeat travellers, we don't necessarily have a big list of scheduled trips for the next 12 months. We work closely with people on our newsletters lists to see where they want to go when they're available and build trips around what our travellers are looking for.
So a lot of your customers are repeat customers.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of them are in the room this weekend, and I'm sure there's plenty listening to us today.
Just tell us in more detail how an experience would be different if you're blind or have low vision. What sort of supports do you put in place?
Look, we normally ask that our travellers are competent with either their white cane in areas they know well or with their dog guide. And if that's the case and they're quite mobile, we provide 1 in 3 supports. That means we'll have a trip leader supporting 3 travellers. And if people need a little bit more support or require an elbow, then naturally that'll be more support. Or, we might invite them to have a companion come along as well. So, to give you an example, we've done our first trip to the Northern Rivers. We engaged the Tweed Tourism Company and worked with them to talk to the operators. And we had experiences like Husk Distillery, where Nicole there created instead of just a tasting flight of their gins and rums, an actual scented flight. So, they got ingredients that they actually put in their gins and talked us through that. So with touch and smell before we had the taste if our travellers chose to do that. We engage with businesses along the Northern Rivers Rail Trail, which is a very accessible activity. And we spent 2 days on the rail trail actively walking between the communities and visiting some of the tourism businesses along there as well.
Yeah, so sounds like quite a range of journeys people can get involved with, and not the automatic ones that you get invited to do when you read a brochure that aren't necessarily relevant for a person with low vision or blindness to do.
Look, Tasmania, we know what time to go where we can hold a Tasmanian devil. We've been to every natural World Heritage area in Australia. We've had travellers, multiple times climb to the top of Mount Kosciuszko. So there's nothing in the visitor economy or in the tourism industry that we haven't been able to achieve, just with the right attitude, a little bit of time, a little bit of planning. And, the walks or the trips that we're planning to do next 12 months is to check out more of the rail trails, because that, connects communities. Communities build the rail trails from unused rail lines. And we're building up the fitness, so if people have some goals like Kokoda Track or even Kosciuszko, we're helping our community of travellers to achieve some of those goals as well.
This is the first time, I believe, that you've been to a convention. What will you go away with? What's your strongest impression?
Look, I really like the advocacy approach of BCA. I believe we advocate for our group of travellers through boots on the ground in destination, and within the tourism industry, we are very well known, and we have hundreds of operators that really enjoy working with us to make their products more inclusive and accessible.
Terrific meeting you this weekend and talking with you.
Likewise. Steve.
For all our listeners all over the place, so great. Buck McFarlane from Cocky Guides. And a website to go to?
Yeah, cockyguides.com.au. So that's Cocky Guides, COCKYGUIDES.com.au. And you can follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
Very good. All the best.
Thank you.
Buck McFarlane from Cocky Guides. Well, Steve, proceedings will get underway in just under 10 minutes' time.
About that, yes.
Yeah. The session, the final session, 2 parts to it. One will be the hypothetical that's going to be led by Dr. Graham Innes AM, and following that the closing session for the weekend, and I think we'll hear from Vaughan Bennison, President, and
Deb Deshays.
Deb Deshays,
yes.
who's CEO of Blind Citizens Australia.
Stephen, I thought I'd ask you about some of your reflections from this weekend while we're waiting to go back into the room. What's been a highlight for you?
The number of participants and new participants. I know it's been 6 years since we've had a face-to-face gathering, but we have all, been in touch with various online Connect events. But just the number of participants has been very interesting, and the new themes that have come through. We hadn't given any thought to AI 6 years ago.
No,
we really only started to think about it 3 years ago. Though I can remember people talking about it back in the 70s, but it was all very obscure back then and very vague. The discussion around AI, the discussion around the NDIS, which I won't say it's a mature scheme yet, but it's more consolidated even now than 6 years ago. They're the two major, themes that came through the presentations for me.
I remember speaking to you after the 2017 convention on the Monday morning, and you said that there were somewhat in the vicinity of 140 people at that one, and it looks like we've got a similar number this time.
Yeah.
That's good. Always good to see.
And a lot more on the electronic platforms as well this time than in
I remember your introductions to the internet back in the late 90s when we did, I think you did a couple of presentations, one for RPH Australia and one for the convention at the time, about your experiences with the internet and what sort of things you could dig around and find. I think you had some shuttle blast-offs and other cool stuff going on. And how far have we come since then? It's just become a whole new landscape in that 25, 26 years.
And I think that's what's really been good is that we can choose our medicine with the internet. I do, going right back to the 60s when I was a teenager, enjoy the journeys into space that have been broadcast.
Yes.
It used to be shortwave radio, and now you can get it from NASA via the net.
Yep.
That's not everybody's cup of tea, but people can go for lots of other things.
That's it. It's one of the fascinations of mine too, space launches. So
you can investigate, any subject, maybe a scientific subject quite easily. And I think that one of the consequences of blindness, we talked about it years ago, was blindness means lack of access to information. It was there all the time. And I didn't really get a feel for what newspaper articles were like until they were broadcast in full on the radio stations around the country, what is now the radio reading network. But now we can get access to newspaper content so easily. Graham Innes, who we're going to be hearing from shortly, actually participates in a television program from the national broadcaster, the ABC, and he's able to source his material from the net, have time to digest it, and then provide an analysis for the national TV audience. Could not have been imagined years ago.
No, it's a different landscape. I know, listening to talking tech, the whole discussions you had when it was running with Damo about the fact that you could get a piece of software to collate several documents and give you a real-time analysis in like a conversational mode. That's just was inconceivable even 3 years ago.
Yeah, I thought that was fascinating, that one. Damo McMorrow drew that one to my attention. It's sort of like a manual coming alive, really.
Exactly. He's a resourceful young lad, isn't Damo?
Yes, he does a good job. I better not say too much, he might be listening.
No, he might be listening. Hi, Damo, if you're listening.
And it's a good thing that we do have this opportunity through the radio broadcasts and through the podcasting to share contributions that we're able to make to that learning of stuff, whether it be tech stuff, whether it be stuff around the home, to be able to share that that way is really good. We just don't have the geographic boundaries that we used to have.
No.
With this new age. Like you're from Tasmania and I'm from Victoria.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have known each other.
No.
A few decades ago.
No, that's the thing. So we had this with the RPH, you and I being involved in that for a while. We sort of had the discussions about sort of just basic stuff like how we were going to get things around the country and what technology we were going to use, whether it was tapes or it was ISDN lines, and this station had that facility, that station had this facility. There was no consistency, but once the internet came along, it was like, well, now we can really get set up for proper networking.
Yes. Tell us about your involvement, print radio in Tasmania.
I've not actually been involved with print radio in Tasmania. I sort of came down and doing a few other things, but I probably will try and do some volunteer work back there at some stage. I'd sort of like to get my hand back into the RPH community because I've had a little bit of a break from it. I sort of did it for 30 years and I think I just needed to have a little come up for air. But I'm certainly coming to the broadcast this weekend has been really good for me because it's been kind of reintroduced me to radio.
Just a little message you might pass on to our tech operator.
Yeah.
Is that we seem to be hearing just a little bit of distortion or popping on your microphone.
I'm going to just lower my microphone just a bit. But we're actually going to come back to the room now, Stephen. We're actually we're going to come back to Helen and continue with the next session, which is the 2050 hypothetical.
Yeah, Helen Freris.
Okay.
I can hear her coming up.
Welcome back, everyone, from Afternoon Tea. This is the final group of sessions. So thank you for staying with us this far. For those who are online, streaming, or in the room, we're just going to get started. So we've got a few things to get through this afternoon. The first one is that we're going to hear from Bill Jolly, who's going to talk to us a little bit about the BCA logo for a couple of minutes before we move into the next session, and the presenters, Graham and his panel, are already here for us. So, Bill, can I hand over to you for 3 or 4 minutes?
Right, okay, thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Helen. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, if anyone thinks that they can tell me what the logo means, can you please stand and someone will give you a microphone and we'll just ask you to very briefly say in a few minutes. So however many microphones people stand. Cheng Hock, if you're in the room, can you tell me what table number you are? Maybe he's not here. Okay. I know, I understand that. Let's. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. I haven't seen him. It was lovely on the opening day to hear La Nieta talk from Fiji. Unfortunately, the audio quality let us down a bit at the start. But as she said, she was just a young woman out of high school when we first met. And I was fortunate to be able to do some training for United Blind Persons. They're young leaders. There was La Nieta, who was the sort of like the office girl, I suppose you'd say, just out of school. There was Sonamili Tawaki, who was doing fundraising, and we were teaching her about the basics of fundraising. She's gone on to become the CEO of Pacific Disability Forum, a great achievement for her. And there was Angeline Chand, who was the executive officer, who then a few years later won the Takeo Iyohashi Award from Japan for her international work. Sadly, in the last couple of years, Rakesh Chand and Angeline Chand, who were two pillars of the Fiji, United Blind Persons of Fiji, both died suddenly. Rakesh from an ischemic heart attack one New Year's Day, Angeline just over a year later from a broken heart exacerbated by some health complications. So I pay my respects to very dear friends in Fiji. Now, in about 1996, we did some work to refurbish or professionalise the stationery that we used when I was executive officer at Blind Citizens Australia, and we got pro bono support from one of the leading marketing firms whose name was Keynote Design, and Sandra Knight, who was the projects manager in the office at the time, and I worked with Keynote Design to design new stationery, including a logo that was green and purple, colours later adopted by Vision Australia, a slightly different green, I think, but the same purple, but we were first. And a logo that looked good and professional and kind of had some meaning for us. So now there's been a tactile representation of the logo that's been made for us by friends at Canon, and that's a 3D printing, I think, of the logo, and it's really good. And also there's a small picture of the logo, embossing of the logo on the coaster, the souvenir coaster that you got last night, that says in print and braille, celebrating 50 years BCA 2025, and it has on the right-hand side the logo. So is there anyone who would like to briefly tell me what you think it means? Okay, can you say Ramona?
It's Ramona Mandy. I think it may be a stylised eye at the top to represent blindness, and underneath the inverted sort of shape, I think might be a stylised A for Australia.
Very good. Certainly a pass on that one. Anyone else?
Yes, it's Annette here.
Sorry, I missed your name. A plate cracked.
Annette.
Annette. Yes, Annette.
Yep, the thing you catch a butterfly with. I think the BCA logo, the top part is a stylised eye, and the rough bit across, it felt rough, and I can actually see it, and it's the green and it fades away to the left-hand side. I think that represents vision loss. So you've got the spectrum of vision loss across that top arch. And then the bottom arch, the arch that is like below the eye, I think that with the bottom arch of the eye is kind of like a person with their arms in the air, because there's an eyeball in the middle of the eye as well. So I guess, somebody with their hands in the air going, yay, BCA.
Right. So you can go to the top of the class and give out the pencils.
Oh, thank you.
Because that's a very good go at it. When I first felt the Canon...
I'm a graphic designer. That's I've thought about it.
That's okay. You're allowed to keep those little clues. When I looked at the logo first, I put my finger, the big Canon one, on the bottom, and I thought that's back-to-back bananas or back-to-back boomerangs. It's in fact the shape of the new Parliament House, not to be confused with back-to-back Barrys from The Guardian. And it is a sort of a stylised person with the legs and the arms and the head there, and you've got that part right with the eyebrow sort of at the top, and you can feel the pixelations vary. It's sort of rough on one side and smooth on the other side. And that's depicting that we have the range of vision loss, being totally blind through to lower and usable vision. So that's essentially what the logo is. It stood us well for 30 years, and I won't be here in another 50 years, but I kind of hope that the logo will be. Thank you very much.
Mike. Oh.
Thanks very much, Bill. We're now going to move into our next section, which is a hypothetical board meeting. So picture the scene, sort of late at night, board meeting going on. We're going to be led by Dr. Graham Innes. who needs no introduction. No. So, Graham, please take all the time that you need for your session, and thank you very much. Welcome, Graham.
Thanks very much and good afternoon. I firstly want to acknowledge the traditional owners. We're on Wurundjeri land, always was, always will be. I'm going to ask the audience questions. I want you to participate today. You can agree or disagree. You can't ask questions or make comments. I'm sorry, it's not going to work that way. But come with me away from cold Melbourne Sunday afternoon to a place different in time and space, where all references to people are fictional and name similarities are purely coincidental. We're going to the mega city of Aldong, straddling the mighty Murray River, a transport corridor for Australia. Electric barges move quietly up and down, shifting freight to and from Aldong and throughout the country. It's 2050 and BCA membership now sits at more than 10,000 people. BCA is having its annual in-person board meeting. Most people don't meet in person since the COVID-40 pandemic of 2040, which caused many deaths. It's safe now, 10 years later, but the antipathy towards crowded places and lots of people hasn't changed. And hologram scenes are so good that most people do their travel, both for work and for tourism, in that way, using holograms. The impacts of climate change have significantly changed Australia. There are no aeroplanes in the sky anymore, ended by three factors. Firstly, regular weather event crashes. Secondly, the high cost of sustainable biofuel. And thirdly, the carbon emissions tax, finally introduced by the Chalmers Labor government in 2033. Tourism in Australia was much affected by the COVID-40 pandemic, and the winding down of the airline industry also had an effect. And the high water levels, which have inundated many tourist attractions and caused high levies to be erected in front of many others. The Sydney Opera House now looks out at the harbour over the top of a high levee bank. And there's levees that cut through the centre of Melbourne, Adelaide and Brisbane. Taking your electric Chevy to the levee is now a regular experience. So, tourism is mainly driven by teleporting. Australia became a republic in 2034, following our agreement with Indonesia and the Pacific Islands to accept the building of 6 enclave cities in the northern half of the country. That was led because they needed the land and we needed the workers. And it avoided the war which had been threatening for about 5 years. It was also the reason for the increase in the BCA membership, so it wasn't all a bad thing. Now, after the dismissal by the chief elder of the Tim Wilson-led One Nation coalition in 2045, the Charlotte Walker-led Labor Greens coalition introduced a government-funded teleporting allowance to revive the tourism industry. So you now get 6 teleport trips a year. And the BCA board members are teleporting to Aldong. Retired Commissioner and UN Disability Ambassador Dan Stubbs has teleported to Aldong, and he's rejoined the board to help BCA after the Wilson government funding cuts, where they withdrew funding from all disability organisations. He walks off the teleport platform with his P-bot. Everyone has their personal robot now, which acts as concierge, life admin organiser, companion, and in the case of blind people, as their guides. They're usually humanoid in shape, standing about 1.5 metres tall. Dan's P-bot guides him to the GOPE queue. So GOPEs, or GoPods, GOPEs shortened, are two-person electric vehicles which provide most intercity transport. And they run through what used to be the Uber app, and they are electric. Dan gets into his GOPE with red Go Fast stripes along the side and asks AI to tell him the three most important questions that he should ask the BCA CEO at the meeting. Emma Bennison teleports in next. She's recently retired from her long-term role as the first CEO of United Blind Leaders. This international organisation is responsible for resourcing blind people to attain the acclaim of leaders with disabilities. And her successors, or the organisation's successors, have included the recent Chancellor of Germany, the CEO of Apple, the head of the World Council of Trades Unions, and the recently elected Pope. She and her P-bot climb into their GOPE. Her P-bot has booked a GOPE with musical symbols or musical note symbols along the sides, and she's listening to the music of Hamilton to relax before she gets to the meeting. Jonathan Craig has teleported in next, and his P-bot has ordered him a GOPE Comfort, which is a 4-person pod where the seats at the back can fold down and to allow people to put in luggage or to access the vehicle through a wheelchair. He's just finished in his role as CEO of Ozcom 2040, which is the policy institute tasked with integrating the 12 Northern Australia enclave cities and combining the 25 million population which has been added to Australia in this time. He's set up a remote audio stream from his old-style record player with his home robot changing the records, and he's enjoying Stevie Wonder as he goes to the meeting. Now, Shalar Daniels-Mays is next to arrive, and she comes directly from her job as co-chair of the Australian Council of Elders, providing a voice to Parliament for First Nations people and advising on First Nations issues. And the organisation had a turbulent start, but it has operated successfully now for 15 years. Her GOPE is painted, of course, with the Aboriginal flag, and she asks her P-bot to set up her environment at the meeting with no overhead lighting, no glare, and seamless connectivity to Australia's internet, which goes much faster than the NBN. Her GOPE is rocking out to Black Betty as she finds her way to the meeting. The last to hit the teleport platform is Francois Jacobs. His P-bot, not surprisingly, has chosen to have tennis rackets on the side, recognising his passion in that area. He's teleported straight from his role as CEO of Audio Description Australia, the oversight body for a delivery of this service on all television stations 24/7. He searches the internet for decisions made by similar organisations to prepare him for the board meeting. So, as you can see, BCA has a high-profile board and it has some difficult decisions on the agenda. On their way to Camp Jeffrey, where the meeting is taking place, it's the National Empowerment Centre for blind people and the headquarters of BCA. And the three topics are means testing of the blind pension, BCA funding, where is it coming from, and blindness services and our voice in their deliberations. So let's start with means testing of the blind pension. So the Walker Coalition has a debt mountain that it has to climb after the excesses of the dismissed Wilson government. And it's looking for ways to do that. And an energetic public servant, Teresa Tryhard, has brushed off the government files and proposed the means testing of the blind pension in 4 steps. Firstly, for people over 50, then for people over 40, and then people over 30, and people over 20. And she talks to Dan and asks his advice in his role as Disability Ambassador. What would you say to Teresa, Dan?
I've already said to Teresa that, in fact, we need to get our priorities straight here. We know that one day these AUKUS submarines might be delivered. We need to cancel that contract straight away, and that will more than pay for the blind pension, because at an international level, we are constantly telling the world how this is best practice to give blind people, and in fact it should be all people with disabilities, the full choice and control they need.
Absolutely.
And Dan, would you share this news with the BCA board?
Absolutely, yeah. This is what I want the BCA board to know. Yes.
So you'd breach the Public Service Code of Conduct?
Oh, in a heartbeat. This is for the betterment of blind people and people with disabilities, and my allegiance is to BCA always.
Oh. What do we think of that, audience? Do we agree? Yeah. All right, Emma. Yeah. You hear about this on the UBL BCA grapevine, and you hear that the blindness agencies are proposing to agree to the proposal because they think they might get some of the funding to themselves. How do you react to that?
Well, I'm pretty upset about it, as you can imagine, and I do certainly need to suggest to the BCA board that it's very important that, you know, we've got strong relationships with these organisations. We need to influence them. We can't just let them, you know, run rings around us. We really need to go and sit down and have a chat with them. And I mean, I think it will be helped by the fact that, you know, we do have blind people leading those organisations now too, Graham. So I think, you know, that will be a helpful thing for us.
So, Jonathan, your intel is that AFTO has been told that their funding would come from budget savings from the blind pension. What's your reaction to that, and how might you negotiate with your disability colleagues?
Yeah, I think that disability funding is always a very competitive area. That will never not be the case. But I think that the employment problem is a problem for every person with disability, and until employment is fully equitable, we cannot let anyone be left behind. And if AFDO chooses to leave anyone behind, then they're letting everyone down.
Now, Shalar, the day before the meeting takes place, the BCA CEO, Fred Timpson, has received an email that from Teresa, and so the board can be verbally informed of the challenge, which would remove, Daniel's code breaching earlier in the day. How might the board approach members to start a campaign to deal with this issue, based on your knowledge of how First Nations people dealt with these sorts of things when they occurred to them, poor treatment which occurred to them?
Well, I think we can learn a lot from the build-up to the endorsement of the Uluru treatment in 2035.
Yep.
Where we got allies on board with us as First Nations people. So
Yep.
I think disabled people need to be able to go and say to the not yet disabled, this one day will be you. Look at what happened with COVID in COVID 40. So it's not about doing it on our own, it's recognising that everybody is going to be impacted by such cuts.
Yep, excellent. Thank you. Francois, let me come to you. The Chair of Disability Equality, who's a BCA member, Barton Hewitt is his name, has leaked the proposal in a call to the Tom Elliott radio program, saying that people who are blind are more deserving than people with other disabilities. How do you think that you deal with that media storm which follows those comments?
I mean, people who are blind, it's totally wrong to say they're more deserving, because you are comparing like apples with pears. So really...
So you'd be telling the media that it was totally wrong, would you?
Well, someone has to have a voice of reason.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you might send Fred out to do that.
I'd be there with you, Francois. I'd be there with you.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Francois.
Yeah, so it's really about how a particular disability impacts your life, which is different from other disabilities. So you really have to be much more nuanced in your response. You can't just make blanket statements like that. So get your facts and then put your news stories out.
So back in the old days, Emma, we used the telephone to campaign. How will you be setting up the campaign to protect the blind pension?
Not using the telephone.
No.
Probably, I think with all of the hologram technology that is available to us now, we should be able to set up a virtual campaign. Nobody should have to leave home. We should.
You could send holograms of people with white canes to the Parliament House steps.
I think so. But the other thing I think we have to do is we've got to remember that a lot of people. This is a false economy, this policy anyway, because a lot of people have now had their vision restored, right? So they're not going to save a lot of money.
10,000 haven't.
Well, that's true, but there are a lot of people who have had their vision restored, and they are actually going to be our best allies. So I'd be getting them on board to help us campaign, and I think we also would need to just make sure that we've got a really strong voice on the inside of government as well to help us to really get the intelligence that we need.
Jonathan, do you think that Charlotte Walker is going to be as scared of Emma's holograms as Bob Hawke was of the real people in reality?
I think that things have changed a lot since those days. I think one of the incredible things is the number of vulnerable people who have aged into vision impairment, which is part of what has kept the population of blind and vision impaired people at a high rate. So we need to call on these well-respected public figures, elder statesmen who have aged into vision conditions and who have long careers as lawyers and politicians and are well known and articulate. And I think those, again, are great allies to our cause.
Francois, would you try and draw Barton Hewitt into the campaign?
Martin Hewitt being such a long, staunch supporter, and he's just one of many. I mean, we've got the CEO of Apple. We might just, by accidentally slip a message through one of the many Apple updates, one of the few things that go right. That's a way of getting the message across.
That's very true. Let's, we haven't solved that campaign, we haven't won it yet, but let's move on to our second topic, which is BCA funding. Where is it coming from? So Camp Jeffrey was funded philanthropically 15 years ago, and government funding stopped, as I said, during the Wilson government funding cuts. Funding from Blindness Services Australia also stopped when the then BCA president, Siobhan Tennyson, famously handed back the cheque to Blindness Services Australia from the CEO, Reg Tootin, after...
Oh my goodness.
After Tootin demanded that BCA support the BSA campaign to abolish the NDIS and return to block agency funding. So Camp Jeffrey and member contributions bring in some income, but the budget is very tight. Fred Timpson is the CEO, and he's worried. So, Francois, what can be done to improve the BCA funding situation?
Oh, you know, I remember so many years ago, I think it was 2024, BCA had this, I think they used to call it an inform, where they told people that a whole 29 people were supporting the organisation, and I was so embarrassed, and I thought, no, never again do I want to be embarrassed like that. So it really now comes from, the funding comes from the members now. Like, that is what creates sustainability, and that allowed us to have all these members that, like, self-driven advocacy that we had to increase capacity to really get things done, because our organisation is self-sufficient.
Shilar, should BCA lobby for indexed annual grants to peak organisations from the NDIS budget, taken out of the NDIS budget?
Yes, in short.
The audience agree with that? Would you like to lose some of your budget from the NDIS to fund BCA?
I mean,
okay, all right.
I think that's putting people in the drivers in the so-called driver's seats of our bots, because when we had NDIS really dominating us before 2040. Quite often, I think a lot of the members of BCA felt like they weren't in control of where that money was being spent anyway. So bring the money from NDIS. If we can have an opt-out of NDIS and an opt-over to that funding to BCA and have that commitment. But I would also add that, like we've done with the treaty group at Parliament, we actually put a tax on the wealthy, so that we are paid for, and a lot of stuff is compensated for, the 250 plus years that were never paid to First Nations people. How much money have blind people and low vision people miss out on over the decades because of poor technology, because of poor policy, et cetera, et cetera? So it's time that we start getting people to be accountable.
Well, that's an interesting interpretation of choice and control, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what about you? You've breached the Public Service Code. Would you be prepared to stand between people with disabilities and their NDIS funding?
I think there's a number of things going on here where you are trying to set us against each other. I think, first of all...
It's a standard BCA board meeting.
Welcome to a BCA board meeting, that's right.
Oh, geez. Some things never changed.
The NDIS is an important part of people receiving services. Organisations like BCA advocate for making sure that governments and private institutions and private companies do everything they can to make sure that everything's accessible, like the work of my colleague Francois. So I think the two are necessarily complementary. Meanwhile, internally, Graham, I've been looking at the books of this organisation, and do you know how much Fred earns? It's an outrage.
So there's...
I've been one of the BCA backers for 75 years now, and I put aside 10% of my salary every month. You know, that's, I mean, it's only $5,000, 10% of my salary.
Well, I can tell you, Daniel, it wouldn't be the first time the BCA CEO's salary's been cut.
No, I can vouch for that. True.
So, Daniel, these overpaid fat cats that sit around in BCA trying to tell us, the board, what's good for us and what's right, I think someone needs to stand up to them and tell them what's right for blind people.
How about the members? Should we be putting the membership up to $100 a year?
Oh, look, I don't know. I mean, the membership fee is just so, it's very contentious, isn't it? You know, if people want it, then they don't want it, and then they don't know if they want it or not. So I don't know that putting it up, I don't know that that's the solution, Graham. I think we need to look at fee-for-service opportunities. Like, why are we not... We could run PBOT training. You know, we could train the PBOTs to be better sighted guides, and you know, we could probably get paid for that. I don't know what government department funds the PBOTs, but I feel like there's a fee-for-service stream in there that we should think about.
You could get Dan Stubbs to teach people what life is like after code breaches.
Well, I mean, I think he will, just by osmosis. I think that'll happen. Yeah.
Jonathan, should BCA approach the Jeffrey Blythe Foundation to provide more than 4% of its total budget each year to resource Fred Timpson's salary?
No, I don't think. I think that Fred needs to get paid exactly what he's worth, and no less and no more. I think that the solutions.
Very good trades union position.
I think that the solutions to the funding problem do sit somewhat with a combination of two things. One, some of the wealthy elder statesmen who nonetheless were struck by the vision issues created by COVID-40. And secondly, I think that we need to make sure that BCA continues to exist as an upholder of choice for people who are blind or vision impaired. I'm very concerned about the ongoing pattern of people being told that they are only allowed to use PBOTs and they are no longer allowed to use dog guides. I think that choice and control should remain as strong a part of the NDIS as it has ever been, and I think that BCA is the agent of upholding that.
Well, I understand, Jonathan, you've got a history of being very fond of dogs with little fluffy tails, so I heard that only this morning at lunch, at morning tea. But Emma, is it time, you had a late night session with a few Tasmanians a couple of days ago, and one of the ideas that came up was a blindness telethon for BCA. And I wondered, is it time for that? And what would the implications of the way that blind people were viewed as a result of it be? How would you feel about that?
I'm not in favour of telethons. I think they've had their day, really. You know, they can really tug at the heartstrings of the public, but I don't think that's the message we want to be sending.
Don't we want to tug at those heartstrings to get more money?
Well, look, I think we do want to get more money, but not at the expense of our reputation and our standing in the community. And we don't want people to feel sorry for us, do we? I mean, I don't think we do.
I mean, David Blythe was talking yesterday about the campaign in Sydney in 1975 when Tom R burned his fingers on the stove and had to be trained by support people from the then Royal Blind Society. Isn't that just the sort of campaign we need, Dan?
So I think representing ourselves to be absolutely pathetic and unable to live our own lives and do things like attract sympathy and that kind of thing is exactly the opposite of what we want to be doing. I think we'd rather be poor and hold our head up high, and if that's the way to our future, then that's the way to our future, Graham.
What do you think, Sheila?
I've got the words of a blind mentor I had going through my head at the moment back in 1984. He's totally blind. He went to what was then Macquarie University, which doesn't exist anymore. And And
No, it's flooded out these days.
he said to me back then that if you're looking for sympathy, then look in the dictionary after shit and suicide.
Oh, can I quote that line?
That's the best. That's the best.
And so those words come to me. I don't think sympathy is productive for disability, for First Nations people, for anyone. I think we've got to teach people still that we are useful. We are necessary parts of society. That's what Aboriginal people have thought about disability for 65,000 plus years. Let's get on board.
Francois, what do you think? Do we need a telethon campaign?
No, I think there's much better ways to get to the solution, like strengthening our already growing good relationship with service organisations to see how that we are funded for doing what we do best, which is advocacy. Keep working with government, Mr. Stubbs and his team, to think of NDIS beyond just individual support. There absolutely needs to be basic support for organisations to attend and to, we don't want to be paid every time we ask for something. We are paid to exist and to thrive and to be at all those tables that we need to be at, because employment quotas have been instituted long ago, so, make it count now.
Jonathan, let me come to you. You'd be supportive of a telethon, wouldn't you?
No, I think there are more subtle ways, and I think that all of the hardship and tribulation that has happened in the last few years gives us a platform for a message about all of the things that we've been through together, and a message about not sympathy but empathy and equality, and the fact that everybody, whatever their abilities or capacities or medical conditions and diagnosis, if we have to go down that path, is equally struggling and has endured hardship and equally deserving of help when it's required, and equally able to contribute help when it's needed. And some of the amazing work by blind people in the anti-war effort was well remembered, and I think really demonstrates the incredible contributions that we can make to society. And I think that the contributions and the closeness of people to each other as people, not as people with conditions and in communities, is what's really important.
Thanks, Jonathan. Well, Fred's now working on no salary at all. He's on commission, so he's going to be very motivated to get on with the fundraising. Let's go to our third and final topic for the afternoon, which is agency activities and our voice in their deliberations. So the first blind CEO of a service agency was appointed by Guide Dogs New South Wales when Sharon Wright was appointed following a long career in the industry in 2029. Next came Brenda Tolley, who was at BCA starting in BSA starting in 2031. But despite the work of UBL, Emma, and you've been working hard, appointments were few and far between in the service industry. And in the main, blind people who were on the boards appeared to be fairly captured by the service provision culture. So, Emma, what would you be doing to change this situation?
I think we've got to build a peer support mechanism into the work that BCA does that is specifically for people who are working in service providers, whether they be on boards or staff. Because I think if we're going to change that culture, people need to know that they're not alone and that it's okay to speak out and give blind people a strong voice at those tables. I think it's I I've done it. I've been on the board of a service provider, or several service providers actually now, and it is a very scary experience to, be wearing a governance hat, but also to be, representing the blind community, and it can feel very difficult to speak up. So I think we do need to build in those peer support mechanisms to make that easier for people.
How important are allies in that process?
Super important, essential, because I think you need. There's nothing worse than being on a board and feeling like you're the only person who holds a position, and it makes it very hard and very uncomfortable. So yeah, allies are super important, and we need to be, supporting and training those people as well.
Daniel, what do you say to the argument that there won't be enough blind people with the skills relevant to participation on a board or in the CEO role? What's your response to that?
I think it goes back to one of the things that Emma was talking about, where I think networks are important. I think we often forget that amongst a lot of leadership cohorts, there are networks and people who call on each other for advice and assistance, and who will quite happily be able to say, maybe I need to go and get training or advice, or I seek professional advice on what my board's doing. And we need to recognise that that's good conduct by whether you're on a board or a leader within an organisation. And I think we need, we can call on each other. There are people in this 10,000 strong organisation, and if you're on the board of one of these service providers, and of course these days the smallest of them has a turnover over $100 billion, when we look at that turnover, all your assets are on the line in some way as a director, and so you need to be really, really professional in the way you approach that, and the way you work with your colleagues on that board, and the way you draw on your networks.
Jonathan, should blindness be a required selection criteria for board and CEO roles?
It should absolutely be, something that is a very important part of the process of picking the right person. I think that the wrong person has been picked so many times, and we have seen so many times leadership going to people who are all about business interests. And I think that there is not no single ally who could deliver that work, but I think it would take an incredible and rare humility to do it. And I think that the criteria should be, and it should be a legislated criteria, that the majority of boards of all disability representative organisations should be representative of people of that disability, and that the majority of the executive of those organisations should be represented by those disabilities.
Isn't that a really dangerous way of limiting the talent pool, Jonathan?
I think that was an argument that might have been justified, perhaps before 1975, potentially.
I think he means in 2025, yeah.
In 2050, with the CEO of Apple as a blind person, I think it might be hard
to run that line.
To run that line.
Okay.
People will still try, though, won't they?
People will try.
Driven by negative attitudes and assumptions. People will try. What do we do about it? Emma?
Well, I mean, we just have to. I mean, I'm a bit tired of this, actually, Graham. I'm really quite tired, and I, especially when I have
Hard work getting a pope elected, isn't it?
Especially when I have to have these arguments with other blind people. I don't mind having them with sighted people. They don't know, but other blind people should know. And I'm a bit over it. And, you know, I've been doing this for bloody 25, 30 something years, and I've had enough now. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I say...
You'll just have to go back to your... Yes, Shala.
We've been doing, as First Nations people, we've been doing this for, nearly 300 years now
Yeah.
on this bloody continent.
That's right.
Since we finally got the voice to Parliament in 2030, and we got our first Aboriginal Prime Minister, Adam Goodes, in 2032. Self-determination. Thank you, Janine Mohammed, for giving me that one.
I was just going to come back to you and ask you if you could deliver another killer line, and you've just done it.
There you go. So that's Janine Mohammed. I have to give credit to Janine for that one. But what I would say is that we've been doing self-determination for decades, generations, and from little things, big things grow. And we've now got to 2050 with the lowest imprisonment rate of Aboriginal people, the lowest contact with the criminal justice system. We've got the best health outcomes. We've gone from 45% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people having a disability to being on par with everybody else.
And what did that, Shala? What were the things that caused those improvements?
We raise our young ones to become the leaders so that when I'm 84 and I'm still not retired.
So we made people work longer, that's another thing.
We've made people work longer, but I think we've had that peer support amongst First Nations people and our allies to keep on pushing, even though we're totally and utterly buggered. You see Adam get up there and do his thing after getting booed out of his first career. He won 2 terms.
Yep.
So, I mean, we've just been able, and like Emma's saying, God, blind people, we should already know, okay? Sighted people, you don't get it. But we should be supporting each other rather than pulling each other down or complaining or whatever. I'm over that. And we don't do that on the Elders' Council.
Francois, what do you think?
Well, how would I say this? If the LGBTQ community would put up with a bunch of straight folks organising the next Sydney Mardi Gras, then maybe we can talk.
Yes.
Yes.
Well said.
Thank you, Francois. That's a very concise way to...
Well, the other way is, imagine us sitting down to audio description and we have a 75-year-old lady describing young men bare-chested doing a dance like...
No.
It's not okay.
Who probably would have taken the references to it out of the Braille books 50 years ago when they were being transcribed.
It is simply about authenticity. That's my short answer.
Yeah. Thanks, Francois. Dan, where are you up to on this issue? Dan's a bit tired as well, so that's all right.
So I think we do sort of battle amongst ourselves about these difficult issues about leadership and so on. And I want to draw on also a lot of Shala's learnings from, way back at that referendum that maybe was ambitious or whatever, and I think Aboriginal community, and there were people who fought amongst themselves, and all the white people kind of were repelled from it. I think as a disability and blindness community, we need to get our shit together to support each other.
Yeah,
and the more we argue and criticise each other, the more the sighted and able-bodied community will just ignore us because they'll just say that you haven't got your own story straight, and they'll pick and choose what facts they want to listen to.
Well, that was the message from Bill Shorten, wasn't it, at the beginning of the NDIS, that we couldn't achieve it if we didn't operate more together, more consistently.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, that was a long time ago, actually, Graham. I can barely remember Bill Shorten.
Well, it is.
Rest in peace.
Back then. I mean, we had this thing in the Aboriginal community when we had mud crabs out there. We used to say about stop being a bucket of mud crabs, right? And what we mean by that is that if you've got a bucket of mud crabs, the bottom mud crab is going to kill every other mud crab on top of it to get to the top. We've got to stop doing mud crab bucket things, okay? We've actually got to get together, get out of the bloody bucket together, okay? Not kill each other along the way because we want what we want.
There was a Dr. Seuss book about that, I think.
Exactly.
Yes, that's right.
Mud crabs. They taste good too.
Yeah, they are.
That's another story.
Should the laws be changed, Dan, so that blind people can be the only full members of service provider agencies?
I don't think it's about a law for that in particular. I think we need to see a whole lot of laws, in some cases new laws, but also we need to see greater or less discrimination and greater support for engagement and employment of blind people in all sorts of settings. You know, we're still all the way in 2050 and we still have the highest unemployment rates of blind people compared to able-bodied people, and we've got all this so-called accessible technology available to us. Well, we've got work to do, and a lot of that is attitudinal. So we do need to see our own leaders coming up through the system and being able to use all these wonderful electronic systems. They need to be accessible for us. It's 2050 and we still can't use our own online databases in an organisation we might work in. Outrageous.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
So I've got a question for the whole panel, and I'm going to give it to you all so that you've got a chance to think about it, all except you, Jonathan, because I'm going to ask you first. If you had learned, what was the lesson you learned from the way that BCA had developed in the last 25 years, that is from 2025 to 40 to 2050? What was the one key thing that you thought BCA did that got it to the place that it needed to be?
I really loved the moment when, inspired by his conversations with BCA board members, our illustrious former Prime Minister Jim Chalmers on the ABC election coverage, audio described the last Liberal and the last National mud wrestling for the position of opposition leader. While the Greens streaked past them on the inside. I think that what that moment showed was the importance of building awareness, not sympathy, because there were so many people who were watching that hologram and thinking about how important it was that everybody was able to share in that moment.
So can BCA take the credit for that, or do you think that was started by the Governor of Victoria yesterday when she audio described the gift that she'd been given?
Yeah, that was
Did anyone
great,
pick up on that?
I did.
Back in 25 years ago, you mean?
Yeah, 25 years ago yesterday. That's right. Yeah, thank you, Shala. I'm glad someone's paying attention here. Don't worry about me. I live in Melbourne.
I'm 84 and I remember it.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
All right. So was that where it started? That's what I want to know.
I think it was the beginning of a trend.
Yeah. Emma, what about you? What's the one lesson that came from BCA that got it to where it needed to be or where it is now as a result of the last 25 years?
I think the moment that I will never forget is, we started off with COVID-19, with our kindness pandemic partnership and the campaign, but when we got to COVID-40,
we'd run out of kindness.
We'd learned a bit. Well, no, but I think what I really noticed was the way that people came together, and because we don't have to, actually physically get in rooms and organise catering and do all of those things anymore, thank God, because bloody hell, organising conventions is hard work. I just want people to know that. But it's so good now because we come together more regularly and we are talking to each other much more, talking to each other all the time. And that meant that we had so many great strategies to share with one another about how to manage that COVID-40 pandemic. But not only that, we managed to get so many allies on board to help us out during that time, and we had, people helping people in the most incredible ways, and I think that really just demonstrates what's so good about BCA.
And Emma, is the trivia group still going in 2050? That's what I want to know.
No, absolutely.
And how many questions has Michael James had to prepare in that time?
Oh, look, I don't know, but now that I've retired from UBL, I'm going to get back into the trivia. I'm going to become a host. Yeah.
Very good. Who am I up to? Francois, what's the one lesson for you that's come from BCA in the last 25 years that's got it to where it is today?
Well, I wouldn't say I remember it. I wrote it down. That's the only reason why I have it. 25 years ago, one of the founding members of BCA said, we, as in BCA, need you, the members, and you need us. And that was such a powerful thing that he said. And since then, the members came back and they owned the organisation. They engaged with it. They built it to what it is now. We're strong. You know, that Apple CEO was a member of BCA? He's still at BCA. She is. No, that's a Pope. That's
a Pope.
She, the Pope is.
Sorry, yeah.
And so we've got so many candidates, ready for United Blind Leaders to work with them and build up their skills. We now have a mutual trust with us as organisations. That is, BCA has taken back its rightful place.
So Shala, what about you? What's the lesson in the last 25 years? I know you're 84, but I'm sure you can...
The lesson is that I'm never allowed to retire.
Yeah.
I think the lesson for me is that it's about each and every one of us knowing that we have a voice, okay? And that speaks for First Nations people and for people with disability, blind people. It's not you on your own, and it's echoing what Emma and others are saying as well. You've got people around you, so even on your shittiest days or your happiest days, like Black Betty had a child and then child gone wild. But anyway,
yeah.
But it's about being in it together, and I think that's always been the point of BCA, is that you're not in it on your own. There's always going to be someone there that listens, that can understand, even if your experiences are vastly different. So I think that togetherness has been really important.
Let me come to you, Dan. What's the lesson in the last 25 years?
I think over the last 25 years, since 2025, we've increasingly included more and more people in this organisation. I think bringing in people who are newly blind, whether they're young people or they're later on in life acquired blindness, or we have worked harder and harder to engage with diverse communities from other cultural backgrounds, and of course the increasing work we've done to build genuine partnerships with Aboriginal communities right across the country. And that's shown, that diversity has made us a very powerful organisation, because once you get all those differences and all the different ways of looking at problems, we then are able to truly master some of the really difficult issues we've had to come across. So I think that diversity and inclusion of the organisation has been part of its genuine strength.
Now, I asked Jonathan my last question first, so I'm going to ask you my last question now, Dan, and this is the last question before we come to the end of this hypothetical. Fred Timpson is looking for directions in the next 25 years. In one sentence, what directions would you give to Fred as the CEO of the organisation?
Find another job, Fred.
Shala, what about you? In one sentence, how would you tell Fred to lead the organisation in the future?
He'll never be as good as Deb was.
No.
There'll never be another Deb, right?
No,
Let's be clear.
Right. Fred, your day is done. 25 years. I think one sentence. Keep going with what we've been doing. Kick ass.
Okay, thank you. Francois?
Be bold and be public. Be out there with what we do.
Yeah, great. Emma?
I think I would tell Fred to...
I'm sure you'd tell Fred a